Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Helps Royal Spirit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There it was again. That song that continuously sang within his head. Midoriya looked down at the exam, trying to make sense of the English while simultaneously ignoring the song in his head. He managed to get through most of the exam and should have finished by now, but the humming was distracting him. Luckily, with some patience, he managed to finish it and, with Present Mic's permission, he was able to get to Recovery Girl and suffer in peace. Still hearing that ringing? She asked as he came into the infirmary with one hand covering his left ear. This is becoming a problem, Midoriya. He only nodded as he seated himself on the edge of one of the beds. I understand, but I don't want to be pulled out of the show over this. Recovery Girl sighed and hopped off her chair to approach the young man. If this persists, you'll need to see a specialist. In fact, I should send you right away. But Midoriya, it's getting worse, she argued. What are you going to do during that show? What if it makes it worse? It won't. I'll find a way. Besides, you said there was nothing wrong with me. Not that I could see, but consider what a specialist might see. She took his hand and tried to persuade him to see a doctor, but he was adamant that he was fine until she threatened to tell Aizawa how serious the problem was becoming. The thought of what his teacher might do was enough for him to finally give in, under the condition that Aizawa didn't find out unless it was absolutely necessary. You know I wouldn't lie to him, she said sternly and with a huff. Midoriya panicked and assured her that he didn't mean it like that. I'm not asking you to lie, just not to bring it up. Though she saw more trouble in not telling Aizawa, she agreed to not bring it up to the teacher, especially since the ringing wasn't doing any real harm to the boy. Distracting as it was, he never let it affect his schoolwork or training, so there was no harm found. However, she made note of it on Midoriya's records to prove that she wasn't slacking at her job, and if Aizawa bothered to look, he would know and confront Midoriya about it if he felt like it. I understand, he told her after he watched her type in the diagnosis on her computer. But really, you said there was nothing you could see. I'm only a school doctor, and I'm old. I could have missed something, which is why I'm pushing a request for this to the principal directly. It's nothing serious now, but it could be later. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out a small packet of ibuprofen for him. Here in case it gives you a headache. Past this, I can't help you. Midoriya took the packet and quickly left to join his friends for lunch. A part of him hated that he had lied to Recovery Girl. There was a lot that he couldn't share with the older woman because he knew that he might end up quarantined or under special supervision. Telling her that it was a simple ringing made sense at first when the singing accidentally lulled him to sleep during class. He told her that he had a ringing in his ear that kept him up at night, and she took him at his word, allowing him to rest until lunch when he said that it went away. After that, he took great pains to ensure that the singing didn't affect him in any noticeable way. For the most part, he was successful, with only minor exceptions like today. As much it frustrated him, he could see how all the little slip-ups were adding up to Recovery Girl. I guess I shouldn't be upset, I just wish that they wouldn't be so focused on me right now. The more he thought of it, the more he grew agitated with himself for not being open to his teachers about his current condition. Still, if he did tell them, they might blame Eri for it, and he knew that she had nothing to do with it. There was no way her quirk could have done this because it showed up a few days after the fight with Overhaul and he already knew what was causing it. More accurately, who was causing it. About a day after the singing appeared, he had asked it a rhetorical question out of frustration when it was keeping him from studying. He said something along the lines of, "Could you please stop?" And to his surprise, a voice responded back. It was quite terrifying and it took him a moment to collect himself, but eventually he managed to not sheet his pants. Since then he regularly conversed with the voice, who called herself Eveline Liones. At first, it was kind of challenging as she spoke English and he spoke Japanese, but they managed to find a perfect compromise. Eveline taught him English and helped him with his homework so that they could talk to each other. The two of them didn't talk about much related to herself. The only thing she ever shared about herself was that she was alone and didn't have anyone to talk to. So, To fill their conversations, he told her all about his world and what he did with his time. He thought that she might not have been interested in his world, but she assured that she was, and, after some explanations about his school, she realized why he had been upset with her originally. "I was keeping you from learning?" she asked softly, almost in a whisper which worried him. Had he hurt her feelings? He really hoped that he didn't. It's distracting because your singing is so soothing. I see, I'm sorry." She went quiet for a minute before explaining that because she had no one to talk to, she sang to herself to keep the sadness away. That was why he never asked her to stop and chose to bear through her singing, though he did manage to get her to reduce the amount of singing by keeping her company. In a way. Plus, she did try to avoid singing so much when he'd tell her that he was in class, but sometimes the loneliness was too much. "Deku!" Midoriya turned around and saw Uraraka running toward him through the barely filled hallways. "Wait up!" Midoriya did wait for her, though he couldn't understand why she was wandering the halls at this time. "Uraraka? Shouldn't you already be in the cafeteria?" When the brunette finally caught up with him, she smiled and explained that she had been getting fitted for her concert outfit. It was slightly too loose for her, so it was being fixed. "They look super cool. What about you? Have you eaten yet?" He shook his head. "No, but I'm heading to the cafeteria now. Wanna join me?" With an excited nod, the two of them went their merry way while discussing the concert and what they wanted to do afterward. He figured that he would spend most of the event with Eri and Mirio while she planned to hang out with Azui. "We'll do great. I just know it." She grinned as they entered the crowded cafeteria. "Well, I'll see you during rehearsals tonight." "Yeah." The two parted ways as he went to get his lunch, silently calling out to Eveline. "Did I bother you again?" The question sounded odd to him, but he figured it was guilt that laced her tone. "No, but I almost fell asleep during that test toward the end. But don't worry, it's nothing serious." He then paused to focus on greeting Tenya and Todoroki as he sat down beside them. "Tomorrow is that show I told you about. I can't wait. Will you be okay? I can stop." "Don't." He cringed and Tenya was concerned, asking if maybe he was cold or something, but Midoriya simply said that he accidentally clipped his elbow on the table. Sorry about that. What I meant to say was that I'll tell you when we're on and when we're done so you can still sing later." Eveline made a noise of agreement before softly asking if he could tell her about the festivities that happen at these kinds of events. However, Tenya was vying for his attention as well, and Midoriya had to apologize and promise to tell her later. That later came while he was in his room after the final rehearsal and he was sharing Eveline his plan to make candy apples for Eri. She was quite supportive of his plan, though she didn't understand when he might have time to make the treat. "I'll find the time, I'm sure. If you say so. I hope it goes well. I wish I could see it. Does it sound fun to you?" "Extremely. I used to love the festivals that my grandfather had in his kingdom. I haven't been to one in so long, I miss it." Midoriya felt his excitement falter slightly. He wished that there was a way for him to share the experience with her, but how? The fact she was a voice in his head was a total accident that neither of them could explain. "I'll do my best to describe everything to you after the show." "Really? It won't be that hard, just bear with me, okay? I'm not really a descriptive person. I find that hard to believe. I've heard your thoughts a few times and you take a lot of information in. I know more about your studying habits than you've ever told me." Midoriya chuckled awkwardly to himself. He should have guessed that she could hear some of his thoughts as if they were his typical mutterings. He wondered, though, how much she heard of his thoughts and if he had ever shut her out of his head. Could she hear everything he thought, or were there times she wasn't listening? She had said she heard them a few times, implying that she wasn't hearing everything. "Usually, I'm only hearing what you want me to hear, like our conversations," she said with a timid giggle, "but there are moments where you get so lost in your thoughts that I can hear them without you realizing it. You talk an awful lot about the festival and training. That little girl Eri comes up every so often. Is that all I've said?" He really hoped that she only heard those thoughts because he knew that other thoughts crept into his head when he was with All Might. "Pretty much." With a sigh of relief, he apologized for annoying her, but she surprised him by saying that she liked hearing him think. "You think some interesting things, so it keeps me entertained. I guess that's a good thing." He made a private mental note to try to better guard his thoughts so that she never will hear his more personal thoughts. Either way, I should get to bed. I gotta get up early. Training and shopping? Okay, I wish you luck. The next morning came sooner than he would have liked. He was having a really nice dream about Eveline and he thought that he finally got to see what she looked like until his alarm rang and all memory of the dream left him. It was a shame. He wanted to ask Eveline what she looked like, but he wasn't sure if that was too personal of a question, so he could only imagine what she looked like. You have some shopping to do for the show? All Might asked as Midoriya handed him the permission slip he had already prepared. Cutting it close, don't you think? Midoriya shrugged. It can't be helped. The rope frayed last night during our rehearsal. I got to replace it or Aoyama can't be the disco ball. All Might nodded and signed the slip. All right, but be quick. I will. Midoriya grinned as he headed off campus toward one of the closest convenience stores. As he hurried on, he called out to Eveline, asking if she was awake. Yes, are you shopping? Yeah, could you help me? I need sugar, caramel, red food coloring, corn syrup, apples, and wooden sticks. And rope? Yep. Eveline giggled and promised that she would remember his shopping list. During his trip, she asked questions about the stores which he described to her. She helped him remember everything, but the store didn't have red food coloring as he had hoped. Didn't you tell me about a friend who bakes? Maybe he has some coloring you can use. Great idea. Then I have everything. I'm going to pay and then I can go back. I can't wait. Midoriya quickly paid for his things and hurried back to the school. As he did so, Eveline questioned how much time he had. I'm early, so this shouldn't mess with anything. Unfortunately, he spoke too soon as he quickly was forced to halt suddenly when a tall man called out at him for nearly running into the gentleman. Watch yourself, young man. Minute. I was trying to avoid unnecessary interactions. What happened? Pardon me, he huffed, choosing to ignore Eveline for a second so that he didn't accidentally miss anything that the gentleman might say back. Luckily, the man seemed content with his response and began to leave with his companion who he called Honey. As he left, he mentioned something about enjoying the aftertaste of Golden Tips Imperial. I got stopped for a second by some strangers. That's nothing to be concerned about, you should have plenty of time. Yeah. Midoriya would have thought nothing of the couple, but the mentions of that specific tea caught his attention. Yaoyorozu had made that tea the other day and hadn't she said something about it being a rare and high-class tea? Something's troubling you, Izuku. What is it? Again, he ignored her for a moment as he turned his head to see where the couple had come from, finding an old, small house that looked like it was in need of repairs. He had seen that house before, having passed it to go to the store plenty of times since moving to the dorms. However, he wasn't aware that anyone owned the property. If they came from there and that man had tea. Recently. I guess that old house is a cafe or something, never knew. Like most of his mutters, Midoriya hadn't meant to say that aloud, but he did, and now he had that man's attention. One would have to know of Golden Tips Imperial to reach such a conclusion. The man said in a joyous voice, loud and full of charismatic character. So young and yet so worldly. Impressive, my boy. Midoriya felt his body tense up. That man's voice sounded familiar. Too familiar. Eveline felt the tension and tried to call out to him, but was met with silence once again. Not really. I only know about it, 'cause my friend made some. The man seemed slightly disheartened but also seemed to realize something and quickly turned to leave. The woman he was with also seemed eager to leave Midoriya, pulling her partner away. But Midoriya wasn't about to let him leave. He remembered that voice and now understood the cryptic message that was in that video he had seen a while ago. Hold on. Midoriya carefully set down his shopping bag, trying to his best to not lose his cool. Is this your big job? The man tried to feign ignorance, but Midoriya wasn't buying it. He wasn't about to let everyone's efforts be wasted, and he wasn't going to let Eri down. If the security alarms go off, or if Hound Dog thought it was necessary, the festival would be shut down without hesitation, and he couldn't let that happen. Not when he could stop it. Stay away from my school. Eveline must have felt the rage boil through his thoughts and tried to call out to him, but her voice wasn't registered by him. He wasn't about to let this happen at all. The gentleman dropped his act, and within moments, Midoriya and Gentle Criminal were in a brawl with Midoriya trying to reason with the internet star. Gentle's partner, a tiny woman called La Brava, stayed out of the fight but kept her camera on hand and on them. "Please," Midoriya pleaded, "don't do this to us, leave Yue alone." The two fought in the street for a moment before moving to a nearby construction site where they clashed among steel beams and construction equipment. This whole time he begged Gentle to cease his job, to consider what effort everyone put in for today. Gentle Criminal wasn't deterred by the plea and merely insisted that Midoriya turn a blind eye to his plan. He even went as far as to promise that Class 1A's concert wouldn't be cancelled, but that wasn't the point. Everyone at UA worked so hard for today, and he'd be mad if he let anyone ruin that. Suddenly, Midoriya felt a strange sensation wash over him, though he pushed it back as he was too focused on stopping Gentle from ruining the event. However, the sensation was persistent and then it changed. Into what? He didn't know until he heard Eveline's voice. "Izuku, I can see you." "What dash?" Midoriya looked around and saw a transparent image of a lovely blonde woman floating beside him. Her face was much clearer than the rest of her. He could make out her waist and up, but below that wasn't showing. She was smiling at him and reached out to touch him. "Why you?" He had a feeling she was lovely, though he didn't think she'd outrank Yaoyorozu in looks. He didn't give her a good enough look to really make out anything past her blonde hair and sparkling green eyes. Still, he was amazed by the fact she managed to appear before him. "What's that?" Midoriya looked away from Eveline and saw that La Brava and Gentle were gazing upon Eveline with the same wonder and admiration he had given his friend. Where did she come from? Indeed. Where did this fine lady come from? Wait, they can see you too? I guess so. Eveline spoke from within her mind, frowning as she took in the two minor villains. "I'll help you. Just close enough to them for me. I don't think I can stray too far from you." "Right." Midoriya charged toward Criminal again and tried to land a blow, but barely missed the internet star by inches. "I guess this match is even now." "Foolish thought." Gentle laughed. "I told you that I detest violence and I will succeed in my goals." "No," Eveline called to Gentle, her voice echoing through the air. It caught Midoriya by surprise a bit, allowing Gentle to return the teenager's blow with a defensive attack. "You mustn't ruin their day. It means everything to everyone at that school." "She speaks," Gentle cried, equally amazed by her. "And quite nobly too. But I'm afraid that I must disappoint you." Midoriya hadn't a moment to react before a piece of the construction site fell on top of him, though he was to catch it. Unfortunately, Gentle had used his quirk on the girder, and each time he moved just the slightest bit, the girder would wiggle uncontrollably. Eveline's spirit joined Midoriya's side, trying her hardest to help stop the wiggling. "I am sorry that it came to this, but I need you to stay put for a while." Gentle followed after La Brava, stopping at a crane which he MacGyvered into a sort of catapult. "Hold on, La Brava." The two criminals shot themselves toward Yue, while Eveline and Midoriya were stuck in that one spot. "No. This couldn't happen, he couldn't let this happen." "Eveline. I can fix this, hold on." Eveline moved back and held out her arm. With a flick of her wrist, she called out, "Absolute cancel." Looking up at the girder, he realized that it wasn't wiggling anymore. It was solid. He tossed it aside, thanking Eveline for her help, and hurried to the crane, using it to fling himself toward Gentle and La Brava. "Be careful, Izuku." Her voice pulsed through his head, unlike how he typically heard her. "I can feel his heart and he's close to throwing his principles out the window just to beat you." "Is that good or bad?" he asked through gritted teeth. For a moment, he hadn't considered what might have been driving Gentle and La Brava to do this, and for good reason. All Midoriya wanted was for his friends and Eri to have a good time today. But if he gets too angry, I might not be able to reach his heart and reach him. Her voice, despite what was on the line, was warm, kind, and understanding. He had picked up on her caring personality through their conversations, but he couldn't understand how she was able to maintain that in such a stressful moment for him. "Please, I know you're mad too, but be reasonable. You still have a show to perform." Midoriya could only nod in response as he reached the duo, smashing his fist into the ground next to them, sending them flying into one of Gentle's distorted pockets. It was through this that Midoriya thought he had gained an upper hand, but La Brava had quickly proved him wrong. With her confession of love, Gentle gained the strength to fight back. Gentle overpowered him for a brief moment, insisting that love would win in the end. However, Eveline didn't take that counterattack very well and extended her arms toward Gentle and held him in a sort of bubble of light. "Please, sir, you can't do this. These students worked so hard, and if they cannot go through with this event, they'll be devastated. Stop thinking about yourself." "Gah, what is this?" Gentle groaned, clearly struggling against the light. "I'm feeling strange, this won't do at all." Gentle used his quirk again, breaking free of the light, and in doing so, sent Eveline back slightly. However, she wasn't deterred. At that moment when she had him trapped, she saw Gentle's past, his failure to become a hero, his family's disownment of him, how he lived in poverty until he couldn't take it anymore. This was a broken man, a man who just wanted something when he had nothing. All of what she saw was shared with Midoriya. "Izuku," she called out in a low mental voice, "we can help him, but we need to work together. I might be able to reach him, but you have to as well. Understand?" "Gentle." La Brava cried to her partner, desperate to make him surrender so that they could retreat to safety. Midoriya wasn't expecting to be overwhelmed by La Brava's feelings, but he felt them as if they were a strong gust of wind. Likewise, he felt Gentle's feelings as the gentleman cried out. The frustration, annoyance, anger, regret. There was so much regret in this man. "Eveline, are you showing me their pain? Rule 1 of saving someone from themselves: understand their pain. If we're going to win, we need to see what he feels." "No. I can't be deterred." Gentle was clearly mad at this point. His own selfish desires were running rampant and he was unable to be reached through words as La Brava's cries failed to move him. He won't listen to reason at this point. Eveline cried, "Do what you must. I have to reach him now, or there might be nothing that can stop him. This is going to feel weird, but don't reject it." Though Midoriya hadn't a clue of what she was doing, he trusted Eveline and didn't question her. Gentle was still stubborn, still trying his hardest to beat Midoriya and not let his plans go to waste. Midoriya felt Gentle's desperation with such a force that it could have knocked him down, but he wasn't relenting either. They would stop Gentle. As the two fought, he felt something within his body, like something entered him. It had to have been Eveline's doing because he heard the soft observation of La Brava in which she had said that Eveline had vanished. Then he felt something reaching out of his body like a hand was stretched out to Gentle. Then it all became clear to him. Eveline was trying to reach out from him to Gentle. She was trying to reach for his heart this way rather than through words. "Go ahead. Laugh at me, boy. Do you really think you can be a hero?" Eveline seemed to have received some kind of pushback as he felt the figurative hand recoil for a moment before reaching out again, this time reaching Gentle and speaking to him. Midoriya wasn't about to let Eveline do all the work though, and as she asked, he reached out to Gentle as well. "I'm not laughing at you, Gentle," he practically growled as he landed a powerful hit on the man. That seemed to do it. Though Gentle still had some fight in him, it depleted quickly, and with news that security was making their way to the scene, he finally surrendered. In a sort of act of contrition, Gentle tried to send Midoriya back to UA, but he and Eveline, who he couldn't see anymore, felt it was right to admit fault and explain what happened, without mentioning Eveline's involvement, of course. At least then, maybe, he could convince the two to not shut down the festival. Luckily, the two heroes felt the threat was barely worth the effort. Police were summoned and Ectoplasm offered to get Midoriya back to the campus. "Sensei, I left my shopping bag behind." Midoriya cried suddenly, realizing that he was nowhere near where he had left his bag. Ectoplasm was not as worried. "Where? I'll take you to go get it." He panicked for a moment, trying to remember where he had come from, but Eveline's soothing voice had brought him back from a near panic attack. "Izuku, there was an old man near that house. He has your bag." "Thanks." He hurried back to the house, finding the old man that Eveline told him about, and he and Ectoplasm made it back to find Aoyama waiting for him. He was surprised that the excuse of him tripping was somehow believable, but he didn't dwell on that as Ectoplasm reminded him to clean up his face so no one would worry about him. As he did so, Cleaning his face of the dirt and changing into the suit that was left for him, he sent out his thanks to Eveline and didn't wait for her response as he told her that he was going to the stage right away. Everything happened so fast. Once he made it to the stage, the curtain drew back and in the audience, though it was hard to see them clearly, he saw Eri and Mirio watching and his heart swelled. The show happened in a blur, but he knew it was a resounding success just by listening to the cheers of the crowd. As the curtain closed again, signaling the end of the show, Midoriya heard Eveline call out to him with equal excitement as the audience and his classmates. "That was amazing, Izuku." Midoriya jumped a little and quickly glanced around without seeming too weird about it. "Eveline, DD-? I saw it. After that fight, I figured out how to see your world through you and I saw the whole show. It was awesome. That little girl was there, right?" "She was. I'll see her soon, but now we gotta clean up." Before Midoriya could start helping the others, he was halted by All Might, who looked unamused and even annoyed with Midoriya. "Oh, someone's in trouble." Some of his classmates teased as they gathered chunks of ice off the floor. Midoriya could only lower his head and take the scolding in hopes that it might lessen any punishment that All Might had in mind. Luckily, Hound Dog and Ectoplasm made their way to the mentor and student, with Hound Dog taking over scolding. "It's our duty to protect you kids," he growled as he lifted Midoriya up by the collar of his shirt before promptly throwing him toward his classmates. "The festival's still going on. Now go have fun." When the young man landed, he was greeted by Siro, who teasingly suggested that Midoriya's new nickname would be Errant Boy, which received a minor chuckle out of the exhausted teenager. It wasn't until he saw Eri that he perked up and forced back all the pain he felt from his fight and flight, so that he could give her a tearful smile. As she retold her experience to him, there was a great sense of accomplishment and joy that swelled within him. The rest of the event went by in a blur for Midoriya, though it wasn't due to the lack of things to do. In fact, there was so much to do that his friends had made it their goal to go through as much as they could before the day's end. He, on the other hand, took the time to slip away and make Eri's candy apples, which Eveline had showed an interest in as well. "I wish there was a way I could give one to you. I'll have some to spare judging from the recipe." "Don't worry," Eveline giggled nervously, going silent for a moment before responding again. "They look a lot like the candy treats my grandfather would give me when I was little. Of course, they weren't put on apples, or any fruit for that matter." Another moment of silence passed between them and Midoriya was determined to break it, but Eveline beat him to it. She apologized for making him worry about her when he was supposed to be smiling for Eri, and she told him that she had to stop talking to him for a little bit. "Don't worry, it's nothing bad," she said quickly, though her tone told him otherwise. "When this is over, I'll tell you all about it. I promise." He was hesitant to agree, but there was nothing else he could do. "I'll hold you to it." With his acceptance, their link closed off. He wasn't sure how he knew that, since he first spoke to Eveline, he felt a slight string that connected them to each other. Now, he felt like she was gone. She wasn't gone, and he knew that, but the feeling suffocated him. "Focus on Eri," he told himself as he finished the apples. "Eveline will call out to me when she's ready. Don't be clingy." After a small mental pep talk, he finally gathered the two best candy apples and headed out to meet Mirio and Eri. After sending Eri off with her candy apple, Midoriya hurried back to the dorms so that he could have a moment of reflection and to note down everything that had happened today. He especially wanted to write out what he learned about Eveline, as she had, perhaps unintentionally, shared more about herself than she had before. For instance, her grandfather ruled a kingdom. At least, he assumed that much from the way she phrased it. "I don't have any trouble imagining that she's royalty," he muttered as he rode the elevator to the second floor. "The way she spoke was pretty eloquent, and now that I've seen her, she has what I think is called aristocratic features. Plus her last name is Liones, sounds aristocratic to me." The ding of the elevator snapped him out of his trance, and he nearly ran down the hall until he saw Todoroki and Bakugo waiting beside his door. The unusual sight alone was enough to set Midoriya on edge, and he reeled in his eagerness so that neither might question him on it. "Kaken, Todoroki?" he questioned once he was near the guarded door. "What are you doing here? It's almost like you're blocking my door." "What else would we be doing, you dim nerd?" The fact that Bakugo was being oddly calm unnerved Midoriya a bit. We're here to talk about why you're being so weird. Todoroki only sighed before pushing himself out of the way so that Midoriya could reach his door. Let's go inside, it'll be better that way. Midoriya was positive that this couldn't be good and tried to come up with excuses as to why he couldn't talk at this moment, but neither Bakugo or Todoroki were going to let him off the hook. You got two choices, Bakugo growled as Todoroki put himself between the two childhood friends. Either we do this half and half's way or mine. Midoriya paled at the thought of what Bakugo's method could be and relented. Okay. With that resistance gone, the three of them entered Midoriya's bedroom. Somehow, this felt worse than when the girls barged into his room the night they moved into the dorms. It wasn't because he was going to be judged, but because he didn't know what he had done to warrant this suspicion that he assumed everyone had toward him now. What if Eveline had exposed herself when she watched the show? Or maybe it had to do with why he was late and it had nothing to do with her. Yeah, it had to be that. There was no way. We noticed something around you during the concert. There went that hope. Midoriya froze mid-step, his expression was comically horrified and the other two chose to stay close to the door. Was all he said as Bakugo added in that, from where he sat, it looked like a person. A sort of low-pitched screech escaped his throat as they continued. From above it looked like a type of mist. Kirishima saw it too, but he insisted that it was just the lighting. Bakugo approached the green-haired teen and lifted him up by the collar of his shirt. Don't you even think of lying. I wasn't. Stop, Todoroki ordered coldly. You didn't even finish what you had to say, Bakugo. Another growl came from the explosive blonde, but he let Midoriya go. Yeah, that. Midoriya glanced back between the two friends of his and questioned what was it that bothered Bakugo. I said it looked like a person, he repeated, and I thought maybe it was the light until she turned around and I recognized her. What do you? Bakugo sent Midoriya a harsh glare before reaching into his pocket and practically throwing an old photo at him. Midoriya, at first, was unable to grasp the photo, though when he did he couldn't believe his eyes. The photo was from when he and Bakugo were still friends. They were wearing those pale blue kindergarten shirts and smiling without a care in the world. It wasn't anything unusual until he took in the small blonde girl in the background who was curiously poking her head into the frame. The girl had long blonde hair, it was so fair in color that he was tempted to say her hair was white, and vibrant green eyes that weren't large or round. They were dainty almost like Yaoyoro's narrow eyes, though they were more oval-shaped. She was dressed in a reddish jacket that covered her torso but opened out into a coattail. Under that, he could make out a kind of skirt and maybe some stockings, but it was hard to tell as that was where the photo cut out. Midoriya turned the photo over to see if Bakugo had written anything on it. Sadly, nothing was there. She showed up when we were playing at the park, Bakugo explained rather curtly. She said she had gotten lost and didn't know how to get home. She spoke in English and my dad had to translate for us according to that old hag. Midoriya glanced up at Bakugo and then back at the photo. There were a lot of questions he had, but there one in particular that he had to voice. How come you remember her, but I don't? Bakugo shrugged. When her folks came to get her, she was with you and your mom. After that, you guys slowly stopped bringing her up and then we had that falling out so no one brought her up again. Made sense, but that added more mystery to the girl. If this was Eveline, why didn't she recognize him? Everyone who had seen Midoriya's younger self and current self always said that he looked the same. Still small, same face, same curly green hair, and the same 4 freckles. So, was she pretending? Did she ever give us a name? Eveline Liones, but she told us to call her Evie. Bakugo snatched the photo back and looked at it himself. What I saw looked like an older version of her, and with half and half seeing her too, I know it wasn't a trick of the light. It might explain why you've been spacing out even more than usual, Todoroki added, like yesterday. It was a lie when you said you clipped your elbow on the table. You looked like you were invested in a conversation. Aye. Midoriya struggled to find words that made a coherent sentence and eventually had to admit defeat. Falling to his knees, Midoriya hid his face behind his hands as he considered the consequences of confessing to his connection to Eveline. There wasn't any reason for him to keep hiding it, now that the festival was over, but still. Eveline never told me to keep our conversations to myself. She was all alone. Midoriya? Making up his mind, Midoriya blundered out an apology before taking in a deep breath to calm himself. I don't understand it myself, but I'll share what I know to be fact. After discussing everything with Bakugo and Todoroki, his friends finally left him with the promise that they wouldn't tell anyone what he had shared. It was surprising that Bakugo was a bit emotional about learning that Eveline was somehow linked to Midoriya, but he never dared to ask why. Kaken said we only knew her for a weekend. She showed up because she had never seen a camera before. How was that possible? How could she have never seen a camera before in this day and age? Unless was she not from this world? Midoriya, who had allowed himself to lay down for a moment to collect himself, shot off his bed and to his notebooks. Quickly writing everything he had learned about her today, the small pieces Eveline had given him were now making sense as he carefully pieced them together. Her grandfather was a king, the only surviving monarchy had a queen, and the previous ruler was a queen as well, so that was a subtle difference that pointed to alternative worlds. The other thing was that earlier in their correspondence, Eveline hadn't the slightest clue as to what a quirk was. She had said that she hadn't had contact with anyone but family in a few years, which was odd, so he chalked it up to her being clueless, a stupid assumption for him to make, but this conversation was happening during training and he didn't have it in him to shut her down. There were more small details that he should have taken into careful consideration, but again, so much was happening around him that he couldn't give it as much thought as he normally would have. He then thought back to the fight with Gentle. Eveline knew a lot about emotions and she told him that the first thing to do when saving a person from themselves was to understand them. For her to know that and confidently believe that she had to have experience with that sort of thing. Wait, I think she mentioned that sort of thing before. Reaching out for the notebook he had before the current one, he flipped to the final few pages until he found the noted information he was looking for. Eveline mentioned that she's been sad lately. Her cousin came to visit her and she felt that something was terribly wrong because her cousin was smiling, but her heart was weeping. I don't understand what that meant, and when I asked her, she changed the subject. I wonder what's driving her to keep so much about herself secret. So that's what she meant. Midoriya leaned back in his chair and sighed. What's going on? First, she's in my head, and now, I've met her once before. There has to be a reason for this. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was roughly 9:30, though he felt like it was way past midnight with how tired he felt. I got up super early to train with All Might, had the fight with Gentle, then performed, then made the apples. I'm surprised that I hadn't passed out sooner. As much as he wanted to focus on this problem, he was physically and mentally exhausted and in desperate need of rest. He could think about it tomorrow when he has a clear head and the energy to spend on such a taxing subject. He went to bed early, though he felt as though he hadn't slept at all as his dreams forced him to toss and turn. He saw watered-down images of landscapes and people, all of whom he had never seen before in his life. Not only were dreams keeping him from sleeping, but his body was consistently changing from hot to cold. One minute he would be freezing under his blankets, the next he was sweating like crazy. It was hell. When he finally was able to sleep, he felt like it was probably time for his early training with All Might, but he ignored his body's attempts to wake him up. He fell into a deep slumber, completely unaware of his surroundings. He should have woken up by now. He heard someone mutter softly. He didn't know anyone who spoke so softly like that. Another voice spoke, but he couldn't hear them, though the vocal tone sounded similar to Bakugo's. Then another butted in, and he knew for a fact no one in 1-8 talked like this person. The spell I used is going to keep him down for a day. That's enough time for us to get to Liones and collect Bartra and move back to Camelot before anyone notices what we're doing. But why waste time on that small portal only to bring him through? He heard a squeaky voice ask, "Our goal is Dash." No, I needed to know if the portal would work and that I had the right location, which I didn't have, and now I know the best one to send us to later. It will work out next time. For now, let's hurry. Midoriya wanted to wake up, but he couldn't. In a way, he was awake. Because he heard the three strangers, but he was unable to move his body or make sense of his sleep-deprived mental thought. All he could do was accept the darkness until this spell wore off. Is he awake yet? It's been almost 2 days. No kidding, Merlin did a number on him. You taking over? Yeah, Flora's having one of her crying fits because Drystan barely raised his voice at her. Alright, I'll go shut her up. Have fun with Sleeping Beauty there. Better than her. Go deal with the fairy. The room fell silent again, and this time Midoriya was able to distinguish what voice belonged to who. The person who had just left was a man by the name of Brian, and he sounded similar to Bakugo in that they both had deep voices that faded into a growl at times. The woman who took Brian's place was named Zelda, and she actually sounded almost identical to Midnight's voice. Perhaps maybe just slightly a higher pitch than the art teacher. These two were mainly the ones who watched over him. Everyone else kept their distance, though he heard them sometimes. Flora might have been the one he heard sometimes, as she often cried, but the others weren't close enough for him to hear them. He assumed that he was in a room, though before this he knew he was in a cart as he felt the rocking that came with traversing uneven ground and heard the creaking of the wood. He heard the door whenever someone came or went, and for him to not be able to hear everyone, there had to be walls between them. He wondered, as there was nothing else he could do, what these people were doing and why they had brought him here. What purpose could he serve to them? And earlier he heard someone say that they planned to use a portal to go somewhere. He presumed they meant UA or Muzutafu in general. That didn't make sense to him, but he had feeling it would if he could open his eyes and fully wake up, which was gradually happening. He could feel each individual limb slowly regain feeling, and every so often they would twitch when he dared to try and move them. Brian had gotten excited when he noticed Midoriya move and tried to wake him up through a one-sided conversation. Despite sounding like Bakugo, Brian was nice and told him about things that made him wonder where in the hell he was. First was the mention of a place called Liones and Camelot. One of those places he linked to Eveline, due it being her last name, but the other he knew from childhood when the daycare teachers would tell them random legends from other countries. The stories of King Arthur and his knights were popular among the girls. He never understood why, so the kids heard it often. These two places did not exist as far as he was aware, so he could only wonder where they were going. He had played with the idea that he was in Eveline's world, but he told himself to not jump to conclusions yet. Everything that could clarify his situation was waiting for him. He just needed to wake up. Alright, I've had enough of this. He heard Zelda's footsteps move closer to him. Time to get up. Midoriya felt his body twitch out of fear, then he felt Zelda lean closer to him. He wasn't sure what she was doing until he felt her bite down on his shoulder with such force that he had to wake up. Oh good, Zelda gleefully smiled as she liked away the blood on her teeth. You're awake. Midoriya couldn't speak, only managing horse pants as he gripped his bleeding shoulder. Who just bites a person they don't know? Was she like Toga Himiko? Here, you'll be needing these. Zelda threw something at Midoriya and turned to head to the door. Change into these and come out when you're done. I'll let everyone know you're up. Midoriya could only hold his shoulder and watch her leave. When she was gone, he checked his shoulder to see how bad the bite was, finding that she barely left and punctured holes in his skin. She had bitten him. There was blood on her mouth. There was definitely a lot of blood on his ruined sleep shirt. So how was there nothing on his skin? I'm so confused. But she gave me an order, so I can do that, Midoriya said to himself as he pulled out the clothes that Zelda had thrown at him. The clothes weren't anything that he was used to, as they weren't exactly loose. The cream-colored shirt was almost fitted perfectly to his body, and the green vest wasn't something he'd normally wear, but he couldn't just discard it. The pants were, at least, loose and he could comfortably move in them, so that was a plus. Looking around the vacant room after he dressed, Midoriya realized that he hadn't been given any shoes. Well, something was going to be overlooked, I guess. He thought as he looked down at his bare feet. I think we're indoors, so I'll just wait for her to come back then. He didn't have to wait very long as Zelda returned with who he assumed to be Brian and another attractive woman. The woman was the first to approach him, a cunning smile painted on her lips. Ah, I see, it was a forceful wake-up call. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. The other woman and Brian turned toward Zelda. Your bite mark didn't heal fully. Thought I did a good job healing him so you wouldn't notice. Zelda gave a humorless laugh as she leaned against the doorframe. He's up though, so let's get this over with. Midoriya could only sit there stiffly as the three people argued with each other for a moment. He understood most of what was going on, but he was still confused as to what they meant by Zelda healing him. Did she have two quirks? Or maybe healing was her quirk. I hope you don't plan on feeding on him throughout this, Brian teased with a playful pinch of Zelda's cheek. I don't think he or Eveline would appreciate it. Midoriya made a loud yelp and the group turned back to him to find that he was pale and he was crying. FFF feed? Off of MME? Yes. Brian grinned while the other two were still in shock from Midoriya's quick crying. Zelda here is a vampire after all. She likes to slowly drink from people, making them her little slaves and Brian. Zelda punched Brian square in the face before grabbing his arms and holding him down with her boot pressed against his spine, ready to rip his arms out if he uttered another word. I do not do that. And I wasn't planning on feeding off of him, you freak. Oh dear. The other woman sighed. All right, you two need to leave. Not until he apologizes. Never. That's enough. The woman clapped her hands together, snapping her fingers when her hands pulled away from each other, and a hole that seemed to go to. Another room appeared beneath the arguing pair. They dropped through the hole and then it quickly closed. Midoriya hadn't a clue of what was going on and felt that he should do something to protect himself. However, there was a piece of his mind that reminded him that no one had hurt him since he came into their custody. Even so, he didn't like being vulnerable like this. I apologize for abducting you during the night and forcing you into a day-long slumber, but I trust that you'll understand why in a moment. Well, the woman smirked slightly and seated herself in the air, which unnerved Midoriya further. I suppose I should introduce myself. My name's Merlin and I was formerly the most powerful sorceress of the Kingdom of Liones. You wouldn't know anything about that place, so don't think about it too hard, okay? Midoriya wanted to say something but kept his mouth shut. He figured that it might be best to just listen for now and then ask questions later. Now, let's get the point of this. I need your help in rescuing Eveline. Eveline? Yes. Merlin moved slightly, her posture tenser than it was before. It's complicated and I can't tell you everything just yet. W8. He cried in a panic. Is that why she told me that she couldn't talk to me? She said she had to cut off our dash. You two had a spiritual link? Merlin asked. He noted how relieved she seemed to be about that fact. That will make this easier, but you say she cut it off? I think so, but I'm not sure, but I felt something when she stopped talking to me. Like she was gone, even though I didn't realize that I was feeling her with me. Midoriya struggled with the idea that the whole time they were talking, Eveline never told him about her being held against her will. But the link isn't gone, Merlin muttered softly to herself. During his brief sulking, Merlin had done something to him without him noticing. She's blocked it, which makes sense as she can't use her powers within that cell without alerting anyone. Midoriya's eyes widened. What might happen if she did? What? What if she did use her powers in her cell? What would happen to her? Merlin moved closer to Midoriya, invading his personal space to glare. Did she do something? Well. Midoriya hesitantly explained what had happened during the fight with Gentle, how she had appeared and how she watched the concert through him. Merlin's frown deepened until she couldn't keep her frustration to herself. That foolish girl, it explains why security was heightened the last 2 days. She then pinched the bridge of her nose. All right, we can work around this. Midoriya remained quiet, fearing that somehow he had done something wrong until another person came into the room. Merlin, the large man said as he stood in the doorway, Zelda told us our guest was up. Should we gather in your study? Merlin nodded wearily and asked that he make sure everyone who knew the secret was present. Oh, and Drystan? Tell your sister that I intend to use a spell on her if she can't get a hold of herself. Drystan nodded and quickly left to carry out Merlin's orders, leaving Midoriya alone with her again. So, he finally said after a moment of silence. Is there something I should know before this meeting? Merlin gave that a thought and sighed. I suppose I should brief you on it so that we don't have any misunderstandings. I will say that I want you to understand that we chose you specifically for this purpose that I'm about to explain, and we need your full cooperation for this to work. Midoriya nodded. All right, so what's this mission? Now that's what I like to hear. Merlin's smile returned as she leaned back into a relaxed position. The whole story is a bit much to go over, But Eveline has an older sister, Guinevere, who is looking to kill Eveline and lay waste to the human realm with the help of some warlord that showed up a few years ago. We don't understand her motives, nor do we know the real relationship between Guinevere and that human lord, but we do know that she intends to act soon. So you're breaking Eveline out before that can happen. Exactly, we need to have her removed from their custody, and from there, it's a matter of keeping her safe for the time being. Merlin let out a slight sigh that seemed more for show than out of any genuine emotion. For now, we need you because no one here knows who you are, and it'll be a good way to tie up any potential loose ends. Midoriya didn't understand how that last part worked, but seeing as he now was involved in this rescue mission, he may as well go with it. Besides, Eveline was in trouble and it was his job to help her. However, there was clearly more to the circumstances than what Merlin was sharing, and he couldn't bring himself to fully accept the responsibility she was presenting him when he hadn't clue what it fully entailed. Okay, but that can't be it, he stated firmly, maintaining eye contact with the smug woman. You picked me somehow. So, what use do you think I have? Merlin only smiled before shaking her head. You sure have a keen eye. For that, I guess I should reward you. I've kept an eye on you for some time while scouting for potential places to hide Eveline. I intend to send her with you after we rescue her, along with a few others. Your world is a perfect place for her to be for a while. That wasn't the answer he was expecting, and he found himself without words until Merlin told him that they should go meet with the others. I should warn you that they have some unique personalities that are hard to handle sometimes. Think you'll be okay? Midoriya nodded, confident that his wild classmates prepared him for all kinds of weirdness, only to be horribly proven wrong. Midoriya sat between a huge silver-haired man named Mail and Drystan while Brian and his sister Anna held an arm wrestling contest with a pink-haired guy named Gowther acting as their referee. When Merlin brought him to the room that acted as their group's meeting office, he was pounced on by a small, even compared to him, young woman with pinkish-orange hair and deep purple eyes who was the Flora he had heard about while sleeping. He was immediately embarrassed, but the young fairy hardly cared. She openly declared that Midoriya was the cutest boy she had ever seen and that he was now her boyfriend, much to her brother's annoyance and Midoriya's horror. Her brother, Drystan, quickly apprehended her and apologized profusely over her inappropriate actions. She's not bright and acts without thinking, he had said before dragging her out of the room to scold her. After that, Brian seized the green-haired teenager and brought him to his younger sister Anna. These two, unlike Drystan and Flora, looked nearly identical and acted as if they were one person in two bodies. They spoke in unison, though not always, loved to play games, especially any that involved alcohol or physical strength, and they both decided on a whim that they liked him. It was through them that he was introduced to Gowther, who eagerly greeted Midoriya but was unable to engage in a conversation with him as the other two suddenly demanded their arm wrestling match. As they required a referee, Gowther suggested that Midoriya greet Mail as they would be the ones to work together the most. A good relationship between you will make this a lot smoother, was what he said before turning to the wild siblings and starting the match. It took Midoriya 5 seconds to realize that he hadn't a clue who Mail was, and given that he had met everyone in the room at present, he had decided to just sit in a corner of the room and wait for someone to throw themselves at him again. It didn't take that long. Flora and Drystan eventually returned and she tried to throw herself at him again, only to be caught by Zelda. How many times do we have to tell you to stop throwing yourself at people? Zelda asked with a heavy sigh. If you keep this up, I'll happily leave you behind when we leave. Flora took the threat with all seriousness and reluctantly sulked off to pout quietly to herself. Drystan and Zelda weren't the least bothered, and the tall brunette took it upon himself to properly educate Midoriya on everyone he'd be working with. There's a total of 5 main races and clans in this world, he stated as he seated himself next to the teenager. In this room, all 5 are represented as most of us are half-breeds. What are the clans? Midoriya asked as his hand twitched in anticipation. Nothing bothered him more than the fact that he hadn't one of his notebooks to write in. Humans, giants, fairies, goddesses, and demons. There are subraces included, like vampires, which is what Zelda is, but that's a little complicated. Midoriya nodded and glanced around the room. So, what are you? If I may ask. Drystan shrugged, half giant, half fairy. Flora takes after our dad so she's more fairy. I'm like our mom, so I have to take medicine that lets me be human-sized for a bit. Huh. It humiliated Midoriya that he couldn't think of a better response than that, but Drystan didn't seem to mind. Can you tell me about the others? They don't seem too keen on talking right now. Sure, pick someone and I'll tell you what you need to know. Again, Midoriya nodded and took a moment to think of who might be the most interesting to learn about. He had a lot of questions and he didn't know what Dristan's patience would be like, so he figured that he should start with whoever might have a lot to talk about. Which meant he asked about Merlin. Her. When Midoriya confirmed that he asked about her, Dristan's demeanor changed slightly, leaving Midoriya to wonder what her status among them was. Don't get too comfortable with her, she's not known for her strict loyalty unless it involves her goals or interests. She's an ally, for now, she's paying off an old debt by helping us. How much do you trust her? Very little, he stated coldly. Eveline trusts her more than any of us, even Male can't bring himself to have faith. Midoriya took that in with an innocent frown, and asked if there might be things he should look out for that could mean trouble. It's hard to tell with Merlin. She keeps her intentions well guarded and you could think you figured her out, but she'll always surprise you. That I see. In truth, he was more concerned with Merlin's unpredictable nature, but he felt he should move on to see who else might be on the fence. What about Zelda? What's she like? Drystan smiled, seemingly out of amusement, and answered, That's Eveline's cousin, daughter of the second demon prince Zeldris and the vampire queen, Gelda. I might suggest you call her Lady Zelda because she's proud of her heritage. Before Midoriya could say anything, a deeper voice interrupted them. If you're going to suggest that, then he should call you and Flora Lord and Lady too. Glancing to his right, Midoriya felt small compared to this new man. He stood about 2 feet taller than him and had a body type comparable to Endeavor without his costume. He seemed like the stern type, but Dristan's casual response to him made Midoriya wonder what this man must be like. That's rude, Male. I'd like to keep a friendly relationship with our homestay host. Speaking of which, what is your name? Midoriya blushed and lowered his head as he realized that as being introduced to everyone, no one heard Merlin say his name. Then again, everyone was rowdy when they entered. Izuku Midoriya, but everyone calls me Deku. Deku? All right, Deku it is. Brian cheered as he struggled against his sister's might. Let's share a drink later. Midoriya's face heated and he tried to stammer out an excuse, but Male beat him to the punch. Don't worry about that. Male gently smiled as he patted the young man's shoulder. He'll drink your cup before you can touch it. Okay. From there was how Midoriya found himself sitting between Drystan and Male. Drystan had finished giving Midoriya all he needed to know about everyone, including that Brian and Anna were his cousins, but he didn't tell the flustered teen much else after that. Male, however, had struck up a conversation with Midoriya, though it was mostly about what his world was like and few things like if Midoriya knew how he planned to accommodate everyone he would be taking back to his world. How many am I taking? He asked. His voice cracking was the last he wanted at the moment, but it happened regardless. Sorry, but Merlin never told me who was going and it's not like I came to this world knowing what was going on. Male nodded and explained that most everyone in the room was going with him. Merlin, myself, and Gowther planned to stay behind. You're forgetting Bartra, Drystan added with a yawn. He's not letting Eveline out of his sight once we get her. Yes, Bartra. So, that's 6 people. How am I gonna hide 6 people from the teachers? No, I can't hide anyone from them. But what am I gonna do? There's nowhere for them to go once they get to my world. His internal struggle was felt by another, and the voice that he longed and dreaded to hear again flooded his mind. Izuku? What's wrong? It took so much willpower for him to not jump or make his surprise obvious to everyone around him. He didn't answer her though, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hide this connection the two of them had. He didn't know how anyone would react and he hadn't figured out who to trust in this group of wild individuals. I'll tell you later. Eveline made some protests, but he remained firm. Besides, they needed to talk about that photo Bakugo showed him and why it seemed that Eveline didn't remember him. Merlin eventually returned with an older man, Male pointed at him and told Midoriya that he was Eveline's grandfather, and a young man with wild orange hair who Brian greeted as Arthur. She called everyone to order. "All right, is everyone here?" "As present as ever." Anna cheered with a grin. "So what's the plan?" Merlin urged the two newcomers to take a seat and began explaining what they currently knew of Eveline's situation. "She's been moved from tower cell to the lower ones. I can't say for sure which floor or roughly where we can find her. The guard who tipped me could only say that Guinevere knows for sure where Eveline is." Midoriya saw where Zelda's lip twitch, and she demanded to know why Eveline had been moved. "The day we brought in Izuku Midoriya, something happened at the prison and it was decided that Eveline needed to be under special observation. From what was described, I believe that her powers activated somehow and that alarmed the guards. We can only guess what happened after that." Merlin turned her gaze toward Zelda and smiled. "I don't think it puts us at too much of a disadvantage, but we can still make changes to our plan if you wish." Merlin didn't receive much of a response from the dark-haired woman, only a soft growl and an averted glare, though Bartra had plenty of questions regarding his granddaughter. They wouldn't have done anything to her, right? If it was an accident. "I don't know if it was an accident," Merlin admitted with some dejection. "Eveline wouldn't have done anything like that purposefully, but we can't cross out the possibility." Midoriya felt his body tense slightly. He had a feeling that the use of power that they were talking about was when Eveline helped him against Gentle and when she watched the festival. If he had known she was putting herself in danger, he would have told her not to do anything to help him. But then again, what if the accident was caused because she wasn't expecting some kind of backlash? He wondered if he should ask Merlin for specifics or the culprit herself. Now wouldn't be the best time for that though. "I know she's still alive, and we should be grateful for that much," Merlin stated rather coldly. "Still, I think we might need to change tactics regarding how we'll get in. With an increase of guards, I doubt we can get in and out unnoticed." The group agreed with that idea, and a sort of gloom fell over them as they discussed what they could do for their friend. Everything they discussed made little sense to Midoriya. He didn't know anything about some demon realm, nor did he understand what they meant about attack magic and illusion magic. In fact, he had plenty of questions about this magic they kept talking about. So quirks aren't a thing here? Or is magic what they call quirks? I'm so confused and I don't know how to ask about this. He glanced around the room, noticing that everyone was wholly invested in their strategy. To interrupt them and ask all of his questions would annoy them, no doubt. So, he turned to the only person who would listen to him. "Eveline, will you tell me about magic?" To his dismay, he didn't get an immediate response as he had hoped, but he realized that Eveline might be confused as to why he was asking about something she never shared with him. He told her all about quirks and how they worked, but she never told him about her world or her powers. The first time he had ever learned about her having powers was the fight with Gentle. "How do you know about that, Izuku?" How he should answer that evaded him. Just blurt out that her friends abducted him from his world so that he could help save her. She took great pains to hide the truth of her situation from him, and as much as it hurt him, and in a way, he didn't understand why he felt that way, he could guess that she had her reasons. After all, until now, there was nothing he could have done for her, and maybe she knew that based on what he had told her about himself and his world. And then it clicked. Eveline knew they weren't from the same world from the beginning. She knew more of their bizarre connection than him and kept herself shrouded in mystery to spare him the pain of when she'd disappear because she accepted that she's going to die. "Eveline?" His mental voice cracked as he spoke to her. In person, he lowered his head and fought against the tears that were trying to fall from his eyes. "If I asked you for your honesty, will you tell me what's happening to you?" She was silent, which he expected, and when she answered he felt a weight place itself on his shoulders. "My sister plans to publicly execute me by the week's end. She has me imprisoned for false crimes and labeled me a traitor to everyone in my world." "Izuku, why are you asking these weird questions? So, you don't know? Do you really believe you're going to die? Izuku? Don't you know? There are people trying to save you. Zelda, Male, Drystan, Anna, Flora, Brian, your grandfather, Gauther, Merlin, and someone named Arthur. They took me from my world and brought me here to help save you." "What do you mean? Why would they pick you? And why were they looking in other worlds for help?" Immediately, Midoriya felt regret in telling her what was going on as he could hear the fear and pain in Eveline's voice. He hadn't told why they were looking at other worlds, but he had a feeling that she was able to figure that part out. Maybe, she's already aware of that part of the plan. I don't know for sure, but Merlin told me that since no one in this world knows me, it'd be a good way to tie up loose ends. But that's beside the point. Why are you acting as no one will save you? Because, after everything that has happened, everyone's turned on me. My family, my friends, even the people I fought so hard to protect don't want me. Her voice weakened and he could tell that she was crying both in her mind and in person. Guinevere's too powerful now and I can't bring myself to fight my sister. So you'll take an unjust death? Just like that? Midoriya took a few uneven breaths to calm himself. He couldn't DMN her for feeling like no one cared about her. He didn't even know the particulars of what was happening in this world. But he did know this. He was going to save her. I don't know what else to do, that I'm weak compared to the others. My powers are unpredictable. Don't worry about that, because I am here now and I swear that I will save you. Midoriya lifted his eyes and saw that everyone was too invested in arguing among themselves to have noticed him. There was one thing he needed to know though. Evel, who do you trust? Zelda. She answered promptly, if there's anyone who should be trusted, it's her. Out of everyone you named, she's the best fighter and she knows me better than anyone. May I tell her what you've told me? Better yet, I am going to tell her but she might not believe me. You want me to prove that we can talk to each other like this? Can you? I can try. I don't exactly know how to force a projection of myself like I did for you, but I can try. Worst case scenario, I could just tell you her embarrassing stories that only I know. I'd like to not die, he said quickly as he worriedly glanced Zelda's way, relieved that she wasn't looking his way. I meant that as a last resort. Still not okay with it. But tell me, now that we're being honest, what is magic and how does it work? It's hard to explain, there's nothing definitive about it like there seems to be for your quirks. I suppose in general terms, it's a manifestation of belief, willpower, and is usually found through training and even experimentation. Races like goddesses and demons are technically born with this kind of power, but we must unlock it and learn to access it for ourselves. Humans are born with the capability, but they have to put themselves through rigorous training to achieve anything magical. They're talking about magical attacks. Do you know anything about that? It depends on who you're talking about. Our powers vary from person to person just like quirks. Take Merlin for example. She's a powerful sorceress because her power is infinity. She can learn any magic and perform it without any drawbacks. That was interesting to him as he realized that, in theory, quirks and magic weren't that different. However, they couldn't be that similar, so he decided that he needed to see his companion's powers in action to fully understand how different they were from quirks. It would give him the advantage to know should he have to join any battles. Alright, is there anything else I should know? Yes, and I need you to relay this to Zelda when you talk to her. What is it? They have the twins. When the meeting finally adjourned, Merlin asked Mail to escort Midoriya to his room for the time being, which was conveniently across from Zelda's bedroom. She wasn't bothered by it like he was, but she seemed suddenly interested in talking with him, so she invited him into her room. And by invited, she hauled him by the collar of his shirt and dragged him into her room, telling Mail that she just wanted to have some words with him. Aren't there nicer ways you could have done this? He asked rather pathetically as she dropped him onto the floor. I don't care if there is, she replied with a half-amused smirk. Besides, pleasantries aren't my style. You would have known that if you had asked Eveline. Ha! Zelda had seated herself on top of her bed, cross one leg over the other as she looked down on the green-haired teenager. I'm not dumb, nor am I blind. I know what it looks like when you have a telepathic link with someone. And who else would you have a link with? What makes you think it was Eveline? It could have been someone from my world. Because the goddess symbol briefly appeared in your eyes, I'm amazed you didn't know that. Goddess symbol? Eveline. Help. What's wrong? Zelda says that a symbol appears in my eyes when you talk to me. The Triskelion? That can't be right, someone from your world would have noticed it before. Unless. For it to show up, a goddess has to be possessing your body, Zelda explained, almost as if she knew what Eveline was about to say. She's not in full possession, not even half. I'd say it's probably even less than a quarter, but it's enough for such a change to briefly occur. Your eyes don't even turn orange like they're supposed to. Possession? So then, you saw us talking earlier. I'll give you some credit. I thought you were deep in your thoughts until the Triskelion appeared. She uncrossed her legs and leaned forward slightly. So, care to share what you were talking about? The morning following the school's cultural festival came rather slowly for the students of UA, and it felt odd to those of Class 1A. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that it was suddenly raining when the day before had been bright and sunny. Or maybe it was because everyone was still exhausted from the festival and it took them more energy to leave their beds than normal. Or maybe it was because Midoriya hadn't been seen yet, which was highly unusual as he usually was up and training by 6 or 7. True, it was the weekend, but he always got up before the sunrise to train, no matter what. Since everyone was feeling a bit sluggish, no one was immediately worried, coming up with logical reasons for the green-haired teenager being oddly absent until they couldn't help but grow concerned. To ease everyone, Ida offered to check on Midoriya. Ida went to Midoriya's dorm to check on his friend, only to not get any response. He tried a couple more times before giving up and returning to the common room alone. He reasoned that maybe Midoriya was exhausted from the festival and that he might come out later, but that never happened. They waited and waited. Uraraka tried to go up and check on him, but Tsuyu managed to divert her attention elsewhere until it was impossible to pretend that everything was okay. By 11, Bakugo broke down Midoriya's door, finding the room to be empty. "He's not here?" Kirishima asked, poking his head into the room after Bakugo entered. "Bed's not made and the sliding door is closed," Bakugo noted aloud and carefully glanced around the room. It felt wrong for him to be in there, but he easily pushed away those feelings as he inspected the room. "If he ain't here, where the hell is he?" Kirishima only meekly replied as he texted Ida, informing him that Midoriya wasn't in his room and that there was no sign of him leaving, either voluntarily or by force. His shoes were still by the door, none of the doors were unlocked. They had nothing to go off of. Ida's informing the teachers, "We should probably wait outside the room or—" Kirishima looked up from his phone and saw Bakugo rummaging through some of the things Midoriya left out in the open. "Hey, what are you doing?" While Kirishima had been texting their class president, Bakugi had taken it upon himself to look at one of the notebooks that Midoriya had left out on his desk. It was one of his many observation notebooks and, under normal circumstances, Bakugo wouldn't have bothered with it. However, he had the slightest suspicion that if there were any clues regarding Midoriya's disappearance, it might be in that notebook. Picking it up without much regard for what Kirishima was saying, he opened it and read it. For the most part, most of what he found related only to their classmates and a few new strategies and whatnot. Nothing out of the ordinary until he reached the middle pages. From there, he found a handful of pages dedicated to Gentle Criminal, La Brava, and finally, Eveline Liones. Why did it bother him to see her name written down? And why did he clench his teeth as he read about every NTMT detail that Midoriya thoughtfully jotted down about the woman he supposedly barely knew? Thinking back to last night, Bakugo realized how much Midoriya kept to himself, and what made him angrier was that Midoriya managed to keep his cool as he lied to them. Midoriya said that he and Eveline only had a telepathic connection, but that fight with Gentle suggested otherwise. He didn't know much about her, but she dropped hints about herself through nostalgic slips that Midoriya caught but kept to himself. However, Bakugo couldn't say that the information was all that new to him. When they met as children, Eveline told them both about how she was the daughter of the Demon King and Supreme Goddess, making her a princess. She told them about the 7 deadly sins, the holy wars, her family. She was quite the unrestrained chatterbox back then, so what happened to make her so reserved? Not to mention that Eveline seemed to never allude to knowing Midoriya. Such an important detail should have been brought up by Eveline at least, unless maybe she didn't remember Midoriya. His voice had changed since childhood, but Eveline should have seen Midoriya during that fight and the teen hadn't changed, he just got a little taller and buffer. Irritated as he was, Bakugo was beginning to notice something that he didn't want to admit. Eveline had some sort of link or connection to Midoriya, and it might have been that link that caused Midoriya to vanish. What sparked this hypothesis was the fight between Midoriya and Gentle Criminal. Obviously, Eveline's involvement in the fight raised some questions, and considering that Eveline had come to their world before, admitted through unknown means, there was the possibility that she could have taken Midoriya. The only question would be how she managed to do it. "Hey, shitty hair," Bakugo called to Kirishima. "I need you to do something for me." "What?" Bakugo peeled his eyes away from the pages and gave Kirishima a hard glare. "Make me an account on Reddit or something and start asking for information of an Eveline Liones." "Why?" Kirishima was about to enter the room, but Bakugo was already making his way out as he shoved the notebook into the red-haired teen's chest. Because she might have something to do with this, so get moving." With that, Bakugo was out of the room and gone. Kirishima stood there with the open notebook pressed against his chest, unsure of what he had just witnessed and heard. Did Bakugo look angry? Sad? He wasn't sure what that look was, but he wasn't about to go figure it out. Besides, what was in this notebook that caused that strange reaction? Curious enough to read it, Kirishima learned a valuable lesson in not always following through with his curiosity. By the end of the day, everyone came to accept that Midoriya was missing. All Might hadn't seen him that morning and had been the first person to assume the worst as he texted and called his protege almost 100 times in 30 minutes. He had gotten a hold of Aizawa before Ida did, expressing concern and asking if maybe Midoriya had been serving some punishment for his fight yesterday. When Aizawa denied such a punishment, Ida had arrived to tell them that they couldn't find Midoriya either. The day had been spent carefully searching the campus for the teenager whilst not alarming the other students. When they couldn't find any leads or the slightest hint of the teen's presence, they had to admit the undeniable truth. As the sun set, the teachers all gathered in their conference room and discussed what they should do. First, they had to establish what they knew for certain and what was only a potential lead. Midoriya had disappeared at some point during the night. Footage of last night's surveillance showed that no one ever left 1A's dorm, and as Midoriya's veranda happened to be filmed during the robot scanning, they saw that his lights were out. The timestamp said 21:45 or 9:45 p.m., which was unusual as Midoriya usually was up studying until 1 in the morning at most. Given everything that had happened the day before, the teachers all agreed that Midoriya had to be tired and went to bed early. "Do we happen to have any later footage of the night?" Midnight asked as she nervously twirled a pen. "Maybe we can see something unusual?" Snipe, who had been looking over the footage with Hound Dog, nodded and put up the next video they had. This one focuses on his window for a moment. We couldn't figure out why though. It's stamped at midnight, right on the dot. The video played. At first, the camera was casually scanning the area, doing its usual rounds, until it quickly jerked to the right and focused on Midoriya's closed curtains. There was nothing unusual from what they could see. No lights, no movements. So what caused the robot to look there? A malfunction? Power Loader asked. Ectoplasm shook his head. "No, those robots are checked every day. We would have noticed if something was wrong before the festival." "Indeed." Aizawa tiredly stared at the projection until he felt his eyes go dry. "What causes the robots to do that?" "Movement." Power Loader shook his head. "No, movement is one thing that could have gotten its attention, but there's also sound and heat signatures." "I didn't hear anything unusual," Present Mike noted. With a sigh, "Is there a way to check the infrared?" Snipe messed around with the settings until he got the video to show the infrared version. Starting from the beginning, there was nothing unusual until the camera panned to Midoriya's veranda. This time they say that room was several degrees hotter than the other rooms, which should have been impossible as the rooms didn't come with individual thermostats. The area of his room was a bright reddish-orange while everyone else's room was a yellow or purplish-blue. "What the?" All Might stood up from his seat, as did Aizawa. "What is that?" The other teachers sat there in awe as they observed the video, noticing details that they wouldn't have seen with the original version of the clip. They watched the video several times, trying their hardest to see if there was something else that could have missed with this new perception. It took them a while until Present Mike noticed something a little strange happening behind those curtains. "What is that?" he asked as he pointed toward the curtains. "Are they moving?" "What do you mean they're moving?" Midnight moved closer to see what the loud blonde was talking about. Where do you see that? Go back a bit, it's subtle but I swear I saw it move. Snipe rewound the video, stopping when present Mike suddenly shouted for him to stop. Right there. Mike jumped out of his chair and pointed at the curtain. Try it without the infrared. I bet it's something. Before Snipe changed the video, the group did see the curtain move, or maybe it wasn't the curtain. When the video switched, they watched the clip again and did notice something moving. This time they were able to see that the curtain did move with what looked like a person standing by it. A person that didn't look like Midoriya. Who is that? Midnight turned to Hound Dog and asked if he had sniffed out Midoriya's room. Hound Dog growled and barked, which translated to the following statement. I smelled Bakugo and Todoroki in there, but nothing unusual. There was a strange burnt smell, but I could never pinpoint where it came from, and it was gone before long. A burnt smell? Like smoke? Hound Dog shook his head and growled again. No, like something metal was burning hot. What could that have been? All Might mused aloud. And what about young Midoriya? You never said you smelled him. His scent was faint, almost as if he hadn't been there in a while. Ectoplasm said, having already had this conversation with Hound Dog earlier in the day. I would say that the metal scent must have overpowered his scent, which might be why it's so faint. But that still leaves the question of what happened and why was it you smelled Bakugo and Todoroki in there? Wasn't the two who went into the room this morning Bakugo and Kirishima? Indeed. Aizawa lowered his head. The headache that this was becoming was going to kill him. There were so many unanswered questions and worst of all, they had nothing to go off of. For now, what can we do? We have to inform his mother, Ectoplasm stated matter-of-factly. We need to also involve the police in this. Yes, we must do that first and foremost, but I have some concerns about the general public knowing about this. Nizu sighed. Learning of a breach in security could hurt us in the public's eye and put our students at risk. The teachers all agreed, but that also put a strain on the thought of telling Midoriya's mother about the disappearance of her son. She had been strongly against the idea of Midoriya continuing his studies at UA, and this wasn't going to help anything, but neither would hiding this fact from her. We don't have enough to work with. Perhaps we can hold off telling Mrs. Midoriya? All Might nervously suggested. All we know for sure is that he's gone and that there's no evidence that he left his room at night. With only that, she'll be a hysterical mess. But not telling her dash. We'll tell her, just not immediately. All Might reasoned softly. We could say that the police needed to do their job first before we could tell her anything. That didn't help ease anyone. But even Aizawa understood All Might's perspective on the matter and added his opinion on it. It's not a bad idea, perhaps not the best choice where morals are involved, but we should let the police do their part before anything is shared. Naturally, the teachers argued about it for a moment more before Nizu finally decided to give his choice on the matter. I suppose it isn't morally correct to withhold this information from her, he said in low voice. But we can't always be on the moral side of things when that could put everyone in danger. As it stands, we don't know where he is or how he disappeared, though we have something to suggest that it happened in his dorm room. With only that, we have nothing to ease her nerves, and then we must think of the students and their parents. News like this travels fast. And therefore, I will only allow for 2 days for the police to see what they can find. After that, we must tell her no matter what. The teachers reluctantly agreed before asking what they could do to help the situation as it stood. For now, they thought up of a way to inspect the other dorms without RSNG suspicion, and the security bots were programmed to carefully observe students' rooms. An additional 3 boys were given orders to only watch Midoriya's room and to give notice if anything unusual happens during the search for him. From there, however, they were at a loss. With so little to go off of, this was all they could think of. The meeting promptly ended without any comforting resolution reached, not that they expected to reach anything satisfactory. Still, the teachers were forced to leave feeling as if they had failed in some way. They all wondered what could have been done to prevent this. Was there anything they could have done to prevent this? Possibly, but how? Midoriya wasn't acting suspicious or like he was in any danger. As much as he might try to solve problems on his own, the poor kid was terrible at lying and they would have caught on to any ruse of his. So, what happened? Aizawa, as he left the faculty room, thought back to Eri and Mirio and how they might react to the news. The young girl had already been given to the school and her room was all set up for her. To help her with the transition, he planned to have everyone involved in her rescue to greet her, but now that wouldn't work. As much as Aizawa didn't want to hide anything, he couldn't imagine how Eri would react to learning that the boy who helped her was now gone. Would she blame herself? Most likely. Might it cause more issues for her mental health? Who was he kidding? This would just hurt her because she still held onto some guilt. But really, this had nothing to do with her, so maybe he could talk her out of that mentality. And then Mirio, he's already lost his mentor, and now a friend? True, they were certain that the first-year student was still alive as they had no reason to believe otherwise, but they didn't know where he was. Mirio was struggling with the loss of his quirk, and not being able to help with this investigation was going to add to his growing sorrow. He thought about it while he made his way to 1A's dorms. He had been giving special instructions to inform the class of what had been discussed and decided in regards to what was going to happen from here on out. Luckily, once it became clear that this was an emergency, the class already imposed their own rules toward the matter. No one was allowed to share the event with anyone outside of 1A, including with their parents, and they were to try to assist with the investigation however possible. It was moments like this that reminded him how devoted these students were toward each other and their future hero work. With Ida and Yayorozu organizing them, together these kids could accomplish so much, and this showed it. However, they were still teenagers, not exactly seasoned heroes who have faced a plethora of cases like this, so it was only a matter of time before they cracked under pressure. He wanted to alleviate as much of the strain to keep the students from emotionally overexerting themselves, but, like Midoriya, they would take everything on, and that's the one thing he was going to have nip in the bud if he was going to allow them to be of any assistance. "Sensei!" A young woman's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked up and found Uraraka and Ida sprinting his way. The brunette looked hopeful while the class representative appeared to feel the same, if not a bit more on edge. "What is it?" he asked quickly, unsure of what could have encouraged these two to come out like this. He was grateful that it was late enough that the other students were back in their dorms, so there weren't any onlookers as far as he knew. "Sensei, Bakugo says he knows what happened to Dash." Before Uraraka could continue, Ida caught up to her and quickly covered her mouth. "Forgive me, Uraraka, but remember what we said earlier about keeping this under wraps," he said as he gently released her. "But yes, Bakugo has a theory." "What?" That was, perhaps, the most uplifting thing he had heard, and he quickly squashed it to avoid getting hopeful. He followed the two students back into the dorm and found all of 1A in the common room. Some of the students were crowding around Bakugo as he was looking at something on his laptop while the rest were scattered around, probably pacing. "Where is he?" Aizawa demanded as politely as he could. "Tell me." "I never said I knew where he was, I said I had a feeling," Bakugo growled as he pulled up a discussion forum for the teacher to see while Kirishima opened the notebook and handed it to Aizawa. "But I think my theory is the best shot we got." "Okay, but what is it then?" "Just read." Aizawa, though annoyed, read the forum. It was a Reddit post made by Bakugo, asking if there was anyone familiar with the name Eveline Liones. 2 replies followed. The first was by a user called BritainHistorian09, and they said that Eveline Liones was a mythical figure within British myths, just like King Arthur. She was the daughter of a powerful goddess and demon, and she was a protector of the human race. The user linked several sources and said that there were theories that Eveline did exist, but in an alternate universe as someone with a powerful warp quirk had visited her once. They linked that article as well. The second user, Merlin's Apprentice, provided something different. Eveline Liones, as in the granddaughter of King Bartra of Lyonesse and daughter of Elizabeth and Meliodas? "I never met her, but I met her cousin, Zelda. Apparently, they were playing near a lake, and when they fell in, they were separated and Zelda ended up in my neighborhood. She told me about Eveline though, really pretty, light blonde hair, emerald eyes, fair skin, dressed in a plaid red-white dress with matching red shoes. I think she was also supposed to have a hat on her head too. Anyways, my grandpa was the man who had that warp quirk that the first user mentioned. I have pictures that he took of her if you'd like to see them. Here's the link. My grandpa has journals of his trip in Britannia, If there's anything you need to know, I can help. Aizawa pulled away from the screen and looked at the notebook that Kirishima had given him. The first thing he saw was Eveline's name, and he carefully read the notes that Midoriya left. His blood boiled as he found the small mention of the ringing in Midoriya's ear being a cover-up for his communication with Eveline. And then a detailed part about her entering Midoriya's body? This boy was getting put on cleaning duty for 3 weeks when they find him. Here, Bakugo held out the old photo he shared with Midoriya while simultaneously clicking on the link Merlin's apprentice shared with him. The pictures showed the same little girl that was in his photo. It's the same person. I saw her. Ghost or spirit during the concert. What? Aizawa squinted his eyes in frustration. What do you mean you saw her? I didn't see her anywhere. I saw her as well, Todoroki added, Kirishima as well, but we both thought it was a trick of the light at first. Yeah. Kirishima nodded eagerly. I saw what looked like a sort of glowing mist around Deku, but I was shaving the ice, so I thought that was what it was. Todoroki and Bakugo confronted Deku about it last night. Aizawa was taken aback by that. Confronted him? Why? He had been acting strange lately, and we thought that maybe they would be able to get him to be honest about it. Uraraka cried softly, her head lowered as she spoke. I mean, he was spacing out a lot, and sometimes he'd say something that didn't make any sense to whoever heard him. So we cornered him in his room and he told us what had been happening. Todoroki turned to Bakugo, trying to see whether or not the explosive blonde would help elaborate. Luckily, Bakugo was in a helping mood. That idiot said that Eveline had been singing or talking to him and that he had been keeping her company. Started talking to him sometime after that mission he internship crap. Aizawa clenched his teeth. Why the hell didn't he say anything? Said he didn't want to worry anyone and he didn't want you to think it was because of Eri, Uraraka said rather suddenly, only to realize that she had spoken out of line. At least, that's what Todoroki said. And he did say something. Bakugo growled again. He told the nurse it was ringing in his ear when he passed out that one time. Yes, he lied. Aizawa groaned as he straightened himself, already feeling the beginnings of a headache. For all of Midoriya's achievements, his greatest faults put him into this situation. Even so, there was a lot given, but it still didn't answer the main problem. This tells me what's been going on, but not where he is. Right? Well, here's my theory, Bakugo said with a humorless grin. I think that shitty nerd is in another world. Read the rest of that thread. Aizawa gave his student a confused glance before returning and reading the thread. Actually, I do need your help. You said you met Eveline's cousin when you were a kid. I met Eveline as a kid a few years back. Do you know how they got here? Merlin's apprentice. Past what I first wrote? No, sorry, but I know how they got back. They were being watched by another goddess named Male and he came and got Zelda. I asked her how they were going to go back home, and she said that Merlin must have made a portal between the two worlds. I should add that in their world, Merlin is a woman and a sorceress, not the wizard that the Arthurian legends we know describe. Do you know if it's possible for them to freely travel between worlds? Merlin's apprentice. My grandpa could, but it caused him a great deal of pain. His notes say that Merlin could make a portal, but she needs an exact location and the proper supplies. The supplies are hard to come by, so she can't just make one willy-nilly. She made one once, I saw it. It doesn't leave any traces except for a weird smell. Kind of like burnt metal, which is weird. Do you think Merlin might want to take anyone from our world? Merlin's apprentice, experimentation. She loves to do that kind of stuff, even on people. Did someone you know get taken? They must have been super interesting to her. She'll give them back when she's done, so don't worry too much. But if you want to go after her, you'll need a warp quirk to get there. My grandpa's passed away, so he can't help you, and neither can I pass this. I didn't inherit his quirk. Aizawa pulled away a second time and sighed. You think this Merlin abducted Midoriya? Most likely, given that he was talking Eveline. Bakugo pulled back his laptop and sighed. It's a stretch, I know, but it syncs up with what was happening. It's better than what we had, Aizawa begrudgingly admitted, but that doesn't help us much either. We have no way of getting him back if that's where he is. Before Bakugo could agree with that statement, a loud squeal erupted from the couches where Mina and Jiro had been sitting with the pink girl's laptop. The two girls had been, during this whole time, doing a background check on Merlin's apprentice as well as on their grandfather. It was because of them that anyone had hope in finding Midoriya, as all the information shared could be verified thanks to their research. And now, they might have found a solution. That's where you'd be wrong, Sensei. Mina cheered as she brought her laptop over. That old man was making a machine that allows people to go to other worlds, and what do you know? The schematics are available for download on this website. Mina showed them the page, finding that the detailed blueprints were available, though a small footnote added that none of the plans ever worked. The old man died before making any progress on it, so there was no way to know if his plans could work even with improvements. However, that didn't faze Mina. Hatsum should be able to build it, she's super good with this kind of stuff. She said as she looked around the room, hoping that everyone might jump on board with her idea. That user on Reddit could help us, surely they know coordinates or stuff like that from when the old man went. I doubt anyone from the support department would agree with you. Yayarozu chuckled softly, but maybe it could work. It's something, and Hatsum always finds a way to make the impossible possible. Yeah, this could totally work. Everyone in the class cheered as the gloom that formerly fell over them dissipated. Aizawa was almost impressed with how easily they switched from hopeless to hopeful. They didn't even have proof of this Merlin's involvement, and even with the mention of burnt metal, Aizawa couldn't bring himself fully to the idea. However, at the same time, he felt that this was something. Come on, Sensei, what are we waiting for? And now he had to crush those hopes, despite, for once, not wanting to. Aizawa knew that, deep down, Power Loader would be furious if he allowed Hatsum to develop such a machine, so he was forced to quiet the students with a promise that he'd present their idea and theory to the other teachers. If they agree, we'll start on it immediately. If not, I think they will. Denki cheered in his usual airhead manner, we'll wait for the results. Yeah. The following day was rather hectic for Merlin and Zelda. After Midoriya explained everything Eveline had told him, from the week's end execution to the abduction of Zelda and Eveline's baby brothers, the two masterminds had to throw together a new escape plan within just a few hours. Because of that, everyone else was kicked out of Merlin's study within Camelot and were told to entertain themselves with training. Brian took the opportunity to claim Midoriya as his sparring partner, pushing his sister off onto dry stand. Dude, that's wicked. Brian grinned as Midoriya struck him with his shoot style. Come on, don't slow down now. Midoriya landed a few feet away from Brian and quickly charged again. Brian wanted to see what kind of power Midoriya had, and Midoriya wasn't opposed to showing him his progress. Of course, without his equipment, his attacks weren't the same. He had to be careful, which meant that Brian wasn't seeing the full extent of Midoriya's abilities. It was a bit disappointing for Midoriya, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Hey, this isn't just about me. Show me what you can do too. Heh, alright. Midoriya wondered at how Brian could be so cheerfully energetic when in a fight. He was like a cross between Ishido and Kaminari with his bubbliness, but he had to remember what Eveline had told him that night after his meeting with Zelda. We're the children of the 7 deadly sins, the strongest knights in all of Britannia. Our parents passed on their legacy to us, and it's our duty to become the next sins. Uncle Ban was an immortal human. His tolerance for pain was passed down to his children, just like his strength and powers. Brian probably takes the most after him, not only in looks and physique, but he's stronger than you'd expect. I'd be wary of his fox hunt if I were you. There was a part of Midoriya that was thrilled to be training again and to have someone new to spar against. Brian's style wasn't anything different to him, except that Brian was surprisingly agile and quick on his feet. It made Midoriya realize that his movements still weren't quick enough to keep up, and he made a note to work on that. Not bad, you leave yourself open a lot though, Brian said as Midoriya called for a break. That hero training you were talking about, it looks like it does you some good, Deku. Midoriya smiled and nodded as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Yeah, but I'm still a first year, so don't expect me to be perfect just yet. Huh? Brian approached Midoriya and ground his fist into the teenager's head. Don't go around thinking like that. There's no such thing as being perfect. Every battle you face is an opportunity to develop, even when you think you got it figured out. Midoriya tenderly rubbed the sore spot that the blonde gave him, and, when he peeked up at the taller man, he saw a hint of sadness in his red eyes. "Yeah, you're right. That's more like it." Brian grinned before moving away to stretch out. "Hey, so what's this whole training thing you do for? With that kind of power, I'd thought you'd be used to it by now." Well, Midoriya looked away as he carefully worded his response. "You see, in my world, you have to have a special license to be a hero, and since we're still kids, we have to train constantly to make sure we're ready for the next villain. You can't just help people? That's dumb." "Haddock kind of, but that's how things are, and being a hero is my dream, so I have to keep working hard to get to where I need to be." Midoriya grinned up at Brian and added, "I'm getting close. One day I'll be the greatest hero." Brian looked down at the teenager. At first, he was confused, but then he smiled. "I haven't heard ambition like that in years. I like it." That caught Midoriya off guard as Brian smiled at him. "When did you last hear it?" Brian shrugged. "It's been a long time, but I think it was when I was 15 when Eveline said something like that." "Eveline?" "Yeah." Brian turned his gaze to the horizon and continued, "It was back before any of this happened. When everything was still okay and we could be kids. Eveline believed that she had the power to help everyone, and she only hoped that she had the strength to do it." Midoriya observed as Brian wiped away a tear that threatened to fall from his red eyes. "How old was she?" 10, and she had just been gifted Lost Vein by her father." "Lost what?" "Lost Vein." Brian turned back to Midoriya with a nostalgic look drawn over his face. "It was her father's sacred treasure that Bartra had given to him a long time ago. It's a demon sword, only the owner of it can use it. And I think that's one of the things that drove Guinevere off the edge." "Huh." Midoriya wanted to ask for more details, but Brian ended the subject with a request to continue training. "Oh sure." It was hard for Midoriya to get into the fight, so he asked Brian to show him his unique power instead. Brian was all too happy to comply, which led to Midoriya feeling his body being pulled toward the blonde. "Snatch. I can take physical objects from you as well as your strength, energy, or just stop you from moving. I don't even need to touch you." Brian pulled Midoriya toward him, an act that caught the younger one off guard. However, he managed to regain himself and took the momentum to deliver a hard punch to the gut. "Oof." Brian cried as Midoriya's fist collided with his stomach. "Nice, but you're open again." Grabbing Midoriya's outstretched forearm, Brian pulled him closer to rebuild momentum before slamming Midoriya into the ground, creating a crater beneath both of them. Midoriya felt the earth break before he felt the pain. Extraordinary power. He thought with a smile, "I could learn a lot from these guys." Male, who was watching the fight, called it a tie between them on account that neither could outmatch the other just yet. Neither knew how long he had been watching them, but it didn't matter. Give it time, more practice will do you good. He turned to see how Drystan and Anna were faring, only to see that they were in a rock fight. "Those two." "Leave him," Brian grinned as he wrapped his arm around Midoriya in half-hug. "Let's try something new. What do you recommend, Deku?" Midoriya gave the suggestion a thought and suggested that they practiced maneuvering through the air. "I've had some experience with it, but I'm not great. Without the ability to fly, it is hard to maneuver around. Especially if you got rubble flying with you." Brian glanced around and shrugged. "We could ask Drystan to help. He can control the earth and make obstacles for us to run through. But we need to have someone fighting us." "I can do that," Male offered with a smile. "You fought against each other already. Try working together this time." "Work together? Huh? Like a partnership?" "Exactly," the goddess nodded. "Working together is essential to this kind of rescue. We're going to have many obstacles once we find Eveline." "Yeah, you're right." Deku turned to Brian and smiled. "Let's do this." "All right." The two hurried toward the rock fight and asked Drystan to help them with their training. At first, Drystan was against helping them as he didn't want to do anything of the sort, but Anna managed to change his mind after promising to make him as many pies as he could eat if he did as he was asked. After a moment of arguing over the flavor of the pies that he wanted, he finally gave in. They then had to come up with a plan on how to do the exercise. Drystan didn't participate in the conversation, and Midoriya and Brian weren't sure of how to proceed, so Male pitched the idea of making it a race. He told Drystan to create a small labyrinth for the duo to run through. It needed to be uneven and somewhat sturdy since they were trying to imitate a real battle. With no time limit or even destination in mind, the goddess only told them to see how long they could outrun him until they called quits. He then summoned a small amount of his power and began bombarding them with energy blasts. He would blast them from every direction possible, not always to hit them. Sometimes he wanted to slow them down, other times he wanted to see if he could easily separate them. With each attack, Midoriya and Brian made sure to keep each other in mind. They did their best to not stray too far from the other's side and, should anything separate them, like the rock from one of Male's blasts, it was their priority to find each other. They figured that being together in battle was important, so they did their best to keep close even though it wasn't worth doing during this exercise. Male's power is amazing. Midoriya cried as he and Brian overcame one of the goddess attacks. Are all goddesses like this? Nah, Male has a grace, Brian explained as he dodged some falling rocks. Sunshine. His sun-based power follows the timing of the sun. If the sun's going up, so will his power. And it's the opposite when the sun goes down? Yup. The two dodged a wall that Drystan commanded to rise between them. They were now separated and they had two options. Either they could try and break through or find a way around. Keep going, Midoriya cried, hoping that Brian could hear him over the wall. Look for a weak point. Dristan's power comes from his mother Diane, the queen of giants and sin of envy. They can control the earth through dance, essentially. But their power, while almost limitless, has its flaws. In a way though, having nature on your side increases your chances of survival in battle. If you want to beat the earth, you have to know its weaknesses. You also have to be a bit unconventional. Typically, we try to fight in the fields and valleys so there's less need for damage control, but we can't always be so lucky. Think of how you can minimize the destruction and you'll find a way to beat Drystan. Searching for weak points in the walls wasn't easy for Midoriya. Jair could do it easily but not him. So how could he test the walls without expelling his energy? In moments like these, conservative was key, so what could he do? He thought about it while he raced through the crumbling grounds. He had to assume that Drystan could easily fix any hole Midoriya made, but that might be giving Drystan too much credit. Eveline mentioned that Drystan wasn't great with his powers. He was still learning how to use it. It's better than nothing. Midoriya gathered fair enough energy to perform an ordinary Detroit smash and punched his way through the wall, making a clear hole for him to zip through. He flew through the hole, meeting Brian as the blue-haired man was further behind thanks to a steady stream of energy blasts that slowed him down. Good to see you alive, Brian teased as they quickly took shelter from Male's attacks. Not to sound rude, but I thought this was a maneuvering exercise. Male's changed his mind, I guess. Peeking his head out from their hiding spot, Midoriya saw Male approach Drystan. The two were talking and Midoriya assumed they were devising some sort of plan. Deku, Brian. Both of them poked their heads out. How about we try something new? Male is the only surviving archangel of the original goddess clan. Only they were gifted graces, just like the 10 Commandments were gifted their commandments. His grace is limited because of how powerful it is. He essentially has the power of the sun, but as you can guess, the sun can't shine all day. He has his weaknesses, few as they are. The larger his attacks, the less he can maneuver. That normally isn't an issue because those kinds of attacks are meant for a cluster of enemies. Still, the heat radiating from his body will slow you down if you're too close. What the group agreed upon was a 5-minute race through the labyrinth. Flora and Anna would keep track of the time while Male and Drystan were allowed to go all out on stopping the racing duo. They had to make it to the center of the labyrinth before time ran out and, to mark the center, Flora placed a single sunflower as their flag of sorts. Ready? The girls called out, earning varying affirmative replies. Go! Midoriya and Brian shot out of their hiding spot, splitting to their decided paths. Male and Drystan couldn't focus on both at once, so they were forced to split as well. Male's attacks are a bit much for me, but you didn't see that bothered, Midoriya noted as they discussed their plan of attack. Pain tolerance, gotta love it, Brian laughed before adding, not to mention I use some of the loose boulders as shields. I flung them up to block him so I could get a clear path. Midoriya nodded. That was a brilliant plan for something thought up on the fly. So, how about this? When the girls say go, we split ways. I'll play chicken with Drystan and you with Mail. We'll try to meet at the ledge just up ahead and we can try a dual attack on them. Sounds like a plan. Drystan cursed as Midoriya was quicker than he had anticipated, as the teenager had the advantage of speed while Drystan had to rely on his creation to help him keep up, but Midoriya was counting on that. He hadn't used his fullest speed during that first run mostly because he was trying to conserve his strength, but now that he had a better plan, there was no need for it. Keep him making more diversions. When it's time to strike, he should be too tired to fight with any real strength. Magic is tricky. When we use it too much, we become exhausted, but it's hard to get to that point for seasoned warriors. Those like my friends, however, are easier to exhaust. We weren't trained for battle. There never was a need for it because our childhoods were peaceful. That changed when Guinevere gained leadership over the Black Knights. Their experience is limited, but you've seen battle before, right? Please teach them too. If they are to fight for me, they're going against people who've spent every waking moment preparing themselves for war. Help them. Don't worry, Eveline, your friends will make it through this. Midoriya zipped to the ledge, meeting Brian there as they readied themselves for their attack. 2 minutes. That's plenty of time. Brian grinned while he reached out to snatch Drystan. Physical hunt. Midoriya focused on Mail and sped his way through the air. Mail wasn't as easy to drain as Drystan was, but that wasn't the point where he was concerned. Midoriya stuck out his hand, his fist curled as he prepared his onslaught of attacks. Delaware Smash Air Force. Mail easily avoided the attack, however, one of his wings did get hit by it. Though it didn't affect Mail's ability to fly, Midoriya noticed that injury did affect Mail as though he had struck a sensitive area. Most goddesses now don't have many wings because those who survived the First Holy War weren't involved in the war. They were citizens, normal people, and they were never drafted into the war for any reason. Because of this, their wings are very sensitive. For someone like Mail, his smaller wings are like this, but it's a particular spot, very hard to hit because he knows it there. So it's there at the joint of his wing. Midoriya grinned as he reached the injured goddess. With a swift kick, he performed a decent shoot style, St. Louis smash, though it didn't do much against him. Nice try. Mail grabbed Midoriya's calf and flung him away from the finishing line, though the teenager was caught by Brian. However, even though their efforts didn't yield the exact end that they wanted, it still worked to their advantage as they did land near the end. 60 seconds. Go! The two quickly headed toward the sunflower, hoping that they might reach it, though Drystan made one last attempt to stop them by encasing them in a trap. However, Midoriya, sensing the rock closing in around them, used Detroit Smash at 8%, just enough to clear a path for him and Brian. 5. The two were just within arm's reach. 4. Mail and Drystan each tried to stop them. Drystan summoned smaller walls as his energy was weak from being worn down by the exercise, while Mail, hardly phased, used a moderately powerful attack on the duo. 3. Just a little more, they grinned as the flower was just right there. 2. Mail's attack landed behind the duo, sending them flying. Their bodies collided with a jagged wall of rock as the clock expired. 1. Time's up. The girls cried with squeals and giggles. Who won? Mail flew down to where the two ended up going, hoping that his attack prevented them from grabbing the flower. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. As they peeled themselves from the wall, in Midoriya's hand was the sunflower, unharmed somehow. I'll give you 2 credit, you're creative. Mail smiled as he extended his hand out to them. Thanks. Midoriya groaned as he took the offered hand while Brian walked it off with barely a limp. It wasn't a perfect plan, Brian lamented as he watched Drystan slowly return the area to its former state. But it was interesting. We should go over strategies sometime, Deku. Midoriya nodded, though he was confused as to why Brian called it interesting. Don't you practice strategy? Brian turned slightly, appearing more as if he were leaning back, while he cheekily grinned at the teenager and goddess. Nah, our greatest strength is our complete and utter lack of teamwork. Both Midoriya and Mail stared at Brian as he grinned and cheerfully walked away. Midoriya wondered how Brian could confidently say that while Mail only questioned why Brian would admit that aloud. Is there anything else I should know? A lot more, but for now, this will help you. What about the others? I wasn't aware Flora had powers. Last I saw her, she was depressed because she couldn't use the power that fairies have. As for Anna, she and Brian aren't that different as far as powers go. Personalities, though, it's tricky. And Zelda? Her powers are different from her parents. Her mother can't survive in sunlight, but Zelda can. She doesn't need to drink blood. I think she's also picky about the kind of blood she does drink. Other than that, she's no different from any powerful demon. You'd have to see in action to understand her. What about Gowther and Merlin? Gowther and Merlin are the last of the Sins to still be active since Guinevere came into power. Gowther's a doll, created by a powerful wizard during the First Holy War. Merlin is what she is. There's nothing else I can say about that isn't just repeating what I've already told you. The last sins? What happened to the others? Where are your parents, by the way? Everyone else, minus the late sin of pride, is sealed away in a tomb. That's why Guinevere hasn't been opposed yet. The people with that power have been sealed away. I don't understand much of this myself. I see that just hang in there. We'll save you and then we can find a way to save your world. Several hours after the intense training with Mail, everyone regrouped in Merlin's study to hear what she and Zelda had managed to come up with as far as the plan was concerned. The jitters from the race still coursed through the girls as they went on and on about how cool it was and how they wanted to try something like that. Flora might have gone a bit overboard though, clinging to Midoriya and complimenting him on how strong he was. Flora, for the last time, you cannot throw yourself at people like this. Dry Stan barked as he peeled her off of a flustered Midoriya. That's not fair. She cried as she frantically reached out for the teenager, much to her brother's annoyance and Midoriya's discomfort. You're making him uncomfortable, stop it. As Flora continued to complain, Dry Stan threw her over his shoulder and moved them both as far away from Midoriya as they could be. It bothered Midoriya a bit, as he wasn't sure if Flora fawning over him was what Dry Stan hated or if he somehow believed Midoriya was to blame for Flora's behavior. He hoped that it wasn't the latter because he really didn't like Flora's attention being fixed on him, to begin with. She was a less violent version of Toga Himiko and that wasn't a compliment by his standards. Alright, let's settle down, Zelda ordered as she entered the room. Midoriya settled his gaze on the vampire and realized that she looked like death. With naturally pale skin, he would have thought that she couldn't get paler, but she could, and the dark purple bags under her eyes told him that she hadn't slept after their talk last night. We don't have a lot of time and I want this dealt with as soon as possible. What's the big rush? Anna asked as she lazily draped herself across an unused table. The very sight of leisure seemed to upset the vampire princess as Zelda glared venomously at the blonde woman. Anna either ignored it or simply never saw it as she continued to be a carefree bimbo. Last time you said we had time. And now we don't, Merlin added with a frown as she floated above the small crowd. Compared to Zelda, she seemed less distressed, but Midoriya caught a glimpse of a rapid twitching of the woman's left eye. We have to get Eveline out of there by tomorrow morning or she'll be executed. The room went silent for only a mere second as Merlin's statement was processed by the group. Once that moment of confusion and uncertainty passed, Flora tried to laugh it off as some kind of joke until the serious and avoidant expressions of Merlin and Zelda finally forced the denial to crumble. Everyone, minus Midoriya and Zelda, began asking a million questions all at once. Most of the questions were the same, only asked in a slightly different way, and Midoriya felt the fear creep in with each passing second. We got to calm them down? Midoriya glanced at Zelda, noticing that she was a bit tenser than he thought she would have been. He wasn't sure if she looked like she wanted to kill everyone in the room or just break down and cry. Eveline, I think I need your help. What? Merlin's just told everyone about the execution and they're freaking out. Midoriya glanced around. Merlin's attempts to calm everyone down wasn't working and she was using magic on these people. See, can you appear again? Show them you're okay because otherwise. Eveline fell silent, but he began to feel her just as he had the other day. It was slightly different this time, as last time he felt her enter his body, This time she was leaving him. He didn't reject the feeling, remembering that his acceptance of it was crucial, and when he felt a warm, glowing embrace wrap around him, he felt relief wash over him as he knew that she succeeded in presenting a complete spiritual version of herself. He looked over his shoulder, ready to thank her, but his voice wouldn't come out as he took in the full form of the woman he had been talking to. Last time, he saw only her upper body and everything below the waist was gone. This time, every part of her was visible and he didn't realize how beautiful she truly was. His cheek flushed as he took in the long, flowing blonde hair that was more yellow than he remembered it being, the sad green eyes that were brighter than his, the shy and avoidant glance that she gave as she used her left hand to gather some of her hair and used it to cover her mouth. He previously compared Eveline to Yaoyorozu in terms of looks, but he felt like he did a disservice to Eveline because she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. "You're looking at me funny," Eveline said rather softly, though the sound of her voice startled everyone in the room. The room fell silent. No one moved as they stared at her, and the longer the silence went on, the more uncomfortable and shy the spirit became. She hid behind Midoriya, which was odd as she was taller than him. Zelda was the first person to have noticed Eveline's spirit, and thus was the first to hesitantly reach out for the blonde. Eveline? The moment her fingertips touched the light, she recoiled as her fingers were burned. "Sorry, but I'm using a lot of pure energy to do this. I didn't think it would hurt you, Zell." Zelda looked up from her hand and a ghost of a smile was seen. "It really is you?" Eveline cowered still but smiled back with more of the kindness that Midoriya had once seen. "Yes, this is a piece of me anyway." "A piece?" Male approached the figure and gently touched it. Unlike the vampire, he was unaffected by the light and only recoiled so that he could move away to take in the young woman. "Eveline, that your mother couldn't even do this." "Well..." Eveline shied away and Male finally took in the fact that Eveline was hiding behind Midoriya. I should explain." Male shook his head, smiling sadly as glanced between them. "No, you don't have to, I understand what happened." Both Eveline and Midoriya were shocked by that admission and tried to pry for further information, but everyone else in the room had finally snapped out of their surprise and begun bombarding Midoriya and Eveline with questions. Merlin, thankfully, was prepared for handling any rowdiness and snapped her fingers, forcing a spell that muted their voices long enough for her to get their attention. "I understand that this is quite exciting, but I'm insisting that we all calm down and continue ahead with our briefing. Eveline, why don't you stay for a bit?" Eveline only nodded before asking for a moment to speak to everyone. As she was a spirit at the moment, Merlin's spell couldn't affect her, but she felt like asking anyway. Merlin wasn't opposed and conveniently chose to remove the spell she inflicted on everyone else simply because there was no need for it anymore. "I'm sorry everyone, I am. But I'm happy to know that you are trying to help me, and Izuku told me you were panicking, so I..." Her voice failed her mid-sentence and it took her a moment to collect herself. With a soft but determined intake of breath, she continued. "I am safe, that much I can say is certain at the moment. It is true, Guinevere intends to execute me, though it is, last I was told, scheduled to happen by this week's end if not sooner." "What's holding up the execution?" Merlin asked. "Do you know?" Eveline shook her head. "I do not, but I believe it has to do with Zagan." Midoriya, having never heard that name before, expressed a curiosity toward it. "Who's Zagan?" "That," Merlin emphasized with a frown, "would be the human warlord I told you about the other day. He's always had an unhealthy infatuation toward Eveline, so it makes sense why he might try to spare Eveline's life. I wholly doubt that he'll succeed if that is what's happening. If not him, who else might try to postpone this?" Male mused aloud as he moved to the detailed layout of the escape plan that they had yet to go over. "Either way, we need to hurry. Guinevere's always been the type to rush things." There seemed to be a tension that filled the room as Male spoke, almost as if the confidence that Midoriya had seen earlier had faded and was replaced with uncertainty. Suddenly, everything that Eveline had previously told him made sense. These people before him, except for Male, Merlin, and Gauth, were not warriors, they were kids. He didn't know how old they were, but as far as this goes, they were not trained for battle and therefore never fought for another or themselves. They weren't like him and his friends, they were in way over their heads. Midoriya lowered his head as he came to realize that he didn't even consider the truth behind Eveline's plea. He took it at face value. So, what's the plan? Midoriya's head shot up, seeing Brian stand before the others with a hardened look on his face. His sister stood directly behind him. Her head was down, but Midoriya could see tears falling down her chin. Brian? I let them take you, he muttered angrily, his expression twisting as he spoke. I should have stopped them, but I didn't because I was scared. Anna, who had nodded along with everything her brother had said, looked up and added, We've left you there for so long, we should take responsibility for our cowardice. Anna. Zelda's been the only one to try and help you over the years. Anna snapped, We didn't do anything. We hid until we couldn't hide. Even then, what did we do but be dead weight for our parents, and now they're gone too? Years? Midoriya glanced around the room and found that everyone was avoiding looking at Eveline. Shame, regret, even anger was what he could see as they all focused elsewhere in the room. They left her imprisoned for years? Before he could ask anything, the young goddess let out a soft sigh. He turned back to her and she smiled rather sadly at the floor. If you want to blame anyone, blame Guinevere, she whispered. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for her. But not even knowing that I cannot bring myself to hate anyone. Not even my friends who say they abandoned me. Eveline took a step toward Brian and Anna, reaching out and gently caressing their cheeks. She made them look at her, made them see that there was a pure, honest truth behind her words. To Midoriya, it was incredible to witness. All of you matter to me, and I know that I matter to you. I never once blamed you, nor believed that my time in prison was your fault. Besides, she smiled as sweetly as she could, her green eyes twinkling with tears of her own. We're all cowards deep down. It's nothing to be ashamed of. She pulled away from her friends and retreated to Midoriya. She then smiled at him and pulled him into a hug. Izuku, I asked you to help them be ready for battle, and now I'm asking for another favor if you're willing to humor me. Midoriya nodded. Anything. Teach them to be heroes, just like you and your friends. Midoriya sat alone in one of Camelot's many courtyards. After their conversation with Eveline's spirit, the group finally discussed their rescue plan, and their plan would be put into action by tomorrow morning. It was short notice, but with the execution lingering over their heads, it was agreed that the sooner they saved her, the better. However, there were still some things that Midoriya wanted to privately muse about. Namely, Eveline's wish for him to teach her friends to be heroes. It was a partially weird request, but he forced himself to try to dissect the meaning of it after his last mistake. He thought about what being a hero might have meant to Eveline and how he could teach that ideal to her friends. Of course, he didn't think that he could do such a thing, but effort counted, and, given that she and her friends would be going back with him to his world, he could have his classmates help him with it. But I wonder what exactly she meant by it, because I doubt her understanding of heroism is the same as mine. He let out a sigh, hardly noticing that the air had gotten chillier. Maybe I shouldn't focus on that too much. A sudden and unusual breeze hit him, and Midoriya glanced around, fearing that someone might have been watching him. He stood up and was about to leave so that he may return to his room, but was stopped by Zelda and Mail. Good evening, Deku. Mail smiled down at the teenager and Midoriya if he should feel worried or on edge. Mind if we talk? The tone Mail used suggested that Midoriya might be in trouble, or that trouble was looking for him and he didn't want to deal with anything new. However, he wasn't in the position to refuse Mail, especially when the goddess knew something that Midoriya would like to have shared. Sure. Zelda didn't participate in the discussion, seemingly only there to fulfill an obligatory purpose, though he didn't know what that might be. Mail, on the other hand, asked him 1,000 questions about his connection with Eveline. How long had it been active, what sparked it, what he and Eveline used it for, and so on. Midoriya answered every question as best he could, though he was growing more and more confused by each one. Mail didn't give him a chance to ask anything until the silver-haired goddess was satisfied. I know that it must have been confusing. Mail seated himself on one of the many marble benches and slouched ever so slightly. What I said earlier about me already knowing what happened. Yet it was... Midoriya felt a bit uncomfortable just standing beside Mail and decided to take a seat beside him. That would you be willing to tell me about this link? Mail sat up a bit, confused by the request. Eveline never told you? Midoriya shook his head. No, in fact, she told me that she hadn't clue herself. Oh. Zelda moved slightly. That's not unusual, but I thought that she did, given that she offered to explain. I mean, she could have meant explaining that she is tied to me, despite not knowing how. Admittedly, he wasn't sure either, but he wanted to believe everything Eveline had told him thus far. Mail nodded and looked up at the stars. You're probably right. These were things we never bothered to teach her during her childhood. But I owe you an explanation. Me? Mail nodded again and smiled sadly. You see, I know why the link exists and I tried to sever it when it first was made. Midoriya was taken back by that, but before he could question Mail further, another strong gust of wind went by, and this time Midoriya knew something was wrong. He stood up and glanced around the area. Though he saw nothing out of the ordinary, he felt something was wrong. Something's here. He muttered softly, quiet enough that the wind drowned him out, but the two with him heard him and they immediately readied themselves for a confrontation. They waited for a minute. The tension in the air grew with each passing second until they relaxed. Midoriya wondered what it was that had caused the hairs on the back of his neck to rise, only to spot something in the darkness. Who's there? Midoriya called the shadow. Show yourself. Though the shadow did not speak, it did move, and Midoriya knew that whoever was there wasn't anyone who was attached to their group. Mail and Zelda must have thought the same thing as they turned to where the shadow was, and Mail instantly recognized the shadow. Both of you, get back. Mail pushed both Midoriya and Zelda behind him, just in time to take the brunt of the attack. Gah! Mail! Lord Mail! Zelda cried as she caught him, both of them falling to the ground as Midoriya moved in front of them. Lord Mail, are you okay? Mail shook his head. Sound the alarms, it's one of the Black Knights. Black Knights? Midoriya kneeled beside the injured goddess, making sure he wasn't gravely injured. Guinevere's knights, just like the 7 deadly sins, are Eveline's. Zelda quickly explained as she moved away from Mail. They serve Guinevere and sometimes Zagan. So if they're here, they must know what's going on. Foo-foo, the shadow giggled as it moved away from the trio. Don't bother with the alarm, or I'll shred you to pieces. Midoriya positioned himself in front of Mail and Zelda, willing to enter the fight to give them time to alert the others if they chose to. Admittedly, given that he wasn't familiar with the Black Knights, he didn't know if he should encourage defiance or not. What if they got hurt because of him? But then again, they seemed familiar with them. He should leave that choice to them for now. Who are you and what do you want? Midoriya called out to the shadow. Hey, you don't know me? What a shame. The shadow didn't make any attempt to move toward the light until the alarm sounded somehow. Oh, looks like I've been spotted. Oh well. As the shadow moved to escape, Merlin appeared and caught the demon in a spell she called Perfect Cube. It was here that Midoriya got a good look at the woman. She was tall and thin with ungodly pale skin and a dark blue, skin-tight outfit. He likened the outfit to that of a leotard with most of the parts removed so that it was more of a crop top and high-waisted boy shorts with a thin strip of cloth that connected the top to the bottom. He saw more skin than clothes, and her hair was a vibrant blue or purple. He couldn't tell honestly. You're still a hard one to outsmart. The demon woman groaned with a sinister grin. Can't say the same about you, Castilla, Merlin smirked lazily. However, I'm afraid I can't let you go this time. The grin faltered. Interesting, and why not? Merlin smiled a little more and tried to reason that Castilla had broken the promise the Guinevere made with Arthur. However, the demon wasn't buying it, and she merely gifted them a knowing smile before somehow breaking the perfect cube with only the sway of her hips. The act surprised everyone, especially Merlin, who was taken back, maybe even horrified by it. Well, I think I have justified my violation well with this, the succubus stated in a sing-song tone. I believe that Guinevere shall hear of this, and I would expect a personal visit from her soon if I were you. Merlin attempted to demand an answer, but the demon didn't humor them with so much as a wink before she disappeared, and fear quickly settled throughout everyone. They knew that they needed to act now or never. Midoriya and Zelda impatiently waited as Merlin opened a portal in the demon prison where Eveline was being held. Male and Gauther were on their way to a special altar that was within the Druids' land, which was to be their escape route from the prison. Camelot would be targeted soon enough. It was in their best interest to begin their escape before Guinevere or her Black Knights could stop them. Bartra, Flora, and Drystan were sent away to ready the portal so that they could go to Midoriya's world, hopefully erasing their trail. Merlin admitted that she doubted the plan's success now that Castilla was suspicious, but they might still have a chance. Of the 4 Black Knights, Castilla isn't the brightest, Merlin explained as she summoned the small portal. We might be lucky and they won't heed anything she says. Wishing big there, Zelda admitted with a long sigh as she tied her sword to her hip. She turned to Midoriya, who only armed himself with a sword for Eveline, having insisted that he could fight without a weapon. All right, we both know the plan? I'm going for Eveline and you the boys, he nodded with an assuring smile, while in his head he kept Eveline updated on what had happened. It was, in his mind, a better idea than just showing up and having her ask a million questions. Your brothers need to get out no matter what, so don't wait up for us. Eveline and I will get out one way or another. Zelda wasn't okay with his ease toward the situation, but she didn't have a moment to comment on it as Merlin had the portal open for them. You have, maybe, 10 minutes to find them and get them out. Merlin turned away from the portal and smiled sadly at them. From then on, it's straight to Midoriya's world. I bid you goodbye for now. Zelda opened her mouth to say something, but she promptly closed it and just nodded with a hardened expression. Midoriya didn't judge. He hadn't a clue what Zelda was feeling, and he knew from experience that in moments like this, pestering her would be detrimental to their goal. He could ask later if he wanted to. For now, they had people to save. The two of them hurried through the portal. Merlin wasted no time closing it once they were through, leaving them to do their mission as they pleased. Zelda moved a small piece of paper into his hand and urged him to follow it before abandoning him. He quickly opened up the crumpled paper and then stuffed it into his pocket. Eveline, guide me to your cell. Eveline's response was swift, but he noticed that her voice was faint. Was she hurt? Did something happen to her? He didn't ask, but the fear of the worst slowly crept into his thoughts as he followed both Eveline's direction and the vague map he had received. Zelda hurried down a spiral staircase, searching through every cell she came across for Tristan and Percival. So far, all the guards were missing, which didn't strike her as strange since guards weren't typically needed in the prison. Escape was nearly impossible. Besides, with Eveline being the only prized prisoner, it made sense that if there were any guards on duty, they would be watching her. But then again, she had no idea why the twins were imprisoned, to begin with. Eveline, when they had seen her, theorized that Guinevere had wanted to make an example out of her so that the two boys would learn their place in her new government, but Zelda wasn't too sure. The boys weren't the strongest of their families. Tristan's magic was unpredictable and Percival had all the vulnerabilities of a vampire, but none of the strengths. What use could she have for them and what threat could they pose? They were the most troublesome princes in all of Britannia. Who would rally behind them? And what could they do even if they could amass followers? Not only that, but they were just 10 years old, nothing more than children. What purpose could they serve to a corrupt ruler? That was the question that unsettled the vampire princess the most because it was the only one she couldn't answer. She couldn't see them rebelling against Guinevere, but as pawns, there were possibilities that they could fulfill depending on how twisted the second Lioness princess was. It was the unknown that made Zelda frantic. She couldn't let anything happen to her little brother and cousin. She stopped her search, only to take a break and think over what she knew about the prison's layout and what Eveline had told her. Eveline's cell was located in the lowest pits, and she could hear the twins crying at night, which meant they had to be near Eveline or were somewhere above her. She figured above since they weren't capable of escaping on their own, and those cells were perfect for scaring them when the guards watching Eveline would switch shifts. But what floor could they be on? At a guess, I would say they are 2 floors above me. But I cannot be sure. That was all Eveline could say, and it didn't help as Zelda had searched through every cell she came across and nothing was there. She had to be on the right floor because Merlin knew roughly where Eveline was and sent them as close to her as she could. What am I missing? Zelda thought as she carefully observed the cells around her. They should be here unless they were moved and… Zelda froze. What if they were moved? No, not moved. They were still there, they had to be. But where? Well, a slight yelp escaped Zelda as she heard a deep, growling voice come from behind her. I guess that dimwit wasn't fibbing at all. Zelda wanted to curse aloud but refrained. The person behind her was unmistakably Azazel, the fourth of the Black Knights, and certainly not someone she wanted to get tangled up with. While all four knights were powerful, Azazel had a special advantage in the form of his missing right arm, which he had replaced with a black slithering limb of pure demonic energy. This tentacle-like limb was quick and its reach extended further than most long-range attacks. In a tight corridor like this, she had no room to escape it. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Before Zelda could do anything, she felt his armored hand wrap itself around her neck, squeezing her throat just enough to let her know that the wrong move will end her life. His right limb extended outward to one of the cells, opening it so that a pair of guards could bring out the boys. Ah! Zelda moved toward them but was restrained by the neon blue-haired knight. Remember what predicament you're in before charging off like that, he teasingly whispered into her ear. If you make another wrong move, I'll have them killed, and we don't want that, right? Unsure if she should speak, Zelda nodded but kept her eyes fixed on the boys. If Azazel says her cooperation will keep the boys alive, she'll believe him, but she didn't trust that he or those guards might try something. Good, let's discuss the situation as it stands. Cassidia told us you were planning something dirty at Camelot, possibly trying to get Eveline out of prison. As you might expect, Ginevra and Layla are on their way to Camelot as we speak. So that leaves me and the dimwit to watch out for you. So, what do you make of this? Zelda gritted her teeth. She didn't know what to say. I don't know, what do you want me to say? Are you breaking Eveline out? Are you asking if I am breaking her out or if there was a plan to get her? Both. I am getting the boys. She answered, knowing that the truth would confuse the half-demon. The smile that she could see from her peripheral faded into a frown. Was there a plan to get Eveline? Of course. You say you're here for the boys? I am. Azazel did not speak for a minute. Zelda could only assume he was thinking over what she had said, only to then begin chuckling to himself. Clever, Merlin. Send someone else after the big game, he frowned again. In that case, I have a proposition for you, Lady Zelda. By the time Midoriya found Eveline's cell, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he knew something or someone was waiting for him. He kept himself vigilant as he broke off the cell's door while Eveline weakly looked up at him. She was quick to tell him that she wasn't injured but merely exhausted, which confused him. Can you walk? He asked, extending out his hand for her to take. Let me help you. Just as Eveline took his hand, Midoriya forcefully lifted her and punched her in through the gut, exposing that her body was composed of a strange gray substance. The body quickly melted around his arm, and in front of him was Cassidia with an unconscious Eveline pinned against the wall by something that resembled a snake. He quickly noted that Castidia's right leg had a huge gash that oozed out a mixture of blood and a black substance. I don't understand how you saw through my toy, Cassidia pouted as if she were a disgruntled child before adding with a stiff shake of her head. But it doesn't matter, I'm not letting you take this one away from here. No, sir. Midoriya took a step back, knowing that he shouldn't be so close to the enemy while Eveline was under her custody. He needed to analyze the situation and come up with a way to deal with Cassidia and rescue Eveline without too much commotion. I didn't get the chance to properly introduce myself earlier. Cassidia lazily leaned back, curling herself into a relaxed position as she floated before him. My name's Cassidia, the femme fatale of the Black Knights. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Broccoli Head. BRBR Broccoli Head? Of all the insults he had ever heard in his life, that certainly was a new and unwelcome one. I mean, look at that hair. Cassidia giggled as she forced herself into his personal space, playfully toying with the curls of his hair. It's all curly and green. Who even has this kind of hair? You look like a baby. Midoriya couldn't help but get flustered by that comment. Did he look like a baby? Had everyone thought that about him? Even Eveline? Wait, why was he thinking about that and not about the situation? Don't try to fight it, okay? Midoriya looked up at the demon, smiled down at him with a strange, vacant expression. The more you fight, the more I have cut up that cute face. Midoriya reprimanded himself for the slip and forcibly shoved Cassidia from himself. Stay focused. I don't know if that was a quirk like power or just some stupid tactic I fell for, but I'm not letting it get me this time. Umph. Cassidia huffed as she pulled herself back toward Eveline. What a shame. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to do this. Cassidia reached out and grabbed a fistful of Eveline's hair, yanking the goddess's head upward. Midoriya could hear her neck make a cracking sound as her eyes weakly fluttered open. At first, she didn't seem to register what pain she felt or what was happening around her until her eyes focused on him. After that, Cassidia yanked her head again and yelp escaped the blonde. Wakey, wakey, sweetie, the demoness squealed as she shook Eveline's head. It's time to play. Eveline tried to JRK her head away and out of the demon's grip, but failed. Midoriya wanted to help, but he realized that the strange thing wrapped around Eveline would move each time Cassidia did something. He figured it was controlled by her, but he hadn't thought of how she controlled it. Is it like a puppet? It's her familiar. Midoriya blinked a couple of times, before realizing that Eveline had spoken to him through their link. It came from her leg, the tattoo. Aim there. Midoriya didn't have to be told twice. Without a moment of hesitation, Midoriya kicked the large gash on the demon's leg, earning a loud screech, and the beast uncoiled itself from Eveline. The creature, now revealing itself to truly be a large snake, threw itself into the gash and the bleeding ceased. However, Cassidia withered on the ground in agonizing pain, screaming in a language that he didn't know. It was actually a part of her? Midoriya yelped as he took the exhausted Eveline into his arms. It's a special kind of bond. She lets it live as a piece of her, Eveline groaned as she leaned against him. Hurry, we can lock her in. Right? Midoriya pushed Eveline out of the cell and quickly locked the door before Cassidia could get up. She tried to stop them, but her leg prevented her from doing anything beyond a weak crawl. Let's go. You brats. I'll kill you both. The cry of the disgraced demoness echoed throughout the jail, alerting the other guards who were posted outside the prison. The duo could hear the commotion from above them, and it took all of Midoriya's willpower to not panic as he pulled Eveline to where he and Zelda were supposed to meet. However, from the sounds of the stomping feet above them, both of them were worried that they'd be caught before then, so they took refuge with a cell that was tucked away from sight. The guards ran right past them, never bothering to look to the side to see if anyone was there. Sorry, Midoriya whispered as he pressed Eveline and himself into the cold wall. You're not hurt, right? Eveline weakly smiled and shook her head. No, I'm not hurt. Castidia's familiar can drain its victim's energy when it wraps around their body. It's a good thing she's not skilled or neither of us would have made it out. Midoriya merely smiled and nodded. If Eveline said she was okay, he'd believe her. For now, they needed to find Zelda and get out of this place. Zelda and the boys found Eveline and Midoriya stumbling down the hall. Eveline was too exhausted to walk at this point, but she refused to let Midoriya carry her on his back. What the hell happened? Zelda asked as she tried to take Eveline from Midoriya, though the blonde rejected her aid. Cassidia roughed up Eveline before I showed up. Midoriya explained, let's leave this place before we get caught. Right. The boys hurried over to Eveline, asking why she was hurt and what happened to her, but Zelda quickly shushed them and pulled everyone into an empty cell. She pulled out a small marble and tossed it up into the air so that it hit the roof of the cell before hitting the floor. The portal opened, Male and Gowther smiled at them from the other side while they quickly made their escape. Once they closed it again, Male took Eveline into his arms and healed her enough for her to walk on her own. Thank you, Male, Eveline smiled as she leaned against him for a second longer. I owe you for this. Don't think of it that way, he smiled as he hugged her tightly, almost afraid to let her go. You mean the world to us and we can't let them get you again. Eveline lowered her head but nodded in agreement. Yeah, I guess so. Male didn't seem to take her response as something positive, as he worriedly glanced down at her, but he couldn't dwell on it. There was more to be done, for they were not out of the fire yet. Take a break for now, he said as he pulled away from Eveline to address the others in the room. We will work on getting you to where the rest of the group is. Where are we going? Young Tristan asked, anxiously glancing between his sister and cousin. Percival nodded along with Tristan's question, before asking their other pressing question. Who's this guy? Is he a pervert? Why was he with Evie? Hey Zelda. What's up with him? He better not do anything dirty to Evie. He's not a holy knight, right? He doesn't look older than us. He's short just like Dad. I bet he's as irresponsible too. Midoriya was, rightfully, horrified by the boy's remarks, and Zelda and Eveline were no less outraged by their brother's tactless questions. Eveline tried to explain to them that Midoriya was her friend and that he was a gentleman, while Zelda took to smacking them upside the head. He saved Eveline. Is this how you treat someone who saves your family? Percival ceased his remarks, but Tristan, stubborn as ever, declared that he would not be fooled. His father was one of the 7 deadly sins, and he was the most irresponsible drunkard in the whole world. By that standard, Midoriya couldn't be any different. Both Eveline and Zelda were mortified and began to scold the young prince, to avail. Tristan was convinced that Midoriya was nothing but trouble. He vowed to make sure that Midoriya never got the chance to do anything perverted to his sister or cousin. Unable to mentally handle the chaos that was Tristan, Midoriya excused himself from the room for a second. Now that it was getting closer to the end of the plan as he knew it, he needed to think of what he could do to help his new friends once they got to his world. He doubted that he could convince UA to let them stay, but where else could they go? 1A's dorm still had some vacant rooms, but that still depended on whether or not the school would let these people stay. I'll have to convince them, he said softly to himself. I just don't know how I'm gonna do that. Do what? Midoriya jumped as Eveline's soft voice whispered into his ear. Ah. Midoriya turned sharply, his face pale as Eveline giggled. Eveline. Sorry about that, she smiled apologetically as she twirled some of her blonde hair with her finger. I didn't think I'd scare you. Surprised is more like it, he mumbled as he turned away. What are you doing out here? I thought you'd be with your brother. Eveline shrugged. He's fine. Zelda's got a handle on them. Besides, I want to talk about going to your world. Midoriya's body stiffened. Huh? Don't me. I knew from the second you told me you were brought to this world that Merlin wanted to send me with you. Why else would she bring you here? Midoriya lowered his head in minor embarrassment. He should have considered who he was talking to before playing dumb. Yeah, I guess you're right. The two of them fell into momentary silence before he confessed to what was on his mind. Eveline, without needing to hear much of the circumstances, understood the issue and assured him that they would be fine. But I can't promise that you'll have somewhere to live, and plus, for me to help you guys, it would be better if you stayed at UA. Don't worry about it, Eveline smiled. I'm sure we can figure something out. Besides, your school isn't under any obligation to help us, so harm is being done if they refuse to take us in. But Eveline gently pressed her finger against Midoriya's lips, shushing him while she merely smiled and promised him that they would find a way to help each when the time came. For now, let's focus on leaving together, okay? Midoriya, his freckled cheeks flushed a bright red, nodded, and quickly looked away. He didn't understand why the gesture set his heart fluttering, but he couldn't deny that he liked it. It reminds me of when I met Uraraka on our first day. It took Mail and Gowther longer than expected to get the escapees to the rest of the group, which had agitated Zelda a bit, though Eveline kept her from starting a full-blown fit. During that time, Percival had attempted to acquaint himself with Midoriya, though Tristan prevented them from having any sort of meaningful conversation. The young blonde feared that Midoriya might corrupt his cousin and would pull Percival away every time he thought the other got too close. When the portal was done, the small group found the others all hunched over the device that would take them away from this world. They were all intently working on the contraption, not even realizing that the others were now joining them until Tristan spoke up. What are you guys even doing? The young blonde asked, sounding just like a bratty prince. The obnoxious question earned the young boy a hard knuckle grind atop of his head from Zelda, while Eveline merely smiled sheepishly at her brother's poor manners. Everyone, except for Drystan and Brian, eagerly raced over to hug the arriving party, expressing how happy they were that everyone was alive and well. Mail and Gowther moved away so that they didn't get caught in the stampede. Flora, in particular, wept as she held onto the blonde goddess, crying about how she missed Eveline and hoped that they might never have to be forced apart again. Midoriya only smiled as this happened, having received multiple thanks and appreciative gestures for his help. Bartra was the only one who was the most vocal in his appreciation. If ever you need anything, I will do what I can to help. Midoriya accepted the offer with a slightly embarrassed smile. I appreciate it, but I'd hate to burden you with anything. Bartra shook his head and assured the teenager that nothing could be a burden to him at this point in his life. The old king then turned to his grandchildren who were eager for his attention as they hadn't seen him in so long. Eveline remained with her friends and relatives for a moment before pulling away, joining Midoriya's side in a move that wasn't missed by Brian. It took you long enough. Brian grinned cheekily as Midoriya and Eveline drew closer to the machine he and Drystan were working on. Here I thought we had been caught. Midoriya only shrugged. In a way, I guess you can say that. Castilla told the other knights about your plans. Eveline sighed as she knelt to gently pat Tristan's back. Before Izuku showed up, she told me that Layla and Guinevere were on their way to Camelot. Sheet. Drystan softly cursed before standing up. Well, we're going to be far from her reach soon enough. The machine Merlin invented is ready, just needs to warm up. Midoriya absent-mindedly nodded along before carefully inspecting the machine. While he hadn't spent much time in the support department to understand the basics of engineering, he could figure out that this machine seemed exceptionally advanced for people who lived in a medieval world and thrived off of the use of magic. Still, he had to remember what Drystan just said. Merlin invented it and Midoriya, in the roughly 4 days he knew her, figured she was this world's equivalent of May Hatsum. So what's the plan? Midoriya asked. If our enemies are at Camelot, what's the likelihood that they might find us? Eveline nodded in agreement with Midoriya. Where exactly are we? How far from Camelot? Pretty far, Brian answered. We're near the mountains by Edinburgh. Merlin said that Guinevere wouldn't think of looking for us here. Midoriya shook his head. I don't know, that Castilla seemed convinced that they have the upper hand. By the way, Midoriya never got the chance to finish his sentence as the machine crackled to life and a whirlwind of electricity began to converge within the makeshift center of the wooden dome. The smell of burning wood was filling the air. At first, the electricity was unstable, prompting the group of 4 to quickly step away from it. However, within minutes it began to stabilize, creating a spherical orb that began to expand. It looked like something straight out of a science fiction movie. As I thought, this is too advanced for them. Midoriya wished he knew more about Merlin or had the opportunity to have a conversation with her, but he remembered what Drystan had told him about her. I wonder. If Eveline's been to my world before, then Merlin has to have gone there at some point too. Again. It's almost ready. Brian called out the others. The group cheered as the path to freedom was almost open to them. Mail moved through the small crowd and approached both Eveline and Midoriya. Though he was smiling, both of them could sense that something was wrong, and Midoriya wondered if it had to do with their interrupted conversation from earlier. Mail? Is something wrong? Eveline softly whispered as he came within a foot of them. No, he said with a shake of his head. I want to give you something before you leave. Huh. Midoriya was confused and a bit bothered that he wasn't going to get to know about that link between himself and Eveline. He was about to demand answers when Mail, with a sad but understanding smile, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, ornate bottle. There's not enough time for me to explain, so I had Gowther put everything I wanted to tell you within this. Eveline gently took the bottle and inspected it. A memory bottle? That's right, with your link only one of you would need to drink it. Eveline gave the bottle back to Midoriya, who was still perplexed by it. Everything is in this? Everything that I knew. Mail turned slightly to glance over his shoulder at the eager group. They were all oblivious to what the trio was discussing. It should be enough for you to figure out the rest. Midoriya wasn't sure why he felt robbed, but he put the bottle into his pocket nevertheless. It felt like a cheap way to explain something that seemed important, but Mail had to stay here and there might never be an opportunity for them to talk again. It was better than nothing. We'll be keeping Guinevere at bay until you can return. Mail gently patted their shoulders, a gesture that Midoriya wasn't sure he appreciated at the moment. It felt like this might be their final goodbye and he didn't like it. It also felt uncomfortably familiar. Take care and try to not get into any trouble. The two only nodded before Mail pulled away, returning to Gowther, who had been watching the exchange the entire time. Neither Midoriya nor Eveline knew what to say to each other afterward, so they focused on what everyone else was doing while trapped in their own thoughts. The group watched as the portal continued to take shape, growing larger and stabilizing further. It wasn't long before it was ready for them to use, and they could see the all-might decor that filled Midoriya's dorm. Midoriya wanted to feel embarrassed as the others gazed upon his room, but instead he felt a monumental relief at seeing something familiar. "Is that where we'll be staying?" Dry Stan cried as Brian began ordering everyone into a line. "It's small." "Don't worry about it," Brian laughed. "We'll figure something out, but first, let's get everyone out of here." At first, it was suggested that Midoriya and Eveline go through first, but Eveline felt that the twins should go with Midoriya. Naturally, Tristan was against it. So Midoriya suggested that Zelda and the twins go first, followed by Eveline and Bartra. Midoriya, given that he saw this as no different from his hero training, believed he should help escort the other through before going back in himself. And so, that's what they went with. "Be careful," Brian said as he helped Zelda through. "Looks like there's a small drop." Zelda only nodded as she went through successfully. She did jump slightly, but past that, she was through. "Boys, you're next." Brian picked up Tristan, allowing Midoriya to pick up Percival, and they carefully handed the boys to Zelda one at a time. From there, Eveline and Bartra made their way through with only a minor concern as the electricity faded for a second before resuming as it had before. "We're moving too slow," Midoriya noted aloud. "Can't we let more through?" Dry Stan shook his head. "Merlin said we could do 2 at a time at most, or else it will distort the machine." "It's already losing power," Gothwer noted. "Hurry up and get the girls through dash." "Castilla!" Eveline and Zelda cried from the other side. The remaining group members turned quickly, just in time to Flora fall to the ground, covered in blood with a gaping hole through her stomach. Dry Stan immediately went to his sister's side, crying out her name in the hopes that she might respond. She didn't respond, and as he cradled the limp body, he knew that this wasn't some trick of Castilla's. Flora was dead. "You thought you could get away so easily?" The blue-haired demon growled. "I'm already set off, so don't try anything." Midoriya quickly glanced around. Anna was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Anna?" Castilla rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers. "That brat? With me now." From behind the demoness, Anna appeared, appearing different than she had been before. Her eyes were glazed over, but tears fell from them. Her face looked deathly pale, her mouth was slightly ajar, and the way she moved was more like she was being controlled by strings than fluid movements. As the young woman suddenly lunged at her weeping cousin, Midoriya caught a glimpse of what looked like a snake's bite on Anna's neck. It looked like a new wound, perhaps only a few days old. "Anna, stop!" Brian cried as he jumped to push her away from Dry Stan. "What's gotten into you?" "She's my puppet now." The demoness moved and Anna's body copied her. "Sadly, I can only use her body, but that's good enough for me." "You're sick." Male barked as he positioned himself in front of the portal, which was beginning to fade. "Demenit. Midoriya, you have to leave." "Ah." Midoriya turned to go through the portal, despite his desire to stay and fight, but Anna was quicker. She blocked his path and with a solid kick to the chest, sent him flying away from the portal. "You're not going anywhere. Unless you want Eveline to watch you die a slow death on her behalf, I suggest that you hand her over." Castilla manipulated Anna's body, forcing her to pin down Midoriya. "Come on, Eveline. Don't let your friends die for you." "No." Eveline tried to push herself through the portal, but Zelda and Bartra forced her down. "Please stop." You can try harder than that, Evie." Castilla summoned a stranger whip from somewhere and used it on Brian and Mael, who tried to attack her. "Is that all? They must not really matter to you." Eveline struggled against her cousin and grandfather, crying and clawing her way toward the men who were fighting for her. "Please, I don't want this. Just let me go." "Eveline, please." Zelda gripped the blonde tighter, so much so that she was certain that Eveline was bruising under her grip. "It's not like you can come back." Mael shouted back toward Eveline. "That portal only works one way." Eveline clawing ceased. Midoriya somehow sensed that she was beyond horrified to learn that she was now stuck in his world. And soon she was about to be stuck without him if he didn't get back over there. The portal was beginning to close. Deku! Midoriya felt his body being pulled toward Brian, who was sprinting full speed at the portal. We can make it. Gauther and Mail covered for the duo. They already knew that there was no way they would be able to peel Drystan away from his sister's body. If Brian's the only one of the fairy half-breeds to make it through, then so be it. Castilla didn't make any attempt to stop Brian and Midoriya. She seemed rather pleased with herself. I guess I lose for now. Brian paused just as he shoved Midoriya through the portal. She was just gonna stop? Just like that? That wasn't like her at all. Don't get too full of yourselves, she laughed as she summoned Anna to her. We'll get Eveline back and I'll be reserving a special punishment for you, Broccoli Head. The demonists disappeared into the night, leaving them confused. But Brian didn't waste a second more as he passed through the portal alone. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Midoriya could see that Brian was deeply angered by the abduction of his sister. We'll be destroying this machine, Mail said as the portal closed. Take care. We hope to see you again. Aizawa glared down at a sheepish Midoriya while All Might badgered him with questions. It took all of the homeroom teachers' will to not slap the teenager around with his scarf, and instead he chose to merely keep the young man tied in his scarf, increasing its grip every time Midoriya gave half-butted answers to All Might's questions. Eveline and the others were with the principal, working on negotiations for 6 strangers to stay at UA. At first, Nizu wasn't too pleased with the newcomers, but Eveline, perhaps without realizing it, managed to convince him by explaining to him what had happened. However, he was still concerned about how this could affect the other students, so the group followed him to his office so that they could think over their accommodations more thoroughly. Aizawa didn't mind the new group as much as Midoriya thought he would, but that was mostly because he was more interested in punishing the problem child of 1A. Even so, he was being partially merciful. How many times do we have to tell you to not tackle problems like this on your own? Midoriya lowered his head further as All Might scolded him. We're here to help you. Why is that so hard for you to understand? Midoriya wanted to argue, wanted to say that he understood that they were here for him, but he resisted. He knew that he only had himself to blame for this. He should have said something, but he was worried that telling anyone about Eveline would have negative consequences. I should have had more faith in my teachers. Your new friend has asked to take some of your punishment since she felt this is her fault, Aizawa snapped. But you're not getting off that easy. For the rest of the month, you're on cleaning duty in the dorms and you're not allowed to leave the school for any reason. Well, that's not too bad that I'll be behind in my homework, but... And you have to explain to your mother what happened. Midoriya felt heart stopped a second. Had his mother been informed that he was missing? If she knew, then he'd have to leave UA. No one told her yet, All Might added softly. We didn't have any clues to go off and we thought that we should have something more to tell her. You came back just as we called her over. She should be here soon. Oh. Midoriya's body began to quiver with dread at the thought of explaining to his mother that he had been abducted from his own room. Yes, that was going to go over well with Inko Midoriya, wasn't it? And then explaining that a very pretty blonde could talk to him through some telepathic link that he still couldn't explain? If she didn't force him out of UA, she certainly was going to have a heart attack. From now on, Aizawa growled as he removed his scarf from Midoriya's body, you will tell us everything that is going on. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Midoriya answered quickly, fearing that a delayed or hesitant response was going to change the staff's mind on the group of 6 staying at the school. Good, now go back to the dorms. Never in Midoriya's life had he run out of that office faster than he did at that moment. He was grateful that none of the other students were out to see him and his classmates were still going about their regular activities, so he had time to collect himself and think over his impending conversation with his mother. As he entered his bedroom, he wondered if he should ask Eveline for help with his mother. She knows more of what happened to me, which is kind of weird, but I guess she's used to Merlin's antics. That, and there's something calming about her presence too. It might help. You want me to talk with your mom? Midoriya involuntarily yelped aloud before crying out to Eveline, I wasn't even directing that thought at you. I told you, you talked to me without meaning to all the time. Eveline giggled. He could imagine that she was smiling to herself. Besides, since space and time are no longer separating us, this link of ours is stronger than it used to be. I can hear you a lot better than when we were first talking. Midoriya blushed. He really needed to learn how to block her from hearing his thoughts. He thought that so long as he didn't direct any questions at her she couldn't hear him, but it appeared that he was just lucky or she chose to stay quiet. Either way, Eveline added with a light sigh, I'd help you with your mom, but Mr. Nizu said that you have to do everything by yourself since your teacher assigned you that punishment. I should have guessed. Midoriya pressed his back against his door, feeling a little defeated. Honestly, he wasn't sure how to approach the topic in a way that didn't make things worse. I'm worried that she might force me to leave. How do I explain what happened? Just be honest. Eveline responded, no matter what you say, she's going to get upset. It's what mothers do when their babies are in trouble. Midoriya smiled slightly. He couldn't deny that he was his mother's baby, her only child. She took her mothering instincts to a whole new level with him, though he never helped with that. With all of the injuries he gave to himself, it was a miracle that she hadn't needed to go to the hospital. My mother used to nearly have heart attacks every time I'd go off on my little adventures with my friends. I'll admit, I was a trouble magnet. You don't say. Midoriya's smile widened before falling again. He remembered the bottle that Mail had given him and wondered what he should do with it. He could drink it now, but would that be a good idea? Hey, this bottle, should I drink it? Considering your mother's coming, I'd recommend that you don't. Eveline admitted softly. Mail wanted it to affect us both and trust me, you'll anger your teachers if you just pass out. Is that what it'll do? It'll allow us to see his memories using our spiritual bodies, meaning our physical bodies will be unresponsive until we've seen everything he put into the bottle. Midoriya couldn't help but wonder as to why things regarding Eveline had to be so complicated. But then again, that might be because she's so different from him and his world. Your principal is letting us live in your dorm building. My room will be on the 4th floor, next to a girl named Ochako Uraraka. Brian will be on the same floor, next to Katsuki Bakugo. What about Zelda? And the boys? We all decided that it was best they not live in the dorms. Namely, because they were afraid of Tristan getting into a fight with some of the other boys in your class. Kaken hates little kids. Yet we figured that out a little bit ago. Midoriya could only imagine what had happened between the overly protective and obnoxious Tristan and the harsh, hothead Bakugo. There was probably a lot of yelling, near infanticide, and probably Aizawa wanted to flay Bakugo alive for trying to murder a child. Either way, Zelda's really good with kids and that little girl, Eri, she's living here too. Midoriya shot up, his door making a noise as his weight was taken off of it. Eri's here? She moved in while you were gone, I saw her in passing. She's living in the teacher's dorms, which is where Zelda and the boys are going to be during our stay. The same with my grandfather. A slight smile spread across his lips. At least things were working out in their favor for the time being. The next hurdle was dealing with them until they could go back. Izuku! Scratch that. The next hurdle was calming down his mother. He hurried down to the common room, finding his mother flooding the room with her tears. Mom! Midoriya weakly smiled at his mother, earning another round of sobs as she demanded to know what was going on. Mom, please don't cry. It's nothing terrible, I promise. Mrs. Midoriya was in a little too much emotional distress, so Midoriya decided to calm her by taking her to his room to show her what it looked like. His line of thought was that his room looked nearly identical to his bedroom back home. Seeing something that familiar might ease her nerves a bit. Look, Mom, he smiled as he showed off his room. It's like it was back home, right? His mother was calmed by this, commenting on how his room was arranged and she enjoyed the veranda. However, she wasn't easily distracted. She wanted to know what had happened because something had to have happened. It's a long story, Midoriya looked around, suddenly wishing he was like Sato with an oven in his room and the talent to make delicious treats, or like Yayarozu with her tea. He was tempted to text them and ask if they could be of assistance, but he decided against it. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. Okay, that I should bring snacks, but... No. His mother insisted, I can't eat right now, just tell me. Midoriya shifted slightly, let me get you water at least. Okay. Though Mrs. Midoriya didn't want to be in the dark any longer, she accepted his offer and Midoriya quickly went back to the common room to get a bottle of water for his mom. When he came back, he had a good idea of what to say to her. What do you mean she's freaking out? I tried to be honest with her and she flipped. I don't know what to do. Eveline let out a slight sigh before standing up from her seat. She had been with Nizu and Aizawa, discussing how she and her friends could use UA's facilities for their own purposes. Nizu thought it would work in the students' favor to go against completely different enemies, so he suggested that Aizawa and Vlad let Eveline, Zelda, and Brian participate in training exercises. Aizawa wasn't totally sold on the idea, but he was slowly warming up to it. Is something the matter, Liones-san? Nizu asked softly. Eveline smiled sheepishly. Midoriya is panicking because his mother is upset. Is that really bothersome to you? Eveline shrugged. A little, but I should help him. When she noticed that Aizawa was about to argue, she quickly added, I'm aware that this is part of his punishment for not being honest, but you have to realize that what he's telling her is a lot and he hardly knows how to explain it. Besides, this is my fault as well. She politely bowed to the duo and left the room, hurrying as quickly as she could to Midoriya's room. Having their link guide her to her destination, she was outside his door in no time. Izuku Midoriya, I will not have this. Eveline cringed as she heard his voice through the door. It's not as bad as you think, I swear. Midoriya's voice was so high-pitched that Eveline almost confused him for a girl. Mom, it wasn't the school's fault. Then whose fault is it then? Eveline had her hand up, ready to knock on the door, but paused when she heard his mother. Who was to blame? She was. She had always been to blame for the misfortunes that happened. Her family disappearing? That was her fault. Flora dying and Anna becoming a puppet? That was her fault. And Midoriya's current predicament? Her fault too. With a deep breath, she forced back her feelings and knocked on the door. The room went silent, feeding into Eveline's growing anxiety. She almost ran away from the door when she heard footsteps, but the second she saw it open, she put on her best smile. Eveline. The moment Eveline entered his room was the moment that Midoriya realized that Eveline had a special gift for relieving heavy emotions. Admittedly, he should have figured that out a long time ago, but he had never experienced it firsthand. When he saw the blonde standing at his door, he felt a wave of calmness crash over him in a way that he had never felt before. Izuku! His mother called from behind him. Izuku, who is that? He quickly snapped out of the slight trance. He was in and introduced Eveline. This is Eveline Liones, the woman I was trying to tell you about. His mother, almost immediately, was on the defensive and seemed to already be developing a dislike toward the blonde, but Eveline hardly seemed bothered by it. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. Eveline smiled as she entered the room. I was asked to be of assistance to your son if you don't mind. It took a lot of work to calm down Mrs. Midoriya, and even more to stop her from demanding that Midoriya leave the school, but with their combined persuasion, Eveline and Midoriya managed. Eveline took the time to carefully explain what had happened to her son. From his abduction to his return, all of it was shared. She even explained that she and Midoriya share a link between them, though she emphasized that she didn't know why it was there. Are things like this uncommon? Mrs. Midoriya asked. Eveline paused before answering. As far as I'm aware, it is and isn't. What do you mean? There have been bonds like this before, usually between partners, Eveline explained as gently as she could, but the part that gets me is that your son and I are from different worlds. And I'm sure we've never met before. Midoriya shifted slightly. He wanted to tell them that they all had met before, that the proof of this was with Bakugo, but he refrained. The fact that his mother wholeheartedly agreed with Eveline worried him, and add in that Mail had the answers in that bottle made things worse. Given what Mail had said before Castilla showed up, Midoriya had every reason to believe that Mail erased their memories and that this link manifested when he met Eveline as a child. The only questions he had now was how did that happen and why Mail tried to break it. Was erasing their memories of one another how he tried to break it? Or was that just some side effect? Well, the strained tone of his mother snapped Midoriya out of his thoughts. He looked up to see that she still looked agitated, though not as nearly irritated as she had been before. I suppose you're right. I'm sorry that your son was taken, Eveline smiled. I'll make sure that my friends and I won't burden him any further. Though his mother fell for that line, Midoriya knew better. He was involved this much already and he had no intention of letting them fight alone. Of course, he was going to have to deal with his teachers trying to stop him first. After his mother finally left the school, Midoriya and Eveline were allowed to do as they pleased. Brian was already settled into his room, already intent on sleeping the rest of the day away. Zelda and the others were still settling in their respective rooms, so, to pass the time, Eveline asked Midoriya to show her around the campus. "This place is huge," Eveline noted softly as they passed some of the training grounds. Midoriya nodded, unsure as to why he felt excited about her approval toward his school. "Yeah, it takes some getting used to. It's a good thing we live in the dorms because I don't think I would have been able to explore the campus as I have if I didn't live here. That's how I felt when I was little." Eveline smiled. "I used to think that Liones and Camelot were the only places in the whole world. I knew both kingdoms like the back of my hand." "You did?" She nodded, seemingly lost in the memory of her childhood. "Dad used to tell me that if I could find every little secret in either kingdom, he would give me a treat, so of course I did." Midoriya smiled as he listened to her recount every little adventure she'd go on within the kingdom's walls. However, a small detail nagged at him. If he remembered correctly, Eveline said she used to visit Lioness. But just now, she said the world used to seem so small to her. Then we couldn't stay in Britannia anymore. Midoriya was caught off guard by that statement, but he managed to remain calm. He didn't want to startle her. Dad's powers were still increasing and Mom needed to unite what was left of the goddess clan, so we were sent with Mom to the celestial realm while Dad went back to the demon realm for a bit. Midoriya was silent for a second, unsure how to ask what she meant or if he should ask for clarification. Something, perhaps his more inquisitive side, urged him to delve deeper into the conversation, but his manners kept him from speaking. However, Eveline must have either heard his internal thoughts or quickly realized that she ought to explain. "Why, see, Eveline paused, chewing her lip as she carefully threw out her response. "Well, my dad is the son of the Demon King and my mom the daughter of the Supreme Goddess. There's a whole complicated history between them, but my grandparents cursed my parents because they weren't supposed to fall in love with each other. My dad was cursed with immortality and my mother with perpetual reincarnation. There was more to it than that, but that's the gist. To break the curses, they needed someone with the equivalent power level of my grandparents, or greater." "Why?" Midoriya asked, clearly perplexed by what Eveline was saying. "Why did they need someone with equivalent power?" "That's how spells and curses work," Eveline answered as they ceased walking. "To break a spell, you need to know how it works, and then you need to be powerful enough to break it or reverse it. For curses, it's the same thing but on a greater scale with a slight difference. To break a curse, you need to be as strong as the person who cast it or greater. My grandparents were essentially the gods of our kind, so you can imagine what needed to happen. Plus my grandparents were hoping that this punishment might cause strife between my parents. If they came asking for forgiveness for their sins, the curses would have been lifted." Midoriya shifted slightly, uncomfortable with the thought that forgiveness meant forsaking what her parents wanted. But they loved each other, didn't they? He didn't mean to sound so pitiful, but it seemed that his voice was just eager to express emotions he would rather keep to himself. Eveline grinned. "Of course, my dad lived for 3,000 years trying to find a way to break their curses. Eventually, he killed my grandfather and took his power as his own. That's how he broke their curses. But it comes at a cost." Eveline grew quiet before slowly starting to walk again. Midoriya followed beside her. "You see, the Demon King's power is too much for the human world, and keeps growing, so he needed to go back to the demon realm to see what he could do about it. Merlin was helping him out a little bit." The two of them fell into an awkward silence. Eveline questioned if maybe she should have not told him anything while Midoriya struggled to comprehend what she shared. He wished that he had something to say that didn't make him sound stupid. But he was so completely far out of his depth with this girl and he didn't know how to understand things like this. I didn't know you muttered like this." "Yeep." Midoriya promptly covered his mouth and stared at her with wide eyes. He didn't realize that he had been muttering again. His freckled face flushed a bright red while Eveline merely giggled. "I'm sorry." I didn't mean to that I just do that when dash. Eveline couldn't resist laughing at him. Don't. You don't need to apologize. It was adorable. The blush grew. He struggled to form a coherent sentence, forcing himself to look away in an attempt to collect himself. Thank you. Eveline smiled slightly, a soft blush colored her cheeks. You're welcome. The two resumed their walk, wandering about the campus without meeting anyone along the way. Both could feel eyes on them though, and Midoriya, who felt that it was probably just some of the school gossips, elected to ignore them. Eveline, on the other hand, kept nervously playing with her long locks of hair. Out of curiosity, Midoriya asked to ease the goddess, "Are there schools in your world?" Eveline shook her head. No. She drew out the vowel, taking a moment to consider if that response was truly accurate given her time in prison. The closest thing I can think of is apprenticeships, but even then that's a stretch. Midoriya nodded. So this is completely new to you? Eveline nodded as well. Yeah, but it's interesting. As she said this, she took in the view as if she were observing some alien planet. While she preferred the clear view of valleys and mountains, she found that the sleek buildings that made up UA's campus were pretty in a unique way. Still, when shown the gardens that some of the students maintained, she was ecstatic. You like flowers? Midoriya cringed as the question came out of his mouth. It sounded so stupid, but Eveline didn't mind. I used to gather flowers with my mother and sister, Lunite. Eveline was grinning ear to ear as she bent down to smell the flowers. Lunite taught me how to make flower crowns, but I don't think I could make one now. It's been a long time. Her smile fell slightly and he could make out a slight tear growing in the corner of her eye. Ah. Sensing that he ought to do something, Midoriya quickly suggested they go get some food from the dorms. We've not eaten all day and Ida, he's our class president, might get mad if we don't practice healthy habits. Eveline's expression changed from melancholic to confused. She opened her mouth to say something, but the well-timed growl of her stomach prompted her to giggle. What's wrong? Midoriya asked, both worried and perplexed by her behavior. I've been in the cell for so long, I forgot that I don't have to eat once a day anymore. She smiled at him and extended her hand. Shall we? Midoriya took it, surprised that her skin felt pleasantly cool against his, and led her back to the dorms. A part of him wondered about what she had said. Was Guinevere only feeding Eveline once a day? Now that he thought about it, how poorly was she being treated? Eveline had some bruises on her when he found her cell, but it was hard to tell if those were old or if they came from Castilla. Midoriya stopped rather suddenly, much to Eveline's surprise. He turned slightly to get a look at Eveline. She looked perfectly fine. She was healed by mail. She could heal herself too, couldn't she? He vaguely remembered that. Izuku. Eveline gently tapped the tip of Midoriya's nose, snapping him out of his thoughts. Are you okay? A blush colored his face as he quickly turned away. It's nothing. It was nothing, wasn't it? Midoriya could feel his whole body be engulfed in the flames of embarrassment as everyone in his class bombarded him and Eveline the second they entered the dorms. Most were eager to find out what had happened to Midoriya and who Eveline was, while a select few bothered to ask Midoriya if he was okay. Man. Kaminari grinned as he patted Midoriya's back. You gotta introduce us to your girlfriend. Midoriya felt his voice crack as he stuttered. Girlfriend? It had never occurred to him that anyone might assume that he and Eveline were partners in any way. It seemed random and outlandish. They technically just met. Mineta joined in as well, teasing Midoriya on his supposed type. I never took you for a blonde kind of guy. Then again, there was that babe at the expo. That was a misunderstanding. Midoriya cried though it fell on deaf ears. Ida and Shoji were the only two to try and placate the teasing while the girls eagerly introduced themselves to Eveline. Mina was the most energetic. She greeted Eveline with smiles and offered to take the young goddess shopping. You'll be so cute. I promise. Eveline blushes slightly. I appreciate the offer. Though she offered the pink student a shy smile, she was beginning to feel an unnatural anxiety settle within her stomach. Izuku? What exactly does she mean by shopping? It took all of his willpower to not verbally respond to her question. He responded very quickly, explaining what Mina meant before having to defend himself from another onslaught of accusations from his classmates. "We're not dating," he cried as Mineta and Kaminari casually teased him about a wedding date. Though it was uncharacteristic for them, most of the other male students joined in the teasing. The shared relief toward Midoriya's well-being had made them more willing to join the shenanigans. All this attention left him unable to be Eveline's emotional support, which she desperately needed. The young goddess was completely out of her depth but tried to remain optimistic. Unfortunately, it showed that she was slowly growing more and more uncomfortable. Having spent years locked away from the world had drained this once outgoing and sociable girl. It bothered her. Eveline always believed that she would be happier out of prison, and yet she felt worse. Yaoyorozu, seeing that Eveline was growing somewhat anxious, decided to pull her away from the crowds and bring her to the kitchen where she had some tea already waiting for everyone. "Sorry if this isn't something you like," she smiled sheepishly as she handed Eveline a mug, "but it looked like you needed a moment away from everyone." Eveline stared at Yaoyorozu, surprised that she saw Eveline's discomfort. "Thank you." She took a sip of the tea and quickly changed from timid to joyful. "This tastes just like the tea my mother used to give me. I'm glad." While the two had their tea, from behind a wall, stood Bakugo. He couldn't bring himself to even be out with everyone else, so he hid where not even Kaminari or Kirishima would look for him. He had been watching Eveline and Midoriya for a while, and he was certain that she didn't remember them either. That shouldn't have bothered him, but it did. Maybe he was overthinking it, but he couldn't help but wonder if there was a good or bad reason for the memory loss. "It's none of my DMN business," he grumbled to himself as he stomped off to the elevator. "It wasn't like we had anything special." She kissed Deku too. But as he stalked off, he failed to notice the curious gaze of a certain brunette. The castle within the demon realm was eerily quiet as Guinevere received Azazel and Castilla's reports. The platinum blonde was seated upon the dilapidated throne with Layla, the dark-skinned genie, floating next to her. Irritation was drawn upon the blonde's face, her eyes darkened with each sentence that the succubus uttered. What kept the second-born princess from lashing out at Castilla was Layla affectionately running her fingers through the blonde's silvery hair. "It sounds to me," Layla declared when Castilla was done, "that your ego cost us Eveline." Castilla tried to defend herself, but promptly shut up as an icy glare stared her down. "I'm sorry." Guinevere turned her glare toward the large man. "And you?" Azazel smiled back at his leader, completely unfazed. "What do I apologize for? I told you that if Eveline got away, I wouldn't bother to go after her. You left that to this moron." Layla pressed her hand against Guinevere's tense shoulder. "Allow me to deal with him, he'll just drive you mad." Guinevere snorted. "No." The blonde stood from her throne in a manner that befitted a spoiled brat. "I've been too lenient with all three of you. You had one job and you failed me without much effort. That changes." Before anyone could speak, the large, wooden doors opened to reveal the guards and a few human soldiers. Among these humans was a tall, unnaturally pale man with magenta hair. Zagan, the human warlord, had come to speak his mind. Unlike his soldier, who cowered at the thought of meeting the second princess, Zagan boldly moved toward the Black Knights, unbothered by the looks he was receiving. "Guinevere," he greeted with a slight bow, "rumors have reached me saying that you were planning on killing my bride." Guinevere turned to Layla, confused as to how that information got out, as only Layla, herself, and Eveline knew about the execution. When Layla could not answer, the blonde turned back to the warlord and offered her sweetest smile. "Zagan, I don't think you should be going around believing in rumors. I'd never dash." "Cut the crap," he ordered. His relaxed demeanor fell and even the knights felt a shiver run through them. "I know that you despise her and any opportunity to be rid of her is a blessing for you. Now," he turned his head toward his second-in-command, nudging his head in a silent order. "I want complete transparency between us, understand?" His second-in-command, understanding the gesture, nodded and pulled out a strange map from his coat pocket. He handed it to Azazel, who happened to be closest to him, and Azazel opened it without any enthusiasm. He struggled to read the Ramaji, often having to repeat himself before settling on what he thought was right. but came close to properly pronouncing the city's name. Muzudafu, Japan? The hell is that? Guinevere rushed forward and snatched the map. Japan? What the hell is that? Castilla repeated with mild annoyance. Is that a recipe? Hold your tongue, Layla growled as she looked at the map over Guinevere's shoulder. Japan is a place. The old Lord Nanashur came from there. Zagan smiled, nodding as he spoke. One of my spies stole that map from Merlin a few days ago, before that green-haired boy showed up. Green-haired boy? Azazel turned toward the pouty succubus, unmoved by everything around him. Didn't you mention someone like that? Oh. Castilla perked up, showing her sharp pearly teeth. Broccoli head. He got Eveline. Guinevere took the map and threw it at Castilla. So that's who she brought? That stupid kid. In a fit of rage, the blonde allowed some of her demonic power seep through the room, alarming the three knights but only gaining a mere smirk from Zagan. It looks like the sorceress has blindsided you, he teased, knowing full well that Guinevere was livid. Perhaps this might compel you to cooperate with me? Guinevere turned. Oh? How so? Zagan's smile only grew as he presented her with a grand scheme that, in his opinion, benefited both of them. Of course, the main clause was that Eveline couldn't be killed, which went against everything Guinevere wanted, but he managed to secure her support under the promise that Eveline would never be heard from again. All he needed was the supplies taken from Merlin and a few demons for assurance. Do you think you'll be able to get her? Layla hissed. She didn't trust this human to get the job done and, like Guinevere, didn't believe that Eveline could be left alive without interfering with their plans. She never liked you, and if that boy went out of his way to save her. He's only a child, maybe 16, he laughed, winking at the annoyed Castilla as he spoke. What challenge could he pose? Brian and Zelda are with them. Castilla snapped. Even if Broccoli Head ain't much, they'll probably kick your butt. Castilla! Layla snarled, frightening the succubus. Do not support our enemies. The blue-haired succubus gave a soft growl as her response but didn't argue further. However, Castilla's attitude toward the warlord had sparked a sudden change of heart from Guinevere, and she asked if she could make a slight adjustment to his plan. It's nothing major, I promise, she said sweetly, but if you're going to keep my little sister, then I want something else in exchange. Which is? The twisted smile that crossed the blonde's lips could only be described as horrific and unnaturally evil if applied to anyone else in the room. For Guinevere, it was a smile that suited her best. I want the heads of Zelda, Brian, and that boy, and I will have Castilla go with you to ensure that my prizes are collected. What? Castilla shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice cracking under the strain. You can't be serious. Azazel, Guinevere's smile never faltered as she ordered her knights. Take Castilla down to the lab, I'll deal with her later. Azazel did as he was told, throwing the outraged demon over his shoulder and carrying her to the lab. As they left, they could hear Zagan agreeing to Guinevere's new terms. Azazel wondered what sparked the sudden change in his leader, but he understood there was an ulterior motive and it probably was more in line with what Guinevere truly wanted. He only hoped that Zelda had passed on what he told her because this was gearing to be a devastating war. So you have classes? Brian asked as he laid upon one of the many common room couches. As the school didn't want anyone to be able to immediately identify their guests, Eveline and her friends were given their own UA uniforms, which Brian had thrown on before coming down for breakfast. He didn't like the uniform all that much. It didn't quite fit him and he found it irritating on his many scars. Eveline's fit just fine, but she had to request tights as she felt a little exposed in it. Yes. Midoriya nodded. His large yellow backpack was pressed into his back as he gripped the straps. He had spent the past 20 minutes gently explaining what the school schedule was and what they, as guests, were allowed to do during the school's academic half of the day. And we can't do anything until when? Training is right after lunch, Midoriya answered rather nervously. I or one of the teachers will come to get you guys so you can join us. Okay. Eveline was perfectly fine with this arrangement, as it was more freedom than she was used to, but Brian and Zelda weren't too keen on it. They were used to being able to go wherever they pleased and any restrictions were typically ignored by them. After all, they were technically royalty back in their world. Alright, Brian groaned as he stretched out. Some of the buttons on his shirt popped off as he did so. I'll give you an hour's leeway, and after that, I'm hunting you down myself. Midoriya visibly relaxed as he no longer feared that Brian might go against the school's rules. Eveline was happy too, but for a different reason. As she had spent so long in mostly solitary confinement, she needed someone to update her on certain things, and Brian was the right person to hound with questions. I promise I'll be back. Midoriya hurried off to class. He was the last of 1A to leave their dorm, which was due to him needing to deal with them. Eveline watched the young man leave, smiling as she heard him run toward the large glass building where the classrooms resided. A small part of her wanted to invade his thoughts while he was in class just as she used to, but she shook that selfish desire out of her mind. There were far more important things to do than spy on Midoriya. You know, Eveline, who had been standing beside Midoriya until he left, turned to stare down at the half-fairy man. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you kinda like Deku. Eveline smiled slightly and rolled her eyes. I hope you do know better. When Brian wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, Eveline shook her head and added, besides, we've got more important things to talk about. Do we? He asked as he sat up. At this point, he tore off the last few buttons he had, leaving his chest completely bare for all to see. The sight was nothing Eveline hadn't seen before, though she noted a few more scars scattered along both his chest and belly. And what's that? Eveline took a seat on the arm of the couch Brian was on. The look of her face didn't fit the princess' normal array of expressions. She seemed perplexed yet angered. She seemed to struggle as to what topic she should begin with, leading Brian to wonder what was going through that pretty little head of hers. To start, she said finally, Castilla's appearance. A sneer was quickly drawn upon Brian's mouth. What about her? Why did she look so different? Eveline asked softly, unwilling to avoid the sore topic. She used to be a redhead, bright apple red hair, with fiery eyes and slit pupils. Yeah? Brian begrudgingly nodded. She started looking different about a year ago. Well, Eveline continued, somehow a little hesitant but equally determined to speak her mind. It's just that I'm not saying that isn't a perfectly normal and logical excuse for the drastic change in her appearance, but she seemed so different. And not just in looks but in strength as well. Brian absent-mindedly nodded, though he was internally going through his memories trying to recollect the moment he had first seen the new version of the succubus. As he said earlier, he saw this newly blue demon a year ago when Merlin and Zelda first told him about their plan to get Eveline. She had only shown up because it was suspicious for the princes and princesses of the fairy kingdom to leave the forest while their parents were MIA. He had spoken to her that time, but he couldn't remember what he had said. He did remember that she kept messing with her blue locks, almost as if she were trying to convince herself that they weren't blue by not looking at it and then getting annoyed when they entered her line of sight. He had thought that it was strange back then. Everyone recognized her as a redhead, so she wouldn't have changed her appearance herself. Not only that, but what benefit came from that? I know we used to joke that she was like some lab rat for Guinevere, Eveline continued, and now I'm beginning to think we weren't far off with that. Brian nodded. It would make sense. He paused and took a moment to fully consider the possibility that she was physically altered by the second-born Lioness. It wasn't impossible, as everyone knew Guinevere had interests in science, which they could thank Merlin for. But now that you mention it, she was thicker too. The Castilla we saw was almost sickly looking. But still powerful. Not by her normal standards though. Brian added in a thoughtful tone, don't you remember when Uncle Meliodas had that tournament? We were all about 6 or so when it happened. Eveline smiled slightly. She did remember that tournament. She remembered it very well. It was one of her father's and Uncle Ban's grand schemes to see who had the stronger knights. Their mothers refused to let them duke it out themselves because of the severe damage they caused. It was all in good fun, and she enjoyed watching her father and uncle get worked up over every round. Castilla was a meager knight back then, hardly viewed as anything beyond ordinary in comparison to the other contestants. She only got it in at Guinevere's insistence, and she had completely astounded the audience with her speed and strategic attacks, winning until Gil Thunder beat her in the semifinals. Thinking back to the other night, she could say that the demon's speed was less than it used to be, and in retrospect, while her weakness was the same, It did strike Eveline as odd that Castilla would recklessly use her familiar in the cell. Because of the huge disadvantage, the snake creature caused by their separation, her reliance on it was typically reserved for last resort kinds of situations. Why did she use it then? Something's not right, Brian sighed, and he finally removed himself from the couch. Guinevere's a devious person, and I'm not gonna lie, us saving you hardly seems like it matters much because it was too easy to get you. Eveline had to agree. Security had always been pretty lax around my cell. She lowered her head slightly. I was constantly moved deeper into the prison, but I rarely had guards. Would it even be beneficial to her to have someone watch you? The question took Eveline by surprise. I mean, you're not only a half-goddess, but you're Elizabeth's daughter. You can talk to people's hearts just like she could. You could have easily swayed anyone to help you, even if they were a demon. Eveline again agreed. I suppose that's true, but that still answers nothing really. Answers aren't gonna come easy. He stated, crossing his arms behind his head as he headed off to the kitchen. He hadn't eaten yet, and Midoriya had mentioned how there should be snacks there. Zelda would be the best person to ask. Eveline watched as Brian left her, feeling as if she had only gone in circles with their conversation. She still only had suspicions. Nothing was concrete, and the only definitive answer was to ask Zelda. I tried already, she said under her breath. She did try. Just before bed, she had snuck out to Zelda's room at the teacher's dorms and tried to talk to her. Zelda only gave vague answers or insisted that they wait until the next day to talk. The blonde left without anything useful to think about. Though she told herself that it was too soon to tell for sure, Eveline noticed that Zelda was distant. Of course, the vampire princess had always been that way since their childhood, and Guinevere's reign had only worsened her social anxiety. However, she was never that way with Eveline. They had been close from infancy, so why did Eveline feel a sudden wall between them? Maybe it's just me. Eveline wasn't sure if she should be making assumptions about her old friends and family after all these years. They've changed during her imprisonment, living their own lives, and she didn't because she couldn't. It's all in my head, that's all it is. Midoriya quickly changed into his hero costume, much to the amusement of the other boys. Once they had been left alone by the teachers, Kaminari started teasing Midoriya about Eveline. It wasn't anything like before. No one brought up Eveline being his girlfriend. Instead, he went on about how pretty she was and how he was amazed that Midoriya was into those kinds of girls. Midoriya paused. His left glove remained half limp on his arm as he struggled to not sound so innocent. Those kinds? Blonde, green-eyed. Kaminari swooned as he dreamily waltzed around the locker room. And she's so pretty. Mineta tried to join, with great big dash, but Bakugo stomped his foot into the head of Yue's pervert. Gah! Whoa there! Kirishima reached out to Bakugo and tried to pull him off the squirt, to little avail. You don't need to stomp his brains out. Bakugo didn't respond, though Midoriya could see that there was something in his eyes that seemed like a sort of nonverbal response. Was he jealous? Offended? Disgusted? All three? He wanted to ask but knew better. If Bakugo was willing to nearly obliterate Mineta, he didn't want to be the next target. You shouldn't talk that way about her, Midoriya said as he eyed Bakugo. She's a princess after all, and her parents are supposed to be the gods of her world. All the boys, minus Bakugo, stared at Midoriya, their eyes wide with shock. That little blonde was the daughter of gods? It's true. Midoriya tried to not let the stares get to him as he spoke. Her cousin Zelda is a princess too. Only her dad is Eveline's uncle and her mom is a vampire princess. A vampire? Mineta's head shot up, actually knocked Bakugo's foot back. How exotic. His excitement was quickly squashed as the explosive blonde harshly gripped the top of his head and lifted his small body to Bakugo's eye level. Listen here, you little freak. Bakugo would have killed the pervert at that moment, but Ida quickly separated the two, urging Bakugo to save his rage for training. Kirishima also butted in, telling the blonde that he could fight Mineta later. It came as a genuine surprise to all of the boys how quickly Bakugo had gone from murderous to defensive. He quickly insisted that it was nothing and stomped out of the room. His temper may naturally quick, but never quite like that, and no one knew if they should be alarmed by it. Either way, his reaction killed Kaminari's playful teasing and everyone silently agreed to not bring up any more suggestive thoughts aimed at Eveline. Whoa, Midoriya heard Shiro mutter under his breath as they all began to exit the locker room. What sparked that kind of rage out of him? Kaminari nodded, eyeing Midoriya as he whispered, "Both had a history with her, remember? At least that's what Bakugo said." "Still," Shiro replied, "he said they only knew each other for, what, a couple of days? Who knows, Bakugo's a strange guy." The conversation died as they came out into the sunlight. It seemed that they wanted the incident to remain within the walls of the locker room, though Midoriya knew that it wouldn't stay there for long. "Kaken, I thought maybe you told me everything." Midoriya lowered his head slightly, half aware of what was going on around him. Aizawa and All Might were explaining the course, which he managed to get the gist of through the few points he overheard. It was a simple exercise, similar to what he had done with Brian before the rescue. The only difference was that it required chasing a villain, a single person for the moment. Two major groups were divided, one for the heroes and the other for the villains. The students assigned the villain roles were chosen based on their speed and destructive capabilities. Of that group, there was Ida, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Bakugo, Sato, and Midoriya. For heroes, they were paired without quirk compatibility in mind. As Aizawa put it, compatibility of quirks could be learned regardless of who they were partnered with. The arrangement looked like this: Bakugo versus Shiro, Asido, and Ojiro. Sato versus Tsuyu and Jiro. Uraraka versus Todoroki and Hagakure. Tokoyami versus Shoji, Aoyama, and Mineta. Ida versus Kirishima and Koda. Midoriya versus Yayorozu and Kaminari. "This exercise requires a great deal of strategy," Aizawa stated as he finished separating the groups. "Just because you know each other's quirks doesn't mean you know everything about them. Be smart, be quick, and don't get distracted." "Is there a time limit?" Ida asked. "Or is it until the villains are caught?" "We're timing you for the moment." All Might held up his smartphone, showing that he had the stopwatch ready. "Once we've gotten the first run dealt with, we'll time the match based on that." "So this is about being quick?" Hagakure mused softly. "Crime happens all the time and you need to be able to move from one chase to another or end a pursuit to minimize damage and amount of people who will be affected by it." All Might moved his gaze toward the group of villains and added that they needed to avoid capture by any means necessary. "Technically you have two ways of going about this. I'll leave it to you to figure out which one you should follow." With that dealt with, the simulation began with Bakugo, giving Midoriya plenty of time to muse over his plan for helping Eveline and his strategy for the exercise. Eveline, Zelda, and Brian made their way to where IA was training, following the lead of Midnight, who Eveline immediately liked, though Zelda and Brian seemed to have taken an instant dislike toward her. Though the blonde didn't know for sure, she suspected that the duo associated the mature hero with Merlin. Physically, she could see similarities. Both had black hair, angular features, and natural SEC appeal, though Merlin never cared much about those sorts of things. Also, some of their mannerisms were similar in action though not in meaning. It was a pity to judge her based on a preconceived association with another woman, but Eveline was just as guilty of that as the other two. From the moment she laid eyes on Midnight, she felt comfortable with the hero because she reminded her of Merlin. There were other reasons beyond that, such as how knowledgeable Midnight was and how easy it was for Eveline to approach her. "They should be training at the moment," Midnight hummed, speaking mainly to Eveline as she figured out that the other two weren't keen on her. "It's a cat and mouse pursuit. We do those a lot as heroes." Eveline hummed in acknowledgement. She understood the coded exercise as Midoriya had explained it to her once when she interrupted his training some time ago. "Must be exhausting to do that." Midnight laughed. "It's a labor of love for some of us. I always loved a good chase, but I'm sure there are others who aren't fond of it." Eveline gave the pro-hero a slight smile. Midoriya's fight with Gentle came to mind and she wondered what Midoriya felt toward pursuits. She knew what he had felt in the moment: anger, desperation, determination were what she could immediately recall, but she wondered if he found it to be exhausting or thrilling. "What exactly are you chasing?" Zelda asked. Eveline looked over her shoulder to see a strange look on her cousin's face. It took a minute for her to realize that Zelda might not fully understand what they were talking about. Typically lower-class villains like to run, Midnight smiled. It was a look of pride and maybe a twinge of arrogance. Sometimes a few of the big guys make a break, but that's usually when they know they're outnumbered or when they're faced with a hero who's stronger than them. The conversation seemed to fade after that. Eveline had more questions to ask, but she sensed that no one was eager to be pestered by her. It could have been her imagination, as Midnight was very keen on sharing knowledge, but the other two didn't seem open to learning anything about this world. She should have guessed that. This wasn't just some escape. It was a means to an end. They needed to figure what to do to deal with Guinevere, or at least, that's all she could think of them doing without their parents' help. Realistically, we should be looking for them and Lunite. The tomb that Guinevere told her about had been a mystery. She was only told that it existed and that their parents were sealed within it. But she did know from context that Lunite wasn't sealed in it. In fact, Lunite visited her once after Guinevere bragged about it. There was no way Guinevere could have put their eldest sister in it afterward. The seal would have broken. Not only that, but Lunite was strong enough to resist. But her body is weak. That was right. Lunite, for as strong as her powers were, her body was weak, which was why she was the diplomat of the Lioness children. Fighting exhausted her. Even healing herself could tire her out if she's injured beyond superficial cuts. So there was no concern toward Lunite going against Guinevere. But she still disappeared. Eveline had so many questions, and it seemed nobody wanted to answer her. She thought of that bottle Midoriya had. Supposedly it had answers, but to what questions? She only knew that it had to do with their link, and Midoriya seemed to know something that she didn't. Everyone knows something that I don't, and I hate it. Here we are. Midnight extended her arm outward toward the arena. The group could see Uraraka escaping from Todoroki from a distance. The brunette girl was narrowingly dodging the boy's ice, which was interesting to Eveline at least. Just by their powers, she knew who was who, and it helped that everyone looked distinctly different from one another. All Might and Aizawa have the kids under control, so I'll just drop you guys off with them and be on my way. The group of three was taken straight to the teachers, who were pleased that they made it in a timely fashion. All Might greet them while Aizawa kept his eye on the simulation, informing them of what was happening and offering to let them join if they felt inclined to do so. Brian was the first to express curiosity toward the offer. It's just running away? He looked over the rails, watching as Uraraka was finally caught by the pair. More like a race. All Might pointed to the end of the arena where a pair of sleek metal doors were. If the villain makes it there, they've successfully evaded the hero team. Otherwise, if the team gets them, they lose. It's about catching or evading as quickly as possible. Sounds like fun. Eveline glanced toward her cousin, putting on her best puppy eyes. Please, Zelda? We're not on holiday. Zelda looked away from the blonde in an attempt to avoid caving in to the blonde's wishes. Eveline gasped and tried to force the black-haired vampire to look at her, to little success. Besides, I doubt Dash. Brian slung his arm around Eveline's shoulders and grinned cheekily. Come on, they're literally training for battle. Shouldn't we be doing the same? He cupped the vampire's chin and turned her head toward them, much to her offense. She jerked her head out of his grip, which only amused Brian. Don't be like that, Sugar Bat. Eveline's pleading expression quickly changes to one of confusion, glancing between the two. Sugar Bat. Because she's a vampire who likes sweets. Brian squished Eveline closer to him. So, Sugar Bat, what's the verdict? Don't call me that. Zelda glared at the tall man and rolled her eyes, crossing her arms in front of her chest rather indignantly. I'm not participating. Please. Eveline forced her way into Zelda's face, crocodile tears forming under her green eyes. It surprised Zelda that Eveline was capable of quickly moving from confusion to pleading again. I'll do anything. Please. Zelda tried to look away again, but Brian put himself into her field of view, grinning like the butt he was. Fine. Yay. Eveline and Brian cheered, earning a dark scowl from Zelda and a humored smile from All Might. When the first runs were through, Aizawa announced a slight change to their session. The villains in this simulation were allowed to take a partner of their choosing and, with their help, try to improve their escape time. The class was mostly excited about this, except for Midoriya, to an extent, Nobody had a clue of the powers of the three strangers, and the idea of fighting against someone they weren't familiar with excited them. Since there were only 3 guests, it was decided that they could help one student which, while others found to be slightly unfair, others like Ida and Tsuyu found that it worked more to the other students' favor to watch as they were positive the guests would be joining other exercises and simulations. Aizawa urged the villain group to make their choices. The sooner you pick, the more you can train. The first to pick was Bakugo who, unsurprisingly, refused the aid. His rejection, while short and to the point, relieved the trio. None of them wanted to work with someone so short-tempered at the moment. Sato was next and he eagerly took Brian as he admitted that his quirk only gave him so much to work with against his opponents. As he put it, he needed a partner who could watch his back, especially against Tsuyu. Uraraka was about to reject the guest's help, but the idea of talking with Eveline gave a moment of reconsideration. She ended up passing though, mostly because she remembered the embarrassing moment with Aoyama during their exams. She had plenty of opportunities to talk with the half-goddess anyways. Tokoyami also was about to decline but quickly changed his mind, taking Zelda as his partner. There was no real reason behind his choice, he just figured that she might have an easier time dealing with him than with the last 2. That, of course, left Ida and Midoriya to pick Eveline, and to the class' surprise, Ida asked if he might work with her. Really, Ida? Kirishima asked from the crowd. What's sparking the interest, bro? Ida offered a smile and said, if Midoriya picks her, you guys will be focused on teasing him rather than giving her a chance to prove her strength. He turned toward Midoriya, offering a friendly grin, which was appreciated by the shorter team. Besides, it's not fair to keep her grouped with him. The class seemed slightly taken aback by that, but their spirits returned to them as Aizawa declared for the next rounds to begin. With their guests playing a role, things should certainly get interesting this time around. The simulation started again. As expected, Bakugo was destructive but less so than before. Any chaos he caused was strategically recycled from what was already destroyed in the arena, making sure to use anything he could to misdirect or stall his pursuers. The hero team, Siro, Ashido, and Ojiro, found it difficult to handle his onslaught of tricks and decoys. However, they too had a trick up their sleeve. If Bakugo had any weaknesses, it was his cockiness and the brutality of his attacks. He could exhaust himself if he was forced to keep attacking, and that was their ticket to a win. The problem, of course, was that their attacks, by comparison to his, weren't much to exhaust him. They had to resort to a similar tactic that he was using, taking debris and throwing it in his way, forcing him to make a sudden dodge or to unleash an explosion to move forward as he planned. It worked for the most part, however. Bakugo Katsuki was a hard guy to get the upper hand on. You think you can get me that easy? Bakugo growled as Ashido came into view, preparing to use her acid on the ground beneath to slow him down. He raised his arm, his gauntlet heavy with ammunition for a devastating blow. I ain't going down like this. Ashido had barely a second to dodge as a powerful explosion rippled through the air, aimed at the platform she was on. Without her, his greatest concern was promptly dealt with and his success was a guarantee. Bakugo wins, Aizawa announced through the speakers. His deadpan tone remained despite his partial annoyance toward the teams. Come back up so the next group can go. With the previous team making their way back to the class, Sato and Brian headed down the arena, conversing as they went. Sato took the moment to explain his quirk to his partner, believing that the information would be useful to the half-human. Unsurprisingly, Brian found Sato's quirk to be funny. Who knew these quirks could be so strange? Merlin would love to have a look at you. Sato didn't respond, a little confused by his statement but excited to see what his partner could do. Brian only offered half of his abilities to the student, simply because he didn't see the point of going all out so soon. After their brief rundown, they began talking about strategy. We will have to make it to the end. Together. Yeah, Brian gave Sato a lopsided grin, his head awkwardly tilted in a dramatically lazy fashion. That frog girl seems more like the muscle here. The other girl though, what does she do? She plugs in her earphones and can listen in or send shockwaves through the ground, Sato answered plainly. Admittedly, he didn't wholeheartedly understand the complete abilities of Kyokajiro. He did know the basics and had enough experience watching or working with her to have a good idea of her capabilities. They work well together. I couldn't get very far. Brian nodded, his wolfish grin widening at the thought of experiencing the simulation. Then they need to work alone. The two made it to their starting point. Jiro and Tsuyu were nowhere to be seen. The shared goal between the villains was to make it to the end, but Brian had some tricks up his sleeve. When the match began, Brian quickly told Sato to run before he abandoned his partner for a different route. "What's he up to, Ribbit?" Tsuyu asked as she and Jiro gave chase. Jiro's brows furrowed out of annoyance. She figured that Brian was going for the classic split to separate the opposing team play. It was a dumb tactic, in her opinion. Still, as he was part of the exercise, she knew they were going to have to follow his lead. Follow him and try to get him back with Sato. Tsuyu nodded and left her partner's side, confident that she could find the unusual man without much hassle. However, that confidence was slightly faltered by some level of uncertainty. It was understandable though. She didn't know anything about Brian's abilities, though she was aware that Brian had supernatural abilities similar to a quirk, thanks to Midoriya. From the ledge above the arena, the students watched, trying to keep up with Brian's movements. Eveline and Zelda already could tell that Brian was eager to show off, showing much of his battle-hungry side. Neither of them was surprised though. They just hoped that he would remember that he was participating in a simulation. "Hey, Eveline," Eveline stiffened, forgetting for a split second that Midoriya could speak to her telepathically. She turned slightly to look at the teen, finding that his eyes were solely focused on the battle below. "I was thinking that we should talk about some things." Eveline resisted, nodding her head. "Sure, how about after dinner?" She had hoped that he would look at her, but he never did. "Yeah, meet me in my room." He seemed to have second thoughts but quickly added, "That's okay, right? It's not creepy to you, is it?" "What? I asked you to meet me in my room," he answered. A blush coated his freckled cheeks while his eyes remained on the group. A part of her wondered why he wouldn't look at her. It hurt. "That's not inappropriate, is it?" Eveline smiled, thinking to herself that he was surprisingly cute when he was flustered. Was she making him flustered? "I'm not offended by it. Besides, we have more important things to worry about than that." She couldn't tell if he was relieved or had simply relaxed the slightest bit, but he returned his full attention to watching the arena, leaving her with a few more questions to ponder on. However, knowing that Midoriya was eager to have a conversation with her did lift her spirits. She could feel the weight of unanswered thoughts and theories, and having one person willing to share in the burden made everything just a little better. "He's toying with her." Eveline snapped out of her thoughts and turned her attention to Zelda. She looked down at where Tsuyu was and saw the poor girl being jerked around by Brian. Pity filled her heart as she realized that Brian wasn't giving those girls a chance, though she was aware that he was showing off too much, making it equally an advantage for them later on if they ever faced off again. "It's quite a strange tactic," Ida remarked disapprovingly, "but I guess we could face off against someone like that in the future." Eveline wasn't sure what she could say about the ongoing fight, but she did note that there seemed to be something off about him. She could assume that it had to do with Anna being gone, although she wondered if there was more to it than that. She'd try to look into his heart. Unfortunately, as the son of Elaine, he would know if she peeked into his heart. Not only that, but both agreed to never listen to the other's heart, so if she broke that promise, he'd have every right to invade hers. The fight naturally didn't end the same as the first round. With Brian's fox hunt, Sato and him succeeded. In all honesty, Jiro and Tsuyu would have a better chance now that they witnessed his power, but third rounds weren't in the class's schedule. The rest of the rounds went by fast, with everyone enthralled by the powers of their guests. Tokoyami's round garnered the most interest from the class. Zelda's vampiric powers complemented Dark Shadow, making their shared powers a greater force to be reckoned with. Zelda's only complaint was Mineta. He was entranced by her vampiric beauty when he first saw her the day before, but seeing her in action was too much for the pervert. It was amusing to see Zelda immediately pin him down with her demonic energy while encompassing Tokoyami in darkness. Midoriya took many notes of Zelda's abilities, the sound of his pencil scraping against the pages of his notebook as well as his incessant muttering was more or less drowned out by the cheers of his classmates. Eveline, however, heard him loud and clear as she watched him. though their powers were incredibly different from one another. "We're up next." Ida smiled warmly at the blonde. "Your cousin was amazing, by the way." Eveline smiled rather shyly, hiding her face with her long bangs. "She's always been that way. Her mother wouldn't have it any other way." Ida nodded. "I look forward to working with you then. If she's that strong, I can only imagine what you're capable of." She refrained from answering. Ida's kindness, while genuine, made her feel unworthy of praise. She wasn't strong, everyone said she was, but she knew those praises to only be pretty lies. As they reached the starting line, Eveline realized that she hadn't a clue of what Ida wanted her to do. Do they just run? Zelda hadn't. She took her time eliminating their pursuers before reaching the end. Was she expected to do the same? Perhaps now was also a bad time to remember that, besides healing herself, she hadn't used her powers in a long time. Did she even remember how to use them? Could she control herself? "Be strong." Eveline pressed her hand into her chest. Her eyes widened slightly as Midoriya's soothing voice entered her head again. "Follow Ida's command. He'll tell you what to do and won't leave you behind." The race began. Ida took off toward their destination. Eveline followed without realizing how she was doing it. From above, they saw the sparkling golden outline of wings, 3 pairs to be precise. "Is it she has wings?" Uraraka asked softly, to no one in particular. "All goddesses have wings," Zelda stated. Her tone concealed her own surprise. She hadn't thought Eveline could still use her wings after all these years. However, she's technically a quarter human, so it's taking pure energy creating those wings. "Wait," Midoriya turned to the dark-haired vampire. "She's human?" "A quarter," Brian corrected. Her mother was reincarnated as a human. That piqued everyone's interest. They knew only what Bakugo had shared with Kirishima and Todoroki, and they couldn't deny that they wanted to know more. Midoriya, on the other hand, wondered what came with Eveline being partially human. Did that hinder her use of magic? He quickly wrote down his questions before watching the match unfold. Eveline waited for some sort of command from Ida, following his lead as instructed. However, something was eating at her, something felt out of place, and she wasn't able to figure out what it was. If she could hazard a guess, she felt a disturbance, and it had to do with the birds that were keeping an eye on them. "It's someone's quirk, isn't it?" She frowned as the thought passed through her mind. Animals weren't something she could control, meaning she'd have to attack them, but she'd rather avoid doing that. Likewise, she wasn't sure if she was capable of a harmless attack. The energy she was using could easily burn Zelda. Even a human would feel negative effects. If only she could reach animals like she could people. "Watch out!" Ida cried as a wave of birds swept before them, blocking their path. "This is Koda's doing, we need to get through." Eveline nodded and placed her hands on Ida's shoulders. "I can make them leave, but I might be distracted. Keep one hand on me, okay?" Ida nodded, taking her hand as he led her out of sight. They were not running as they had before, this time they were going at a normal pace. She focused all of her energy on finding Koda's heart. She wasn't sure if her plan could work, but she was willing to try. She found Koda's heart after only a moment. She could sense his intentions, and all she needed was a little faith. "Please cease," she called softly. "I do not want to harm these birds. Please call them off. If I do anything, they may be accidentally killed, and I know neither I nor you would be happy with that. Please call them off." She could feel his resistance, but it was weak. He had never felt something like this, and that was the only advantage she had. Even if she couldn't stop his feathered friends, with Koda confused, they wouldn't be much of a problem. She was lucky. Both she and Ida saw the wall of birds thin. The birds flew around in a fit of unorganized panic, allowing for them to make it through. "Go," she said with a smile. "We can make it, but I'll need to ride on your back." "Fine by me." Ida picked her up and raced toward the birds. As Koda wasn't giving them directions, their wall faded and the duo made it through with ease. Kirishima was their only obstacle now. "You won't make it through me," he grinned, his body already hardened for combat. Ida understood that whatever Eveline had done was temporary and they needed to make progress in the time she had bought them. He opted for the easiest solution he could. He sped toward the redhead and leaped over him as best as he could. It wasn't perfect, though. Kirishima reached up and narrowly grabbed Ida's foot, slamming the partners down into the ground. Eveline flew off of Ida's back, landing on her side just a few feet from the blue-haired teen. It was a defeat for Ida and Eveline. Midoriya felt a strange urge suddenly overcome him, an urge that he wasn't wholly unfamiliar with, though he was confused as to why he was feeling it. He wanted to race down to Eveline and check on her. Her arm was badly scraped by the fall, so he could rationalize that. What struck him as unusual was this bizarre desire to throw Ida against a wall. He had never felt that way toward anyone in his class, which gave him just the slightest bit of anxiety. "Are you okay?" Midoriya jolted slightly, abruptly turning to see that Uraraka was standing behind him. Her hands were closed into fists that were pressed into her chest while she stared at him with concern. "I'm fine," he answered a little too quickly before glancing around, hoping no one else noticed his slight spectacle. "I'm fine. I'm just anxious about my match." Uraraka didn't seem all that convinced, but she did offer him the slightest smile as she expressed herself. "You'll be fine, I'm sure." Midoriya only gifted her with a nervous smile before suddenly deciding to rush off to the starting line. He hoped that he might catch Eveline as she came back up. He knew she was okay, she could heal herself. What he needed was to just hear her say that to him and he'd be fine. The rest of Midoriya's day had been filled with emotional tension that clouded his thoughts. He found himself in a perpetual fog, questions rambling through his mind and throwing his analytical brain into a repetitive loop. Often he found himself asking and answering the same questions over and over, but with varying responses. There had never been a moment in his life where his own mind had become unreliable to him. After classes had long been dismissed, Midoriya sat on his bed, contemplating everything he had to share with Eveline and what might change between them as a result. He certainly wasn't sure how she might react to this information. He still didn't know how to handle it on his own, but he could guess that it had more to do with his lack of understanding magic. Or his lack of understanding of these kinds of situations in general. Might she be understanding, just as she's been thus far? He hoped so. What if she didn't understand either? At this point, he could say that it's likely that she might not have a full comprehension of the situation, but also, she might know something and that's better than nothing. But what if she gets angry? Could he blame her? He didn't feel angry because... Wait, why wasn't he angry? Shouldn't he be angry? He was beginning to feel like he should be because this was interfering with his life. He didn't want to deal with problems that didn't involve him like this. But didn't it involve him? He fell back onto his bed. A groan followed as his back bounced against his mattress. He was involved, and yet he didn't know if this was his problem. The more he thought about it, the more he was beginning to feel torn in a way that hadn't occurred to him before. After all, he was the one to put himself in Todoroki's business and Koda's too. Didn't All Might tell him that being involved like this was what makes a hero? He had no problem before getting involved to help his classmates, to help strangers, so why was it that he was doubting his place in this? Eveline. The name escaped his lips without him realizing it had been at the tip of his tongue. The more he thought about it, he came to understand that much of these changes seemed to stem from her. He didn't know how nor understand why, but he knew something, and at this point, he'd take it for now. Midoriya slowly pushed himself up and off of his bed. He glanced at his clock and noticed that it was almost time for Eveline to arrive at his room. He was a little excited to have her in his room. Having been such an outcast in middle school, he never got to enjoy having anyone over at his house. Because of the dorm system, there wasn't a need for anyone to visit him in his room since they could meet in the common room. Since this was a private matter, it made sense for them to talk in the privacy of his room. However, he couldn't shake his boyish giddiness at the thought of having a friend in his room. A sudden knock on his door pulled him out of his thoughts. He hurried and tore open the door to see Eveline's confused smile looking down on him. "Izuku." Midoriya blushed slightly and looked away. He shouldn't have been so quick to open the door. "Sorry, I was just Dash." A giggle escaped Eveline, pausing his apology. "You apologize a lot, you know." "Ah." He blushed a little more before moving aside for her. "Come in." She nodded and entered the room, seating herself on his bed while he carefully closed the door, his mind racing once again. Now that she was here, he couldn't chicken out, though he hadn't thought of doing that until this very second. No, he needed to do this. He needed to get this out of the way if Eveline was going to help her friends, family, and kingdoms. Midoriya's back quickly tense as he, in a panic, stood straight, while Eveline's soft voice filled the room. "Do you not always mutter like that?" "And mutter?" Had he been muttering? Why did it have to happen right now? He immediately turned around, trying to think of something to say but was met with laughter. Eveline wasn't bothered by his mutterings at all. In fact, because he muttered so fast she hardly understood him. "You did that the other day too. When we were walking around." Midoriya was forced to only sheepishly smile in response, scratching at the back of his head. "It's just a silly habit. A cute one." His blush deepened. "Yeah, I guess it is." He let out a soft chuckle. No one ever saw his muttering as cute before. Even Uraraka was a little bothered by it when she had first seen him do it. Eveline's laughter lessened into a mild case of the giggles until she managed to control herself. "So, what is it you wanted to talk about?" It took a great deal of self-control for Midoriya to not suddenly backtrack. This needed to happen. Better get it over with. Midoriya opened his mouth but promptly shut it. Where should he start and how should he say it? "I don't know where. Hold on." Eveline waited patiently as Midoriya collected his thoughts. She could have allowed for his thoughts to enter her mind but thought better of it. He might be an open book, especially to her, however, that didn't mean she should indulge in his NTMT thoughts for her own comfort. So she shut out all possible thoughts, including her own as she waited for him. It took about 3 minutes for Midoriya to decide on how to proceed. "No, wait, let's start with this." He moved toward his desk and took the little ornate bottle from a shelf. "Oh," Eveline leaned forward, eager to learn about that bottle. "I was wondering about that. Mail said everything was in that bottle, but I didn't understand what he meant by that." "Yeah." Midoriya rolled the bottle in his palm, staring deep into the dark-colored glass. "I know a little, but nothing that's going to make this easy on both of us." Eveline only put her head to the side in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I mean that there's something we've both forgotten." It took about 2 hours for Midoriya to explain all that he knew. Granted, it should have taken less than an hour, but he approached it slowly, pausing whenever he thought Eveline needed a moment. He also told the story as he had learned it, starting from the concert and ending when Mail had given him the memory bottle. Eveline took the information without showing her emotions, though if her face had changed he wouldn't have noticed thanks to her long bangs covering most of her face. When she lifted her head, he found that her expression was clearly guarded. Her eyes were narrow, the vibrant green had darkened to roughly the color of his hair, and her brows furrowed together as if she were either concentrating or angry. He decided against breaking the silence. Eveline needed to process this, and it was now up to her to make a move. When she did speak, he found himself afraid of the woman before him. "You knew this whole time?" "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because," he took a deep breath and prepared himself to be yelled at. "I didn't know how to bring it up." Silence. He was a little surprised that she hadn't gone off on him, but he didn't stop waiting for her to explode. She had every right to be angry. Maybe not at him, however. He was right there and it made sense to him if she lashed out at him. That never came though. Instead, she lowered her head a little further down before raising it to meet his worried gaze. "Everything makes a lot more sense now." He wanted to be relieved, however, he knew it was too soon for that. "Does it?" She nodded. "If we met as children, there is a point where my childhood is kind of fuzzy for me. But for Mail to do that to me, to us, he wouldn't have done it on his own accord." Midoriya's brows furrowed. "Are you thinking? My parents could have easily reversed it once they noticed something was a little off with me," she stated plainly, "severing a spiritual link like ours. Especially for a child, I would have been comatose for some time." "But I wasn't," Midoriya insisted suddenly, though the outburst didn't faze the young half-goddess. "I don't think I was. Kaken would have said so." Eveline nodded, taking in the additional information with a hard frown. "It was done after I came back and only through me." "What do you mean?" "Spiritual links are like two trees growing beside each other and their branches are intertwined," she explained softly. She brought her hand the level of her chin and interlaced her fingers, demonstrating her explanation. You could cut the branches to separate the trees, but the branches will grow back and touch again. Midoriya struggled to really grasp what she was saying. So, if it was only destroyed for you? It was dormant for you, she answered. It went dormant when Male erased your memories, whereas I was forced to have it partially destroyed because they realized it was there after I came back to my world. So it only affected you. Yes. She ran her slender fingers through her golden locks. For the briefest moment, he could see the pain in her eyes. But why? Why would my parents want that? Midoriya didn't know what to say. Frankly, he wondered why it was such a problem. Had their link negatively affected Eveline? He somehow doubted that. Still, they technically had the answer to all of their questions. So that brings us back to this. Midoriya held out the bottle. Male said everything he knew was put into this bottle. Eveline absent-mindedly nodded and carefully took the bottle from Midoriya. Everything he knew? Somehow, I feel like that still won't be much. He had to agree. But it's something. All we need now is time to drink it. He paused and then softly asked, You said we'd both go unconscious if one of us drinks it, right? That's right, Eveline said in a softer, heartfelt tone. Had Growther done this to us, it wouldn't be a problem, but memory bottles always have a side effect. We won't know how long we'd be out for? No, it varies from person to person. She gently rolled the bottle between her palms before holding it with her thumb and index finger and holding up to the light. To be honest, I'm afraid to find out. He nodded again and then sighed. That does bring me to the other thing I wanted to talk about? Oh. Eveline tilted her head again, just as she had when he started this painful conversation. My teachers. He paused before continuing. I guess you might have figured out that I'm kinda well. You're a problem child? Eveline giggled lightly, covering her mouth with her knuckle. Yeah, he looked away sheepishly. Is it that obvious? Eveline nodded, much to his chagrin. He didn't like that he had gained a reputation for his recklessness, even though he knew he only had himself to blame for it. However, it did lighten the mood, so he couldn't complain. I was told that, well, because of how I am, I have to tell them everything that's going on between us, and he gently took the bottle from Eveline, their fingers brushing against each other in a way that felt skittish to them. This is something I'm sure they'd want to know about. Eveline's expression saddened slightly. I see. She looked away again, contemplating their options. Who could they tell this to? Aizawa was the first to come to mind, though he didn't seem like he would like to hear this kind of information. In fact, she had the slightest suspicion that he would get livid if they told him first. The principal was also immediately off the table because he had to worry about this entire school, and it seemed unfair to drag him into this. Who dash? Eveline began before Midoriya cut in. I was thinking of telling All Might. He spoke rather quickly. My mentor? Eveline turned back to Midoriya, who was staring at the bottle. All Might? The name was familiar to her, but she hadn't a clue who it was. Even when she looked at the merchandise that covered his room, she couldn't recall seeing this blonde man. As she was about to ask who All Might was, she remembered that a sickly blonde man was wandering about the school grounds. She had only seen him in passing, never having spoken to him, much less seen him with Midoriya. Midoriya looked around his room, realizing that his posters and figures were probably giving her the wrong idea. Here, you must have seen him, but give me a minute. He pulled out his smartphone and pulled up a picture of the withered hero, showing it to Eveline. That's him. Eveline took the phone from Midoriya, completely in awe of the image. Is he like Lord Escaner? Huh. Midoriya had never heard that name before. Who's that? Lord Escaner was one of the 7 deadly sins. She perked with a starry-eyed look, not too different from the looks Midoriya would give anyone when given a new All Might figure. He was the lion sin of pride, and he wielded the grace of sunshine. He was small and unassuming during the night, but got bigger and stronger with the rise of the sun. Male wields sunshine now since Lord Escaner died during the war. Sunshine? You mean Male's grace? Yes, Eveline chirped. It's confusing, but Lord Escaner had been born with Male's grace years after the First Holy War ended. Graces are really powerful though, and using it took a heavy toll on his body. Oh. Midoriya considered this rushed and general explanation and compared it to All Might and One for All. They were sort of similar. I guess you could say that they are alike. But All Might can't look like this anymore. Eveline handed the phone back to Midoriya. Her awe had faded though a smile remained. Is that so? It wouldn't have to do with the people inside you, would it? Midoriya's eyes grew twice their size as he began to stutter uncontrollably. People? What are you dash? Oops, Eveline looked away sheepishly as she had spilled a secret. I thought maybe you knew about them. About who though? The 8 people inside of you, Eveline explained calmly. I can't see their faces, they were like blacked-out phantoms when I was in your head, but they talked to me during the concert. One even told me her name, Nana Shimura. Midoriya felt his body stiffened. He didn't know that Nana Shimura was inside of him. He knew that her quirk was, but she herself. I didn't know All Might's mentor was. So this isn't your quirk, Eveline stated rather abruptly. It's a quirk that can be passed down, right? Midoriya found himself completely baffled by Eveline. How was she able to deduce that so quickly? What did I mean? Okay, hold on. We're off topic. Eveline only laughed rather innocently at the flustered boy. It was too easy to get him riled up like this. He left himself open to it. Deep down, she knew that it was unfair of her to bring up less important topics just to avoid dealing with the memory bottle. Right, you want to tell All Might? Midoriya nodded. Yeah. Eveline fell silent for a brief moment. As she had never met All Might, she was naturally hesitant to want to confide in him. Even though he is Midoriya's mentor, Eveline couldn't quite bring herself to accept his wishes. May I ask why him? Midoriya was taken aback by her question. He wasn't expecting her to question him, though, in retrospect, he should have considered it. What? Why do you trust him over everyone else? She asked softly. Well, I mean he's the one who's helped me get to where am I and he's. Midoriya choked slightly. He's been like a dad to me this whole time. A smile spread across Eveline's lips. She couldn't argue with that if that's how he felt on this subject. All right, I'll trust you. When Merlin built her first dimension traveling machine, she knew that Guinevere could easily replicate it. Her only hope was that Guinevere would only be able to replicate the flawed, disposable version while Eveline was gone. Even if anyone bothered to chase after Eveline, the Black Knight's focus would primarily be on retrieving the young princess while she and Arthur continued their search for the surviving sins. As it stood, they only had a few leads to go off of, and from what she could see, only 2 had promise. One was that the tomb was located beneath the city of Liones, which was plausible since there was a large vacant region beneath the castle itself. However, she could remember that Meliodas had asked for that area to be filled somehow. The second was the desolate remains of the boar hat, though her problem with that was that no one knew where the boar hat went after the war. Meliodas had made it into a permanent hotel and bar for a brief time, but after it became clear that he couldn't stay on Earth, it vanished. We could send a spy into Liones to search for those catacombs. Merlin sighed as she observed her many maps on the kingdom. But to find the boar hat? Arthur, who had been observing another map, could only nod along with Merlin's train of thought. Where might it be? It vanished into thin air, didn't it? Perhaps. Merlin let out a groan as she considered her options. The search in Liones had a simple solution, but to find the boar hat, she might need to take the search herself. What do we know about Zagan? Is he taking our bait? Arthur nodded. Our spy told me that he and some of his men will be heading to Midoriya's world to get Eveline. Merlin nodded. I see. At least that has gone to plan. Given that Zagan would be gone, perhaps Merlin could risk leaving Camelot for a moment. The Knights of Camelot could handle Zagan's remaining men so long as Zagan himself wasn't around. Even so, she was hesitant. What are you thinking? Arthur asked softly, sensing that his mentor had something on her mind. Merlin shook her head. At this point, she couldn't be sure of what action to take just yet. Waiting, though, was not an option. I think you might disapprove, Arthur started with a soft sigh, but I think it might be best if I searched for the boar hat. Indeed, Merlin did disapprove. Camelot needs its king, Arthur. It needs its sorceress more, he stated calmly. Guinevere's not been able to attack Camelot because of your magic. Plus, with the power of chaos, I'll be fine on my own. I'm not too sure about that, Merlin admitted. Besides, how do you intend to find it? Arthur looked away. He hadn't a clue where to start. He wished that he could talk to Lady Elizabeth, as he could bet that she might have a clue. She was the one to find Lord Meliodas all those years ago. Unless you give me a good answer, you're not going. He had expected this. Merlin's protective nature was as predictable as it was endearing. However, during these dire times, it was unnecessary. Merlin was needed in Camelot while he could leave so long as no one knew he was gone. Of course, Merlin surely figured he might try something to get his way. Maybe, he mused, maybe if I go to the fairy forest and see what they know, we could get a clue? Merlin raised an eyebrow, partially amused by his idea. And what makes you think they might know something? 2 kings are gone, he answered. Surely Lady Jerhead has been looking when she can, and even if they don't know anything, maybe they might have a clue. I see. Besides, Arthur quickly added, perhaps we can ask the Lady of Lake for help. Merlin didn't like that plan one bit, but at least he had something. Still, it wasn't good enough for her blessing. I suggest you consider a more resolute plan. Arthur slouched. He had hoped that he might be able to win her approval, but it seemed that she wasn't in the mood to be gracious today. Luckily though, he had an alternative plan. You should go see how Drystan is doing, Merlin said after a moment. He could use the company while Flora is still unconscious. Arthur nodded. Will do. As he left, he tried to think of what he could say to the half-fairy half-giant that wouldn't irk him. Since Flora's near-death experience, Drystan had become aggressive toward everyone, including Male who had saved Flora's life. Arthur couldn't blame him though. His sister had nearly died, his parents were missing, and their lives have been upheaved. However, he couldn't bring himself to fully sympathize with Drystan. Drystan was too much like his father, Harlequin. Distrustful of others, borderline aloof, and quick to make judgments. Though these traits were normal for a young man Dristan's age, Arthur found them to be concerning. He could only hope that Drystan didn't make any unfortunate rash decisions. Zelda found herself in a state of agitation when she woke up. Azazel's warning plagued her thoughts much like a wasp buzzing in her brain. She had been meaning to talk with Brian about it, though their current arrangements made it difficult for her to speak with him without it appearing suspicious, especially to Eveline. Since their arrival, Zelda had gone out of her way to make sure she and Eveline were never alone for too long. She feared that Eveline might notice that she knew something and would press her for answers. Given everything that had happened, it was best that Eveline remained ignorant for as long as possible. Besides, the relationship between her cousin and Midoriya seemed to keep Eveline preoccupied. Bartra, however, was harder to fool. During the few days of their stay, he had kept a close eye on Zelda, which she supposed made sense. She was Merlin's helper in this whole ordeal. What bothered her was that he seemed rather distrustful of her in the sense that he knew that she knew something. She was eternally grateful that he only had the power of premonition for some events, rather than all, though she did have concerns that he might foresee something she didn't want him to know. Luckily, the boys kept him mostly occupied with their shenanigans as well as his frequent engagements with the teachers at the school. So long as he kept himself occupied, maybe she could deal with her problems without intervention. They've been getting along well. Brian grinned as he watched Eveline and Midoriya from the window of Zelda's room. You'd think they knew each other for years. Zelda only nodded. Have you been able to do much? Brian shook his head. Nah, not with Eveline hovering around. It'd be easier if you just talked to her. Zelda rolled her eyes, unamused and unwilling to heed his unwanted advice. She's been through enough for now. Let her have some time with that boy while she can. Brian's brows furrowed. He didn't like Zelda's approach to any of this. Eveline wanted to be helpful, not a damsel in distress, but Zelda wasn't letting her do anything that could help her improve their situation. It was irritating. Now, I asked you because you're the best person for this job. Job? If Brian hadn't known Zelda as well as he did, he might have been taken aback by her coldness. Zelda walked over to the spare desk that Aizawa had given her for the time being. It was a plain and simple little thing that looked like the slightest bit of weight could break it. It did, however, come with a drawer that she could lock, which made hiding things easier. She unlocked the drawer and opened it, pulling out a pamphlet that read Mizudafu's city map. She handed it to Brian, who took it with some hesitance. "What's this for?" Zelda didn't answer right away. Instead, she also presented him with 2 papers that read permission slip. As she gave them to him, Brian found himself almost getting angry with the vampire princess. He didn't like that now she was being partially cryptic. None of this felt right to him. "What's going on, Zelda?" he asked with a slight growl. "What would I need these for?" Again, Zelda didn't answer right away. In fact, she looked away rather guiltily. It irritated him more, but what she had to say did nothing to ease his agitation. "I need you to look for someone. Someone important." And who would that be? It was clear that Zelda didn't wish to share a name. He couldn't imagine why though. Without a name, how was he supposed to find anyone? "Listen," Zelda started softly, "Merlin should have a second machine ready by the end of the month, maybe sooner. We will be leaving then. No matter what." "And?" he demanded sharply. "And we didn't just come here to hide from Guinevere," she answered with a slight hiss. She didn't like that Bran was being hostile with her at this moment. They had a mission and he needed to get on board with it. "Merlin believes Lunite is here in this world." Brian froze, though his growing agitation remained. Lunite, the eldest daughter of Meliodas and Elizabeth, had, like everyone else, gone missing. However, the princess had been missing for a long time, unlike her parents. In fact, Brian remembered that the last time that he ever saw Lunite was around the time that Eveline and Zelda went missing as girls. Lunite had been the one to find them, though it was Mael and Merlin who retrieved them. After that, she disappeared. "Merlin believes Lunite hid in this world," Zelda continued, "though she never told me why she might have run away." "What makes you think she ran away?" "Because," Zelda stated with a hard frown, "she's not the type of person to just abandon her family unless she thought it would help." Brian stared at the vampire, peeved by her answer. In his opinion, he didn't believe a word Zelda said regarding the eldest Lioness. Zelda shared similar traits to Merlin and his faith in her word only went so far. However, arguing with her wouldn't get him anywhere and she was giving him something important to do. "Does Eveline know anything?" he asked softly. He knew that she didn't, but he needed to hear Zelda say it. "No," she answered plainly, "and I intend to keep it that way. Bartra and the boys don't know either." Brian nodded. He felt marginally grateful that his cousin hadn't joined them but furious. He wasn't about to let Zelda get away with her lies. "Those slips let you leave the school grounds with an escort," she continued. "A teacher called Present Mike will join you. They figured he might enjoy the search." Brian looked at the slips and tucked them into his back pocket. The map remained in his hand. He figured that he was going to need to look at it just to get a feel of the city before disembarking. "All right," he said. "When do I leave?" Zelda gave a wave of her hand, a dismissive gesture that irked him. "Now would be nice, but you should see if that teacher is ready or not." "Then I guess I'll go do that." Brian quickly left the room, feeling that he was at the end of his patience with Zelda. Had he felt that it would help, he would have gone straight to Bartra and told him what he had just learned. But what would that have done? No, he will search for Lunite without sharing anything, but he wasn't going to go about it like Zelda was. He would let the others know in his own way. Castilla watched as Zagan had his men go over their plan of attack. Guinevere had already made a new machine. All that remained on her end was to make sure it took Zagan to his destination. For Castilla, her orders were her only priority. Anything Zagan told her to do was to be done at her discretion but wasn't necessary. Still, Layla had warned her to keep up her end of the bargain and Castilla figured that would be the case. Zagan was not the kind of human to be fooled, especially by her antics. "We need to get rid of that boy," she heard one of his men say. "If he lives, he'll come for her." "But that's Lady Castilla's role," some said. "He's one of the 3 heads Lady Guinevere wanted." "Yes," Zagan admitted with a frown, "but we aren't considering Lady Eveline nor are we considering who might aid them in this world." Castilla smiled to herself. The thought of Midoriya beating Zagan to a bloody pulp amused her to no end. No matter what Layla said about supporting their enemies, she liked the idea of helping Midoriya just to get rid of the warlord. Besides, is the saying not, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend"? All Might stared at the 2 teenagers who sat before him in the room. Midoriya appeared to be uncomfortable, which came as a surprise at this point, and yet that unmistakable twinkle of determination remained in his eyes. Eveline, on the other hand, looked like she would rather be anywhere but here. She observed the room as if she were waiting for it to suddenly collapse and trap them. She twiddled her fingers to a rhythmic pattern of beats against the palm of her hands, as though she were playing a tune to herself. Besides her fingers and eyes, no other part of her body moved. Her shoulders were stiff, her posture almost unnaturally straight, and beyond the slightest furrowing of her brows, her expressions were neutral. "So," the older man asked, breaking the unbearable silence that followed the teens. "What is it you want to talk about?" Midoriya opened his mouth but promptly shut it. He turned his head toward the blonde, asking for her approval to continue. When she gave him an encouraging, though strained smile, he started again. "We need your help," he said in a tone that lacked his typical hopeful attitude. He sounded almost somber. "I don't know how to tell you this though. Eveline?" All Might turned his attention to the young blonde who seemed to have calmed her down nervousness as she took in a breath. "I suppose I should explain, but that I'm at a loss too." All Might nodded. He wasn't surprised that they were unable to share whatever it was they had to say. After all, he could guess that what made it so difficult to talk about was that he might not wholly understand. However, it was clearly important, and he wasn't about to let them walk away without getting this ordeal off their chest. "Well, you have something to tell me," he said with an encouraging smile, "so why not just be out with it and we can work from there?" Midoriya and Eveline shared a look before agreeing to All Might's idea. "Eveline and I," Midoriya paused, trying to find the right word before continuing, "we have a bond that was partially destroyed, and we need to fix it." All Might blinked, then blinked a few more times before collecting himself. "I see," he said under his breath, "and how do you fix it?" Eveline held out her hand. Cradled within her palm was the memory bottle. All Might stared at the item, unwilling to touch it out of fear of breaking it. "With this," Eveline said in a soft tone, "it's a memory bottle. Inside of it is the memories of Mael, one of the archangels." All Might nodded despite barely grasping what she was talking about. "And what does it do?" "Whoever drinks it," she paused, chewing on her lip, "sees his memories. Mael gave it to Izuku because we knew each other as kids," Midoriya interrupted, "and that apparently did something." "Did something?" he asked. "Like what?" "We don't know," Eveline admitted, "but Mael might. Which is why one of us needs to drink it." "It'll affect both of us," Midoriya added, "but a side effect is that we'll be unconscious afterward." "Unconscious?" Both of them nodded, and now he understood why the two of them came to him with an air of uncertainty around them. "We don't know how long that might be," Midoriya stated, "but we need to do this." Eveline agreed with him. "There was a reason my parents tried to sever the link between us, but I have a feeling it was for selfish reasons." All Might stared at the pair, unsure of how he should handle this. On one hand, there was a part of him that considered taking that bottle and destroying it. However, he could see that doing so would hurt both of them, and he never wanted to hurt Midoriya in any way. But how could he help them with this? "What do you want me to do?" he asked. The teens exchanged looks, lowering their heads when it seemed that they had a shared idea. Unfortunately, it also seemed that the idea they had wasn't one he was going to like. "We have to drink it," Midoriya mumbled under his breath, just loud enough for All Might to hear him. "But the fact that we'll be unconscious for however long, well, I know you and Mr. Aizawa would be against us doing this." All Might nodded. "You're right. We need to do it, though." Midoriya lifted his head, his green eyes darkened with determination and silent pleas. "Please, let us do this so we can figure what's going on." All Might took in the plea with his usual somber expression. As a teacher, he wanted to say no, but at the same time, he forced himself to look at it from their perspective. Though the memories were not their own, it would shed some light on their current situation as well as provide some explanation as to what happened all those years ago. Midoriya and Eveline were not the only people to benefit from that. Bakugo also needed closure. So, All Might sighed, "How should we do this?" In the dead end of an alleyway, located in the heart of the city, a neon blurb appeared out of thin air, expanding into an oval-shaped window. From one side, the view of Guinevere's lab could be seen, though it was quickly hidden behind the emerging bodies of 5 individuals. Castilla followed Zagan and 3 of his most trusted followers, Morfran, Amun, and Draven, as they entered the modern city. The neon glow of the portal slowly faded behind them, leaving just the slightest peripheral distortion in its wake before vanishing entirely. "The city is strange," Morfran said, partially enthralled by the feeling of this new world. "Is this what the world will become?" "Madness!" Draven cried pathetically. Castilla had wondered if this one had a few screws loose, given his penance for muttering consistently to himself, and now she was fairly certain of it. "Our world," Amun interrupted with little interest in the matter, "shall never become this. Not under our rule." It took a great deal of self-control for the demon to not snort at his declaration. Guinevere only had limited use for Zagan and his men. Once they exceeded that, they were going to die. This new world they hoped to create was only a frivolous fantasy. Zagan looked around the alleyway they had been transported to, taking in his limited surroundings before declaring that they were going to have to fit in first. "Even in a world of mutated freaks, we need to keep out of notice for now." Castilla figured as much, though. She predicted that she stood out the least compared to the other 3. However, clothes were the least of their worries. What they needed was lodgings for the time being. "Leave the particulars to me," Castilla sighed after a moment of private contemplation. "I'll find clothes and lodgings. Just stay here until I get back." The 3 followers tried to protest, but Zagan allowed Castilla to venture off. "Even if you fail, be back here before nightfall." "Fine by me." Castilla grinned as she skipped her way out of the alleyway. All she needed was a vulnerable young man, and from what she could see, there were plenty for her to pick from. Eveline and Midoriya found themselves back in his dorm, hardly feeling like they had accomplished anything during their lengthy chat with All Might. The teacher promised that he would give them a chance to go through the memories, but since they had nothing but speculations for what could happen while the 2 would be out of it, he needed time to get Aizawa, the principal, and Recovery Girl on their side. Until then, they needed to not act on their own and behave. "I guess all we can do now is wait," Midoriya muttered to himself, "but there's so much we could do." Eveline giggled and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. "Maybe, but let's follow All Might's advice. Having them watch us while we're unconscious is beneficial." Midoriya nodded along, though his mind was still working on how to proceed. "Still, I mean, there's practically a war happening in your world and dash." Eveline quickly put her hands over Midoriya's mouth, shushing him instantly. "Please don't. I know it's true, but—" Eveline's voice faltered, and he saw tears begin to form. "Ugh." Midoriya gently pulled away from her hands and took them into his own. She pulled away from him though, turning so that he only saw her profile. "I'm sorry, I didn't think about how you'd feel." Eveline shook her head, trying to wipe away her tears with the palms of her hands. No, I'm sorry for." She struggled to think of what she was trying to say, and the pressure to apologize suddenly caused her to go into a full crying fit. Midoriya was completely unprepared for this. "Eveline, I'm sorry," was all she could get out, and even then, it came out in choked sobs. Each time she tried to say something else, the words ended up stuck in her throat, becoming only the harsh noises of hiccups and sharp intakes of breath. Midoriya hadn't a clue of what to do. Crying was something he hadn't really experienced during his time as a hero in training. Any time he had been around someone who was crying, it had been a child, and, for the most part, he never actually dealt with their tears. He just tried to be comforting, and often, he was in the middle of a battle, so there wasn't much he could do at the moment. Here, there was a lot he could do, but he didn't know what to do. "This is all my fault." Midoriya physically jumped as her agonizing cries filled his head. "If I weren't born, this wouldn't have happened." The sentence repeated over and over. Sometimes it faded beneath the anguish of other painful belittlements that the blonde felt, but it was the only sentence that stuck out to him. If Eveline had never been born? The thought terrified him. He had to do something, and it didn't matter what he did as long as he could destroy that awful thought. Without thinking, Midoriya reached out for Eveline, pulling her shaking body into a tight embrace. She thrashed against him for a moment, It seemed to be out of reflex as she calmed down after a moment. "Nothing is your fault," Midoriya said in a gentle tone, hoping to coax her out of this fit. "You're a victim, just like everyone else." Eveline froze, but only for a brief moment. She shoved Midoriya away from her. He almost ended up on the floor as she cried, "You don't get it. It is my fault." "How then?" he demanded. "How is this your fault?" "Because," she sobbed, her hands feverishly wiped her eyes until the skin turned an angry red. "Because if I hadn't been born, Guinevere wouldn't have become this way. She would have been just fine, and everyone would be happy. It's my fault because Mom and Dad loved me more than her." Midoriya stared at Eveline, outraged that such a selfish thought existed within Eveline. He knew from his experience with Eri that Guinevere had to have put that thought in Eveline's head. Did that also mean Guinevere was doing this out of jealousy? The murder, madness, the destruction of their entire family was out of jealousy? Because Eveline was simply favored? It couldn't be. He hoped it wasn't, because if it were, it was the most sickeningly selfish reason to hurt a person. "Eveline," Midoriya reached out again, only to be met with an unintentional use of her magic. He managed to not be thrown through his patio doors, though falling onto the hard floor was no better. "Eveline, you can't believe that. It's not true." "Yes, it is." Her hands covered her ears, her head shook as if she were hearing things she didn't want to hear. "I'm worthless." Midoriya gritted his teeth. He knew that there was no he could immediately ease her turmoil. He wanted to take those horrible thoughts and throw them away, but that wasn't possible. There had to be something he could say to just get her to calm down for now. "Stay here." Eveline's sobs lessened, though her body remained stiff with apprehension. "What?" Midoriya took a deep breath and stood from the floor. "Stay here, in my world." Eveline's head slowly lifted. Her green eyes remained mostly hidden under her long bangs. However, once she fully comprehended what he had said, she turned toward him in a near panic. "I can't. I'm not from this world and I can't do anything here." "You can heal people," Midoriya argued. "That kind of quirk is rare. You could save so many people and at a faster rate than Recovery Girl." "But Dash." Midoriya grabbed Eveline's shoulders, forcing her to give him her undivided attention. "Look, you keep saying that if you weren't born, nothing would have happened. So what if you just never went back? You could live here, have a great life helping people. You'd never have to deal with Guinevere ever again. Just stay. Stay with me." Eveline heard his thoughts. In his desperate plight to calm her, he unintentionally shared his true feelings. She could have called him out on it, but there was a part of her that was too surprised by it to say anything. "Please," he said in a hushed tone, "just think about that instead. Please." Eveline let her gaze falter. She stared at her hands, which were. "Think about staying in this world. Think about what could come from being among heroes as opposed to knights and royalty." It sounded foolish and a little intriguing. But staying with him? Why did her heart flutter at the thought? She glanced back up at Midoriya and felt something. She couldn't put a name to the feeling, but it was fuzzy and warm. Though this feeling was completely foreign to her, she enjoyed it. "Okay," she said in a low voice, "I will." Zagan and his men waited for the demon woman to return, finding that hiding from curious onlookers was surprisingly harder than they thought. They had figured that in a world of superpowered humans, they wouldn't stand out much, but they failed to consider that the fashion sense of humans also evolved. The one who stood out the most was the young Draven. His armor, though appropriated for magical and medieval battles, only served to make him look like a walking mass of twinkling light. Second to the young man was Morfran, whose monstrous appearance and towering height made it difficult for him to blend in with society. His robes, which had been tailored around his deformities, only aided in accentuating his disproportions. Even in a world where mutations were prominent, he still wouldn't fit in. Amin and Zagan fared the best. Their preference for military attire only received curious glances and slight comments from passers-by, but nothing more. "We've underestimated the curiosity of these people," Amin noted aloud as he sat against a wall. "Clothes will be the least of our worries." Zagan nodded in agreement. "It would seem that way, but that shouldn't deter us." "It won't," Draven insisted. "But, my lord, we should consider how we will get her ladyship." Is the school guarded? Morfran reached into his pocket and pulled out the notes he took on the city and of Midoriya. Lady Layla said that the school is guarded, but how is the question? What do you mean? Draven asked, pushing himself over Morfran to see the notes. Back down, boy, the deformed man growled. Draven pulled back, though rather reluctantly. Be patient with the lad, Amon sighed. Tell us what we need to know. Morfran let out a softer growl before continuing. From their brief inspections, they saw little moving machines and a large two-legged dog wandering the premises. Interesting, Zagan smiled. And how did they get this information? Through those nasty eye creatures, Morfran answered plainly. Lady Guinevere learned how to make them. Then we can assume that they are watching us? The trio paused. They figured that Guinevere would be keeping tabs on them, but it never fully occurred to them that they should be alarmed by it. The princess couldn't do anything to stop them. If she's watching, she knows more than we do, Zagan explained softly. Puts us at a disadvantage, now doesn't it? I suppose it does, Amon nodded, but what can we do about it? Zagan wandered away from the trio, approaching where the portal once was. His distrustful nature toward the second princess left him with many problems that he had to deal with. Any upper hand that the blonde had over him brought him anxiety. His only goal was to have Eveline as his bride. Guinevere's was to kill her. The fact that she was surely keeping tabs on his future wife meant she was learning Eveline's behavior in this world and was in a better position to have Eveline murdered before he could get her. That couldn't happen though. He needed Eveline. She was the only good left in the world, his lifeline. Guinevere must not succeed. I want one of you to find this school, he ordered in a dark tone. Keep an eye on Eveline as best you can while observing the security of the place. Even a fortress has its weaknesses. Eveline found herself in front of a series of mirrors, dressed in the most obnoxious colors imaginable. Behind her, the girls of 1A argued over the various articles of clothing and which were better. For the most part, Eveline hated everything they tossed her way. She disliked bright colors, she hated tight clothing, and she especially hated anything that was designed to be small on her. As innocent and naive as Eveline was, she understood the unfortunate implications of revealing clothing thanks to her father. Luckily, Suyu and Yaoyorozu were able to sneak in a few articles of clothing that were more to the young blonde's tastes. They brought her shirts that were loose and with darker shades. Pants, in this world, didn't fit Eveline all that well, so she was forced to rely on yoga pants or skirts, though that was less of a problem for her. After all, she was used to wearing dresses. We should find her some nice shoes. Ashido cheered as she skipped off with Hagakure to the shoe section of the store, chattering about what might suit the young woman. They're having a lot of fun. Yaoyorozu smiled apologetically at Eveline, offering the half-goddess a long-sleeved dark purple shirt and dark gray leggings. Try these on. Eveline took the clothes with a reluctant smile and headed back into the changing room. When the girls approached Eveline earlier in the day, she had been with Midoriya and Kirishima, who was acting as Bakugo's messenger of sorts, as the explosive blonde claimed to want nothing to do with Eveline. They were going over what Bakugo had previously shared, trying to fill in what pieces they could without Male's memories. The girls came just as Kirishima wondered about the nature of Eveline's short-lived friendship with Midoriya and Bakugo. Eveline hadn't wanted to go shopping, but Midoriya had insisted she go. He said it would do her good to experience some alone time with the girls since she's only kept to herself the entire time she had been in this world. Eveline looked down at the clothes. It felt wrong to let these girls buy her these things when she was only going to wear them until she returned to her world. Stay with me? Midoriya's thought echoed in her head. Staying with him felt like such a beautifully selfish idea. They barely knew each other, even considering their forgotten past. She couldn't stay in a world that wasn't hers, nor could she impose herself on a boy as reckless as him. You're worthless. Eveline nearly yelped as Guinevere's cold voice filled her timid thoughts. Was she as worthless as Guinevere said? Midoriya said she could do so much in this world, all of which she could do in her world. It's your fault they're gone. Mother, father, all of the sins. Who else has to die before you realize the truth? Eveline cowered. Guinevere liked to say that everyone was dead, despite also saying they were only sealed away. She supposed that being sealed wasn't that different from death, especially if Guinevere wasn't planning on releasing them in the future. You're a perfect mix of your mother and father. Everyone liked to say that. It used to make Eveline smile when she was little, but now not so much. Auntie Margaret loved pointing out every similarity between her and her parents, from hair color to her smile. There was a little bit of both in Eveline. Don't worry, Evie, I'll protect you from the monsters. Was that Lunit's voice? Eveline wasn't sure. It had been so long since she heard her eldest sister's voice. She remembered that Lunit was the one to say that to her. Eveline had always been afraid of the dark, and Lunit took it upon herself to lull Eveline back to sleep. Mommy and Daddy will always be here for you, Eveline. Eveline gritted her teeth. They weren't there for her at all. They let Guinevere take her away. They let her lie to everyone, claiming that Eveline had been taken by Zagan's small kingdom. They let people die just to appease Guinevere. Tristan is your replacement. So, they don't feel bad about you being gone. Eveline shook her head. Tristan didn't deserve any of this. Even if Guinevere's vile words were true, he was innocent. If anyone deserved her hatred, it was her own parents and Guinevere. It's their fault, not hers. But was that enough for her to stay? Eveline straightened herself back up and let out a shaky sigh. Midoriya was a good person, these people weren't mean to her, and the idea of being useful to the people of this world felt nice. She didn't know if she really had it in her to leave her family, but she liked the idea. Maybe staying wouldn't be so bad after all. Uraraka stared at the clothes on the racks with mild disinterest. She had seen a few that she really liked, but she couldn't afford them. Tsuyu had offered a few times to buy something for her, to which Uraraka promptly declined. Do you think she'll like this dress? Uraraka turned to see Ayorozu holding out a cute mint green dress for Jiro and Ashido to see. Ashido squealed, "It's really cute, I think she will." Jiro made a comment that Uraraka didn't hear. She was too fixated on the dress. The dress was rather plain. It had a sort of corset-laced front with the back having elastic bands to accommodate different body types. The skirt was amber with the mint green fading into a deeper green. There was nothing else to the dress that made it worth looking at, so to see the girls fawning over it was a little unusual. In fact, the brunette almost felt like it was a personal jab at her. What does she have, Uraraka thought to herself, that I don't? Eveline was, by Uraraka's own admittance, a beautiful girl. Long, flowing blonde hair, vibrant green eyes, Eveline's body type seemed up Midoriya's alley judging from his past interaction with Hatsum. But Uraraka thought Midoriya liked heroic girls over damsels in distress, or maybe that was something she came up with. He really liked Melissa Shields. She was blonde though her eyes were blue. Uraraka saw her as a mix of heroic and otherwise, so maybe that was where her assumptions came from. Either way, Uraraka knew she was jealous of Eveline, even after promising herself to push away those feelings. She couldn't help it though. Before Eveline, Midoriya never expressed interest in the opposite EC beyond companionship. A clueless Midoriya was easier to deal with than whatever he was becoming. That furious look on his face during class terrified her. He never looked at his friends like that before, only his enemies. Uraraka easily put it together that he was becoming increasingly protective of Eveline, to the point that he could, without thought, lash out at his friends. He hadn't done it yet, but she predicted that it was coming soon. Uraraka watched as Eveline came out of the changing room, being met with kind words and praises. She shouldn't feel this way toward Eveline. She shouldn't feel threatened nor distrustful of her. Unfortunately, she did. Unlike her feelings for Midoriya, she couldn't push down these feelings, and a part of her didn't want to. She wanted to be hostile toward Eveline. She wanted to keep those two apart. It was selfish, ugly. She didn't understand why these feelings were so strong, and it didn't matter. Eveline wasn't staying in this world. She had to go back, and that was Uraraka's only silver lining. The darkness in Uraraka's heart pulsed alongside her heartbeat. It would thrive so long as she allowed it to. Bartra watched as the boys played with little Eri. From what he could see, Tristan was a little too much for the timid girl, but Percy got along with her just fine. In fact, Bartra was tempted to say that Percy might be partially infatuated with the girl. Tristan seemed to have also noticed this, though he didn't react as he had toward Midoriya. He was just a bit peeved at the thought of sharing his cousin. "Boys," Bartra called to the trio, "I think it might be time for lunch." The three kids happily cheered, hurrying over to the elderly king so that they could go to their designated lunch area. The kids walked in front of him out of the room and down the hall, chattering on about their game. Bartra didn't pay that much attention to their conversation. What bugged him was Zelda. Brian and present Mike left the day before while Eveline was out shopping. To his surprise, Brian left a note for Bartra in his room, telling him to be wary of Zelda and to keep a close eye on Eveline. Both were things that he had been doing anyway, but for Brian to emphasize this made the king uncomfortable and defensive. What was Zelda hiding? How did it connect to his granddaughter? He had questions that needed answers. His problem was that he didn't know who to ask. Eveline wouldn't know anything, Brian was out, and Zelda wouldn't utter so much as a sound when they've been in the same room together. It was frustrating, just like it was dealing with Elizabeth and Meliodas when all of this started. Mr. Liones, Bartra paused and turned to see All Might running up to him. I'm glad I found you, I need your help. Bartra nodded and turned to the kids. Little ones, go on without me. Tristan tried to argue, but Percy and Aerie pulled the small blonde toward the lunchroom. The adults watched as the three disappeared before beginning their conversation. It's about young Midoriya and Miss Eveline, All Might explained softly. They approached me the other day about a memory bottle. Bartra was visibly stunned. A memory bottle? From whom? Mail? All Might said, though he didn't sound sure of himself. Mail gave it to them, Bartra asked softly. Then it must be about that day. All Might didn't ask what he meant. He had felt it was better that he not ask until he could Aizawa to agree to help them. They told me as they could, but I need more if I want to get them help. Bartra contemplated what he should do. He knew what this was about, and remembering that day only reopened old wounds for him. He told them not to do it. He even took Eveline away from them in a fruitless effort to stop them. Does Eveline want to remember? Both of them do. Bartra paused again. What do you mean both? All Might gave the king a confused look, but continued. Midoriya says his memories were erased when mail came for Eveline, but it was Eveline who went through most of the ordeal alone. That was all Bartra needed to hear. He didn't think that Midoriya was the other child that was affected, but it made sense. Both of them were hurt by Elizabeth and Meliodas' decisions and promised Midoriya that he would help him. I'm at your service. The house they had taken over wasn't the best. It certainly didn't match the life of moderate luxury that the four men were used to, but it would do for now. Humans in this world, Amon groaned as he lifted a molding pizza box from the apartment's floor, are unbelievably disgusting. Morfran didn't comment. Out of all of them, he had experienced the worst conditions a person could live in, and, to him, this paled in comparison. Besides, these things could be easily cleaned. He has all the things we need, Castilla grumbled with a pout, so sek it up. The three men glared at the demon, infuriated by her nonchalant attitude toward their circumstances. Castilla knew the accommodation wasn't great, which was pretty deliberate on her part, but the young man she seduced had everything they needed to operate in this world. He was even out buying clothes for the men since everything he had was too small for them. For that, she felt she deserved a little more praise than what she was getting. Never mind the quality of this place, Zagan said after a moment of contemplation. We can clean it ourselves if it's that much of a problem. Morfran merely grunted in response, already knowing that the person who would be cleaning would be him. At least he'd have something to do. Draven, Zagan called over his shoulder, finding the young man to be fascinated with the multiscreen desktop computer. Draven, please, let Amon deal with that thing. I need you to think about what you'll need to survey the school. Draven paused and softly asked, I'm surveying the school? Of course, Zagan answered. You're the only one who wouldn't ours any suspicion. Draven kept his face hidden from his lord. The glee that swelled within him was indescribable. He had never been given such an important mission before. Amon often said that he was too young and inexperienced to be given important tasks. Morfran said it was because he lacked resolve. He tried so hard to prove his worth among Zagan's men, he wouldn't let his lord down. Perhaps we should ask our host for a map, Amon suggested, snapping Draven out of his joy. Morfran agreed. The boy will need it, and maybe we should devise some way for communication. Zagan nodded. We will, and our host will teach us what we need to know. For now, let's go over what our objectives are so that we are all on the same page. Aizawa stared at All Might and Bartra, unsure if he should be annoyed or outraged at their request. How could they tell him to let Midoriya do something that had unpredictable consequences? The kid was predictably unpredictable to be with, and his blood pressure rose at just the thought of what could happen. So, this thing they want to ingest, Aizawa said as his right eye twitched, will make them unconscious for who knows how long, and you want us to let them drink it? All Might sheepishly look away. I know it sounds outrageous. Sounds? It is. All Might turned to Bartra, his only hope in convincing Aizawa to aid in this madness. Bartra understood Aizawa's hesitance. It mirrored his own from back then. However, the teenagers needed clarity on their own situation before dealing with Zagan and Guinevere. The link, in theory, would be trying to reconnect itself now that they are together again, and this could speed along that process. Mr. Aizawa, Bartra started softly, you have your reservations which I cannot dismiss, but let's think about them for a moment. Aizawa leaned back in his seat, fingers interlaced as his chin rested on his knuckles. It was clear that his guard was still up, but he was willing to hear them out. What happened in the past, Bartra started, was something neither of them wanted, and it wasn't something that should have been done to children. That young man got the lesser half of pain, but that doesn't mean it's not affecting him now. How would it be affecting him? Aizawa asked. He and Eveline have a telepathic link, he said. It's what remains of their bond. Aizawa nodded. All right, but why did it start now and not sooner? Eri. Both All Might and Aizawa were surprised by that. Admittedly, everyone suspected that the fight between Midoriya and Overhaul had something to do with it and that Eri's quirk might have had a hand in it. But once they learned that Eveline's powers were magic-based, they wrote off the theory. How? All Might asked. How could Eri have done it? Her quirk reverses living things, Bartra explained. I understood that much from watching her. She told me all about young Izuku, how he saved her, and how he thought her quirk was wonderful. Bartra reached for a sheet of paper and a pencil that were on the table in front of him. He quickly doodled a visual explanation of his theory. Magic, he explained, is a part of the person, so in a sense, it's a living thing as well. Therefore, Eri could reverse spells that have been placed on a person. That battle, she described it to me as lasting hours, but a student, I believe her name is Nijire, said it wasn't that long. Even so, her quirk was working without her input. It was. Aizawa nodded. I think what happened is that she, without meaning to, reversed the spell. It's likely that reversing this is what revived the link between them. But that only explains Midoriya. All Might said, what about Eveline? That's where things aren't as clear, Bartra admitted, his head lowered as he slipped the paper back onto the table. When this happened to Eveline, it happened in a blur. I do remember that my daughter ordered the erasure of Eveline's memories and the seal was placed on Eveline. However, from the pain Eveline was in afterward, not to mention she was comatose for nearly a month, I believe they did much more to her. I see. All Might mused softly. But if Eri only affected Midoriya, Aizawa added, how was Eveline able to hear him? Perhaps they missed something, Bartra suggested, or maybe Male purposefully left it alone. Those answers are likely to be in that bottle. Aizawa lowered his head, his knuckles rubbed against his temple as he came to terms with this information. He could see the potential problems that could arise from this as well as the gains that would follow, but he couldn't agree with it. Maybe his thoughts on the matter were unnecessary. If it helps these kids, shouldn't he allow it? If it helps, Bartra offered, other than being unconscious, drink from the bottle won't do anything to them. Is that so? It's just like dreaming. Aizawa hummed. He supposed that did make it seem less like a hazardous idea than before. All right, but they need to be supervised. All Might nodded. We figured as much. The infirmary is open for us to use. Then it's settled. Bartra smiled, eager to right the wrongs done by his daughter. Aizawa, however, wasn't done. Not quite. I have a few requests. Oh, All Might asked softly, and what's that? I want to know everything once they know it. Aizawa glared at All Might. I'm tired of these overly heroic antics from Midoriya and I have no doubt that this is going to feed into that. All Might looked away. As much as he hated to admit it, those antics which made Midoriya into the problem child he was, were the same ones that made him into a hero. It would be hard to reel in the boy's desire to help, but just to get this dealt with, they could try. Life at UA High was something that Eveline surprisingly found relaxing. Between classes, training, and weekend shenanigans, the repetitive nature of student life had some appeal to Half-Goddess. Even though Midoriya and his classmates always returned worn out, they still maintained a refreshing cheerfulness. It helped her keep her mind off of things, like where Brian went and why Zelda was avoiding her like the plague. Brian left the school about 2 weeks ago, without so much as a note to explain his absence. At first, Eveline was confused, but Zelda had, more or less, assured her that he would be back in due time. Eveline took that to mean that maybe within a week he'd return. After all, what business could he have in this modern world? However, after 1 week passed and Brian was still MA, Eveline knew something was wrong. She knew that Zelda wouldn't tell her anything, so she had gently asked Midnight about it, who slyly informed her that Brian and another teacher were gone. The reason for their absence wasn't kept on file, but she was certain the principal knew what was happening. That was all Eveline needed. She knew something was amiss, and when she tried to ask Zelda about it, all she got in return was a cold shoulder. Predictable as the response was, Eveline still was hurt by it. She couldn't understand why Zelda was adamant about keeping her in the dark, but the pain she felt had begun to contort into frustration and anger. Eveline may not be all that useful given how long she had been a prisoner, and yet, she desperately wanted to have something to do. Perhaps it stemmed from the remnants of pride that she fostered from childhood. She never got her grand adventure as she had been promised, and given how this was gearing to be a monumental event in not only her life, it made sense that she would want to have a hand in ending her sister's reign. Unfortunately, Zelda didn't feel the same. Midoriya, on the other hand, gave her everything she desired. He encouraged her to train with him, taught her about Japanese customs, helped her grasp things like mathematics, and even offered his shoulder and advice whenever she asked for it. She feared that she would become a burden to him, but he seemed to never leave her side even when she tried to leave his. It was nice. Her training with Class 1A also gave her a slight boost in self-worth. Over the 2 weeks, she attended every training session the class had, both mandatory and voluntary. She'd done races, combat, stealth, search and rescue, all of it. For the most part, she found that her goddess powers were more readily at her disposal than her demonic powers. However, she figured as much. Her demonic powers, based on conversations she overheard as a child, were always temperamental, and her parents only taught her to suppress them. However, as everyone was made aware of her dual heritage, many of the 1A students wanted to see what her secondary power could do. It was motivating to say the least. "You've been enjoying training," Midoriya noted as Eveline struggled to summon the slight bit of her demonic powers. They had taken to training together after classes so that Eveline didn't have to stay cooped up in her room or aimlessly wander the dorms. Eveline let out a long sigh, wiping away the sweat that had started to drip down her forehead. It's something to do. She turned her attention back to her arms, which she had focusing on during her training. Midoriya watched her in admiration as she started again. When she came to this world, she had been depressed though somehow hopeful. Now she was determined to make something of herself. It kind of reminded him of himself. Although he wasn't too sure of why she suddenly changed her behavior, he could guess it had to do with her cousin as well as Brian's disappearance. "What about you?" Midoriya snapped out of his thoughts, startled by the random question. "Huh. I asked how your training's going." Eveline giggled slightly, partially covering her humored smile with her knuckles. "Head in the clouds?" "A little," he chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his neck rather sheepishly. "It's going well for me, though I feel like I haven't quite gotten into the rhythm of my shoot style." Eveline nodded. She looked down at her hands and let out a soft sigh. "I guess that goes with the territory. I wish I knew how to summon my powers as you do." Midoriya tilted his head, a confused smile painted his lips. "Is it really that hard for you?" Eveline shrugged, holding out her dominant hand for them to inspect. "My goddess powers come from my arms and hands, so I thought that it would be the same for my demonic powers." Midoriya observed Eveline's arm, equally curious about her predicament. He wondered if maybe there was another way she could channel her powers, just like he had to channel one for all through his legs instead of his arms. He didn't know enough about magic to know if it could cancel itself out due to compatibility, but he had a feeling it was entirely possible. After all, demonic magic and goddess magic seemed likely to counteract each other just based on principle alone. "Let me help you," he said as he gently took her arm into his hands, gripping it so that she couldn't move away. "Focus your energy elsewhere on your body." Eveline gave him a confused look, but his encouraging smile eased her into compliance. She tried to think of where else she could focus on, which only aided in giving her a headache. It made sense to channel her energy through her arms. She used those to fight. "Don't think about it so much," Midoriya urged softly. "Just focus somewhere, anywhere." Eveline pouted, her cheeks rounded as she glared at her entrapped arm. His grip, though firm, was still gentle in an almost soothing way. She didn't want him to let go. She wanted him to stay with her, be it like this or in other ways. A part of her was comforted by his presence. She liked having him there when she needed him. However, there was a part of her that longed for a sense of freedom. She wasn't sure what the freedom was, but it seemed like it tied to Midoriya in some way. "Eveline." She heard her name, but her mind was in a slight fog. The sensation of his thumb absent-mindedly rubbing her arm lulled her into a strange trance. She felt warm, safe, and yet there was something off about it. "Eveline, you wake up." A soft gasp escaped her as she snapped out of the trance. It was a short experience, completely unintentional. "Aye. Your eyes," Midoriya said softly, "your eyes changed colors." Eveline looked at Midoriya, completely confused. "My eyes? They turned blackish red," he explained. "I thought you were starting to get mad." "Mad? I didn't feel mad." She looked down at his hand, finding that his grip was now limp. Within seconds, his hand let go of her, leaving no trace behind except for the phantom-like feeling of his thumb against her skin. "What did you feel?" he asked. Eveline tried to answer but found that her memory of the sensation was fleeting, much like a dream. I think it was nice." "You think?" She nodded hesitantly. "Yeah, it was relaxing but also not. I'm sorry, it was sudden, and I can't really put it to words." He nodded. "Do you think it was?" "Yes," she answered quickly, even though she wasn't sure. "It had to have been." But what?" Eveline looked away from Midoriya. "You said my eyes changed, but no mark appeared on my face? I didn't see a mark anywhere on you." "Then," she mused softly to herself, "maybe it was only a tiny fragment on my powers." "A fragment?" She nodded her head slowly before looking at him. "Yeah, it's weird that it came out then but not before." Midoriya laughed a little. "Yeah, huh? I guess we should practice that next time." "Yeah." Though she smiled, there was a worrisome pit forming in her gut. Something about this exchange between them, while didn't feel entirely wrong, it didn't feel right either. Maybe it was their bond? She couldn't be sure, but she would be careful from this point on. "Either way, let's head back and grab something to eat," he offered as he left her side to collect some of his things. "I have homework to catch up on, but you can join me in my room if you want." Eveline smiled, this time in earnest. "Sure." Draven observed the school, keeping a close eye on the wall that separated the world from the campus. From what he could gather, the wall itself wasn't a threat to intruders. There were small robots that patrolled the school, mostly at night. They nearly detected him a few times, leaving him to guess that they had some special method of detecting intruders like him. He also saw Hound Dog every so often. He wasn't too sure what to make of the animal-like man, but he had some educated guesses on how to deal with him. If he could test them, he would, but doing so would endanger his mission. Instead, he made a discovery that aided him in the best way possible. Google. With a quick search, he was able to learn a great deal about the heroes that taught at UA, all thanks to the power of Google and a smartphone courtesy of the unfortunate man that Castillo was feeding off of. Knowing their names beforehand would have helped, but some creative descriptions and image searches helped him put a name to the people he saw and what they are capable of. "You're hard at work," Draven nearly yelped as Castillo's voice filled his left ear. He jolted upward, glaring at the demon as she floated away from him. And here I was thinking you'd get lazy like the other two. Castilla. Draven looked up at the demon as she stood above his crouched body. Shouldn't you be doing something? Castilla smiled deviously, playfully extending her legs out and rolling her ankles. I am. You should take that question to the others if you want to point fingers. Draven glared at the redhead. What are you talking about? He turned his attention back to the campus and shook his head. You know what? Never mind, I'm busy. You don't know, Castilla asked in a tone laced with deceitful sweetness. Morfran and Amin haven't left our residence since we arrived. Only you and I have left. Zagan leaves every so often too. Draven tried to ignore her, but his youthful curiosity was intrigued by her taunt. He could understand why Morfran wouldn't have left the apartment, but Amin? Certainly he, the second commander, would do something productive during this time. Even if it was just shadowing Draven for an excuse to berate him. I'm sure, Draven said in a cool tone, Master Amin is doing Lord Zagan's bidding even if it doesn't look like it. Castilla giggled as she pressed her index finger against her bottom lip. Oh, I guess Zagan could have asked him to clean that place. Draven froze slightly. Was Amin only cleaning right now? He could be out, surveying the city, or making another machine for their escape. Why was he wasting his energy on something so trivial? Oh, Castilla chirped as she leaned closer so she could speak directly into his ear. By the way, I think you should know that Brian isn't here. Draven turned his head quickly to face her. What? How do you know that? She smiled, allowing one of her fangs to protrude from under her top lip. Have you seen him around here? Draven shook his head. No, but I haven't seen Lady Eveline either. Again, the demon giggled before pointing toward the series of identical buildings. From this angle, he could see them, but there was no way for him to get a good look at them without alerting the school's security system. See those? They're like the building we're in. You mean they live there? He had suspected the students lived on campus, given that he never saw anyone in a uniform leave. However, he thought those buildings were classrooms. But before he could berate himself for his lackluster observations, he wondered how Castilla knew. I've been observing you this whole time, she said, almost as if she had read his mind. I've caught glimpses of Eveline and Broccoli Head. You might have seen her too. She's dressed in their uniforms. Draven looked away, pouting slightly. He didn't even think she would have changed her clothes. What building did they come from? One, she answered plainly. However, you wouldn't be able to see it from here. Draven nodded slowly. The longer he surveyed the area, the more stupid he felt. He couldn't complete his mission under these circumstances, he couldn't gain the proper intel, nor could he give theoretical possibilities when there was so much he didn't understand. There had to be something better he could use for information. Castilla easily could read his expressions. She figured that he would be conflicted and doubtful, perfect for her own exploits. She had to be careful though. I guess I should help you out, but would you even accept my help? Draven's defense immediately went up. I can do this on my own. She smirked at his stubbornness. I thought so. Draven sulked. He knew that this was more than he could handle. This world operated differently than theirs did, and, while they weren't working on a time limit, the sooner they capture Eveline and returned home, the better. Well, since you won't let me help, Castilla sang as she began to float away, I'll be going. Have fun. However, before she could leave, Draven grabbed her foot, preventing her from going anywhere. Normally, she would have been outraged by the unwanted touch, but she let it slide this time. What will it cost? That wasn't the question she was expecting. Your help, he clarified. What will it cost me for your help? Well, he could see the excitement in her fiery eyes, the very look that he had been warned of since the beginning. You're smarter than I thought. The next morning came a lot faster than Midoriya would have wanted. He had spent almost the whole night tossing and turning. He had begun to steadily feel anxious, though he couldn't put his finger on why. He did know that this feeling intensified whenever Eveline was around, more specifically whenever she was around the other guys. Last night, however, it seemed to do something to Eveline instead of him. When he held her arm, he felt the anxiety begin to boil within him, but when her eyes started to darken, it faded from his body. It was almost as if she was taking it from him. The idea of her taking any emotional turmoil from him was terrifying to him. His burdens were his alone. Heroes shouldn't burden others. As he sluggishly began to dress for the day, a sudden ding from his phone alerted him of a text message. He picked up his phone, reading the message but not comprehending the words. It took roughly a minute of staring for him to realize that the moment they had been waiting for had finally come. "All Might, we're ready. Bring Eveline to the infirmary as well as that bottle." Midoriya felt a sudden rush of adrenaline as he quickly threw on his uniform, grabbing the bottle before bolting out of his room. Thankfully, it was still early, even for the students of UA. Everyone was still tucked in their beds, so no one would notice Eveline leaving the dorms. "Eveline," he called telepathically, "Eveline, get up." He could sense her reluctance to wake up but continued to press her until he got a response. "Izuku, what's going on?" "It's time," he responded. "Get dressed, we're heading for the infirmary." Eveline tried to pry for more information but Midoriya wouldn't quite answer her questions. As he rode the elevator up to the top floor, he felt a multitude of dizzying emotions. He was eager to have this bottle situation dealt with. However, there is an underlying feeling of dread that haunted him. He wasn't sure if it was normal to feel this way or not. As the doors opened, he felt his heart drop as Bakugo's build was revealed behind the metal doors. He and Bakugo had only seen each other in passing, something that didn't feel out of the ordinary to the green-haired teen. However, perhaps it was because he had trained himself to be acutely aware of Bakugo's mood swings for his own preservation. Midoriya knew that something was on his friend's mind and there was no way out of this situation. "Kaken?" Midoriya asked softly, hoping that the implied question didn't get him thrown into a wall. "Deku." Bakugo entered the elevator. His expression was mostly unreadable to Midoriya. He seemed lost in his head, perhaps maybe uncertain of himself, which, if that is the case, would be a surprise to Midoriya. He knew Bakugo had always been methodical, but it never occurred to him that his childhood friend might have ever been unsure of himself. "Where are you going?" Bakugo asked suddenly. Midoriya could see Eveline leaving her room in a new outfit just as the door closed. He caught a glimpse of a blue skirt and a dark knitted shirt or sweater. "To the infirmary," Midoriya answered honestly. Bakugo made a noise that Midoriya assumed was a response of acknowledgement. "To deal with that stupid bottle?" Midoriya hummed in agreement. "Yeah, I guess All Might got everyone on board with it." He swallowed before adding, "So long as we're under supervision." "I'm coming with." Midoriya's body stiffened. He wasn't sure he heard Bakugo right. "Excuse me?" "I'm coming with you too to the infirmary." His tone was laced with anger and Midoriya knew better than to argue. "Got a problem with that?" Midoriya shook his head. "No, just confused." Bakugo didn't grace Midoriya with an answer, not that any answer would suffice. Midoriya knew that there was something that Bakugo was hiding when it came to Eveline, though he couldn't imagine what it could be. "You don't know what it's like," he heard Bakugo mumble softly to himself, "to just be completely forgotten." Midoriya didn't respond. He had a feeling that what he heard was something Bakugo never intended to share. Also, the sentiment shared irked him slightly, but he couldn't deny that it was true. Midoriya didn't know what it was like because he didn't remember anything from the time. The person who bore the memory of their shared history was Bakugo and only Bakugo. "You know," Midoriya said in a low voice, "this isn't going to remind us of anything, just tell us what happened." Bakugo nodded. "Better than nothing." The doors to the elevator opened, revealing the common room of the dorm. The two teens stepped out, allowing the elevator to return to the 4th floor to retrieve Eveline. The walk to the infirmary was a silent one. Eveline didn't ask any questions along the way, sensing that it would only add to the tension. However, once they made it to their destination, they found Zelda raising a ruckus. "What's going on?" Midoriya asked as he peered through the door's window. "Nothing good, I'd imagine." Bakugo followed suit, listening to the fit as best as he could. "You can't be serious," they heard Zelda scream. "Their memories were erased for a reason. This is completely counteractive to what we need to do." "Is it?" they heard Bartra respond, equally outraged. "Surely you remember that Eveline was catatonic afterwards." "It was for the best." Who are you to say that? Aizawa argued. Are you Eveline? Or Midoriya for that matter? This doesn't dash. Yes it does, All Might stated firmly. He is involved. Whether anyone wants him to be is, unfortunately, not up for debate. Zelda let out a restrained growl. Eveline felt her own anger rise as she listened in. How could Zelda treat her like this? How was any of this for the better? One thing was for sure, Zelda was going to try and stop them. Izuku, Eveline whispered, give the bottle to Bakugo. What dash? Midoriya didn't even get the chance to finish his question before Eveline took the bottle from him and handed it to Bakugo. She probably thinks we have it, Eveline explained rather hurriedly. Better to be safe than sorry. Bakugo, immediately catching on to what she was implying, shoved the bottle into his pocket and turned heel. I'll be back then, you deal with her. Midoriya was taken aback by Bakugo's willingness to leave them. He assumed that, from their previous exchange, the blonde would demand to be there at all time. Perhaps it went to show that he didn't know Bakugo as well as he had thought. Midoriya and Eveline nodded as he left. They waited until the blonde was out of sight before daring to enter the room. They hadn't gone further than the doorway before the two were met with the wrath of a vampire who was determined to hinder their progress. At first glance, Eveline was afraid that Zelda's demonic powers were about to react to her cousin's fury. However, as she felt the instinctual fear that stemmed from years of abuse, a small spark of oppressed anger took shape as well. In Eveline's mind, why should Zelda have any say on matters that didn't involve her? How could you do something so reckless? Zelda demanded, stomping toward the two. The sense of rage that filled the room would have suffocated anyone who didn't have the nerve to face it. In truth, it was taking an emotional toll on everyone present. Midoriya wasn't sure what he should say, though he had several things he wanted to say to her. Some of these were abnormal thoughts, almost sickening thoughts, yet he managed to keep them at bay. Eveline happened to have a similar train of thought, but, unlike Midoriya, had no qualms speaking her mind. How is this reckless? Eveline asked. Her tone was laced with rage, but her demeanor was calm. Not only that, but where does this concern you? Zelda, and admittedly everyone else in the room, was taken back by Eveline's sudden behavior. She recovered as quickly as she could. Eveline. No. The blonde took a step toward her cousin. All of the resentment she'd felt over the previous weeks began to surface. You kept telling me to trust you, and I have, yet you've treated me like a glass doll. How I have done that? Zelda demanded. There was something about her posture that conveyed an air of defense. I've done so much to help you escape Guinevere and Dash. Where's Brian? Eveline shot back. Why, when I tried to talk to you, did you suddenly start pushing me away or avoiding me like the plague? Zelda's eyes narrowed, though she didn't grace Eveline with answer. It left Eveline feeling empty, like she was looking through a window, only to see a wall. Even now, Zelda wouldn't tell her anything. If this, Eveline extended her arm out to the room, is what I have to do to get some answers, then so be it. Mistake or not. Zelda's glare intensified. Eveline could sense the rage that brewed within her cousin's heart, and she was a little surprised by it. She hoped, rather naively, that she might persuade Zelda to finally come forth and share what she knew. It was clear that no amount of arguing was going to get through to her. Sorrow and frustration filled Eveline's heart. Midoriya, on the other hand, had entirely different feeling toward Zelda. It was taking a great deal of willpower to not suddenly assault the vampire. There was something about her attitude that just irked him. Like she turned on some sort of ticking time bomb in his mind, and he knew that it was going to be a matter of time before he blew up on her. He hoped that they might get her out of the room before he had the opportunity to turn on her. I'm trying to protect you, Zelda said with a venomous tone. I can't do that if you're going to try and go off and cause problems. Eveline hadn't a moment to feel hurt by Zelda's comment before Midoriya sent her cousin flying into the wall. Izuku! Eveline turned to scold Midoriya, but words failed her when her eyes took in Midoriya's form. Midoriya's eyes were glazed over, fading to black. The normal green electric bolts that twinkled and sparked against his scarred skin had altered in color, fading to a familiar reddish black. Eveline's blood went cold at the sight and her heart dropped as she felt the foreign power radiating from the young man. This could only mean one thing. Izuku! Eveline reached for the teen, but he, in a blind rage, shoved her away. She had been caught off guard by the force and flew into the wall, back first. And she slid the floor. She felt something glide against her arm and a warm trail soon slithered its way down to her elbow. Midoriya darted for Zelda. His intent was unknown even to him, but they could only imagine the worst possibilities. Aizawa moved quickly, hoping that his quirk could subdue the teen. His eyes glowed red, his scarf moved to apprehend the student. His efforts weren't necessarily in vain. Though the power that coursed through Midoriya was not like quirks, it was feeding off of his quirk, and without it, it had quelled the rampage to some extent. However, Eveline knew it wouldn't last long. She ignored the dull pain in her arm and turned toward the door. Bakugo had the bottle and she was positive that if she drank it, sudden rage would be extinguished. By a slide of luck, Bakugo arrived. He had been down the hall, waiting for Zelda to leave, but the loud banging that came from both Zelda and Eveline being thrown immediately alarmed him. He could feel the strange output of energy that radiated from Midoriya, despite not being near the room. It was expanding beyond the confines of the room, which could spell trouble. Bakugo! Eveline saw the blonde standing in the doorway, the bottle firmly in his grasp. Bakugo quickly assessed the situation, realizing that Midoriya was in blind rage. He didn't know what happened or what was currently happening, but he knew, somehow, that he held the key to stopping the teen. He raced toward Eveline, who also made her way to him, and held out the bottle. "Take it," he ordered harshly as he turned back to see Midoriya fighting his way out of the constraints of Aizawa's scarf. Eveline struggled to uncap the bottle. Its ornate design added to the tension of circumstances made the task difficult. Luckily, the lid popped off with a hard tug, and only a little of the liquid spilled out. She put the rim to her lips, threw back the contents, much like her father would when drinking with Ban. The liquid did touch her tongue briefly, leaving a bitter and thick taste that nearly made her GG. The effects of the bottle were swift. Eveline felt her body grow heavy, her vision blurred. She glanced Midoriya's way, his movements were becoming less violent. She was relieved for only a second before her world went black. Draven watched the infirmary with the aid of Castilla. He was keenly invested in the opportunity this presented them, but also, he was perplexed by what was implied by Midoriya's behavior. "He's certainly strong," Draven noted as he watched Midoriya's body go limp. But that power, was it? He turned to Castilla, hoping she might know what happened. What he found, however, was a demon who was deeply disturbed by the scene they just witnessed. It was the only answer he was going to get on the matter. "We should attack now," Castilla said in a low tone. "This is likely to be the only time we'll have a chance." Draven agreed, but he wasn't sure they should go without a plan. "It's still early in the morning, and I'm about positive that they'll be unconscious for the day given the circumstance." "So?" the redhead asked with an annoyed growl. "So," he continued, "let's make a quick plan for our getaway." Castilla pouted. She hated planning, but she couldn't bring herself to really argue against it. Besides, they would need to go somewhere that wasn't the apartment if they planned to successfully get away. "It shouldn't be too hard," Draven added. "With your power, we can sneak in and out without triggering any alarm." Castilla shrugged. "If you say so." Brian and Present Mike were sitting on top of a building, their legs dangling off the edge as they shared their concerns about the mission they were on. Each time they thought they were making progress, they would inevitably end up with a dead end. They even tried to contact Zelda a few times using Present Mixcell, but she'd only spout off some coordinates and hang up. It was becoming increasingly annoying. "We've gotten nowhere," Brian growled as he stared down at the city below. "She's sending us a wild goose chase." Present Mike, equally unhappy, agreed with Brian. However, years of hero work had taught him to have some patience with problems such as this. "Let's try to think like her for a moment. What use is it to her for us be gone?" Brian shrugged, unable to even put himself in Zelda's mindset. In their youth, she had fairly easy to understand. However, with everything gone wrong, it was understandable that she would become emotionally reclusive. For someone like him, it was difficult to know for sure what she might have in mind, and that was without reading her heart. "What about the woman we're looking for?" Present Mike asked, hoping that they might get somewhere with that instead. "Lunite," Brian sighed. What about her? If she were missing, he suggested softly, and by her own choice, where do you think she'd go? Brian was, at first, annoyed with the question, but he considered the idea. He thought about where would Lunite feel safe, even in this world. She liked flower fields and desserts, that much he could remember. But he didn't think those two things could help them. He told the loud blonde as much before sulking again. Flowers and desserts. Present Mike mused softly to himself before standing up suddenly. There might be a place like that, I think it's just outside of the city. Brian hadn't a moment to argue or question the pro-hero before he found himself being dragged away. Eveline didn't know what to expect when it came to experiencing someone's memories. To her knowledge, only Queen Diane and King Harlequin had ever done it before, and they underwent a unique experience of becoming the memory incarnations of their predecessors, experiencing everything firsthand. Surely, Male thought better than to try that. Regardless, Eveline could feel her astral form beckoning her to wake up. Her eyes fluttered open rather easily. Above her, she saw the stony ceilings of her family's castle in Liones. She rolled her head to the side. The thick curtains and tapestries that decorated the throne room were just as she remembered them. She began to push herself up into a sitting position, taking in the room as she did so. No one was present at the moment, but seeing as she woke up there, she expected someone to arrive soon. As she looked around the room, she noted that she was alone, which upset her slightly. She had hoped that she might be able to experience this with Midoriya by her side, much like Diane did with Harlequin. I believe we've found the princess, my queen. Eveline perked up as she heard a crowd approach the throne room's doors. Where is she? Came the frantic response. Eveline recognized the voice of her mother as her father's voice followed. Elizabeth, he spoke in a low voice, trying to soothe his desperate wife. Evie can't be in any serious trouble, she's too smart for that. The doors opened, revealing Meliodas with his wife, Elizabeth, leaning against him while Male and an unknown knight followed the royal couple. Eveline couldn't remember her parents ever appearing as professional and regal as they did right now. Her father typically spent his day with a mug of booze and her mother in his direct line of sight. Even the dark look in his eyes seemed so unnatural for him. Her mother, the serious one of the two, looked like an organized mess, her gown as immaculate as Eveline remembered, but her long hair looked windswept and her eyes swollen and restless. It felt wrong to see her mother this way. She and Zelda are in another world, Male explained, mostly focusing his attention on the king as opposed to the weeping queen. Merlin located them and can help us get them. Meliodas nodded. Are they together? Male shook his head. I'm afraid not, but they are near each other. Elizabeth didn't like that answer and began to gear up for a fit. Luckily, Meliodas stopped her by promising that Eveline and Zelda would be home with the next 24 hours. Male, will you and Sir Draven fetch them? Sir Draven? Eveline mused, perplexed as she never heard of a Sir Draven before. Male nodded and Sir Draven expressed no complaints on the matter. In fact, he was eager to have this matter dealt with as swiftly as possible. I will inform Lady Merlin of the plan so she may be ready for us. Sir Draven left, leaving Male with Eveline's parents to speak in private. Eveline wasn't expecting to hear anything of major importance this early in the memories, and yet, Guinevere sent them there, Male stated rather coldly, a total contrast to how he acted when the knight was present. Why isn't she being punished for this? It's clear she is trying to get rid of Eveline. Elizabeth spoke up, clearly angry at Male's accusation. Guinevere wouldn't do such a thing, she's just as distraught as everyone else. Male glared at the woman he adored. Eveline could see the tension between them as he bit back a response. He didn't believe a word Elizabeth said. What proof do you have? Meliodas asked calmly. Elizabeth gasped and turned on her husband, demanding to know if he believed this nonsense. Guinevere wouldn't do this. Meliodas smiled at his wife, amused by her tears. Maybe she wouldn't, but Male wouldn't say that unless he had a reason for believing it. Elizabeth still argued, frustrating Male and Eveline. How was her mother so blind to Guinevere's nefarious side? The mental picture of the lovely Elizabeth Liones that Eveline grew up with was tainted. Eventually, Even Meliodas couldn't handle Elizabeth and offered to drop the matter so long as Elizabeth left him and Mail to discuss how they will be getting Eveline and Zelda. Naturally, Elizabeth didn't want to drop the subject, but with enough urging from her husband, she eventually left them. They could tell that she was still fuming, perhaps even thinking of going to her second child and asking her about the matter directly. Meliodas could only hope that someone might stop her along the way. She's in denial. Meliodas made his way to the large doors that Elizabeth had left opened, gently closing them. Listen, we need to get Eveline back as soon as possible. I'll do my best, Mail nodded before falling silent. Eveline noticed his brows furrowing, indicating to her that he was thinking about something. Meliodas also noticed this and asked, "Is something wrong?" "I suppose," Mail admitted, though both Eveline and her father could tell that he wasn't sure if he should speak. The melancholic expression of the goddess worried them. Midoriya's head throbbed, his body felt heavy and sore. It was as if he had done several rounds against Bakugo. Even so, he woke up with ease and sat up quickly. The last thing he remembered was that he was listening to Zelda insult Eveline. After that, he was drawing blanks. Did something happen? He was certain that something happened after that. Did he do something? Midoriya looked around. The place he was in was unlike anywhere he had been back home. However, it was very reminiscent of Merlin's study. The woodwork and stone were eerily familiar, though he was sure that her study was little bigger than this. Maybe it's a different room, he thought to himself as he moved to his feet. For me to be here, did Eveline drink it? Must have. Midoriya realized right away that Eveline wasn't with him and he wasn't sure if he was okay with that. He assumed they would experience Mail's memories together, it just made sense to him. Are you sure this is going to work? Midoriya jumped as the doors opened and Merlin and Mail entered the room. They walked right past him. In fact, he was sure that Mail clipped through him a bit. So, they can't see me? Midoriya approached the two, waving his hand in front of their face to see if he got a reaction. When he got nothing, he decided to explore the room whilst keeping an ear out for important information. He wasn't too sure when these events were taking place, but he had an inkling he was witnessing events during Eveline's absence as a child. "We're out of options at this point," Merlin said as she motioned her hand. A flying-eye creature appeared out of thin air with a whooshing noise following it. Midoriya turned as was rightfully weirded out by the creature. "With this, we should be able to see other worlds without wasting too much time." Mail appeared to still be apprehensive about the scheme. Still, it seems impossible for Guinevere to do this. Is that kind of power even possible for her age? Merlin smiled, though Midoriya felt that it lacked the ever-present cockiness that he grew cautious of. If he were to hazard a guess, he'd say that she was feeling a bit guilty. It is, but it had to have taken a toll on her. That's why I believe she did it. Don't you remember what happened when the news broke? Mail nodded. I do. She refused to come out of her room and her maids said she had been ill 3 days before the announcement. Exactly. Merlin rummaged around the room, gathering supplies and organizing everything she'd need. And remember who taught her magic? Me. Again, Mail nodded though he didn't speak. She must have forgotten that she's not like me. She doesn't have infinity, so opening a dimensional portal with pure magic was going to cost her. Merlin set up a miniature version of the machine they had used weeks ago. Its rough construction implied that this was the first or one of the first designs of it. Luckily, I think I know the world she dumped the girls in. I practiced with it a few times already. Are you sure? Merlin nodded. Powerful as she is, she's still a child. Finding a new world would have added too much strain and probably would have killed her. Mail didn't seem to have much faith in Merlin's idea, but he made no other attempt to stop her. Midoriya figured that they must have really been out of other alternatives at this point. He did wonder about Guinevere's relationship with Merlin. He didn't know that Guinevere had been Merlin's pupil once, but with that bit of context, he understood why the dimensional machine had to be destroyed. Guinevere couldn't make a portal without it. If she did, she'd be endangering herself. But the only person with the design knowledge was Merlin, which was also why the former sin of gluttony was under strict surveillance when he was there. It was actually very interesting to see how Merlin operated. Once the eyed creature went through the portal, what it saw was projected onto a large crystal ball. It also communicated to Merlin through it, telling her what was going on and warning her if it couldn't go somewhere. It was fascinating, and Midoriya couldn't resist wondering if something like this could be used to aid heroes. It took some time before Merlin found Eveline. As expected, Guinevere sent Eveline and Zelda to Midoriya's world, the world that Merlin had discovered and been investigating for some time. From what Midoriya could tell, Merlin was especially targeting Mizudafu, which he could only assume was because a lot of pro-heroes worked in the city. They found Eveline playing in a park with Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya leaned closer toward the crystal ball. That park was the same one from the picture Bakugo had. That meant they found her the day he and Bakugo met her. She looks well, Male remarked softly, clearly relieved to see the princess was in good company. But where is Zelda? Merlin had the creature search around the park, hoping to find the vampire princess, but to no avail. I wonder if they got separate when they went through. Male nodded. Looks like. Midoriya backed away from the two. He thought back to when Bakugo first showed him the picture of Eveline. To his knowledge, Zelda had been mentioned, but he was sure that no one had told him that Zelda was missing during this time as well. Hopefully, Male sighed as Merlin sent the creature off to look for the other girl. She's not too far away and is in good hands as well. Midoriya hoped for the same. Eveline watched as her parents and grandfather argued with each other. Male and Merlin stood off to the side while she laid unconscious, almost lifeless in fact. What had happened to her wasn't shown to her, and rightly so. The argument alone was enough to horrify her. You tore her demon half out of her, Bartra cried, his cheeks flushed with rage and his bitter tears faded into his beard. And put it into that boy you found her with. How can you do such a thing? Elizabeth tried to soothe her father, but he was having none of it. Father, it was necessary. Without it, she poses less of a threat to Guinevere. That boy will die, Bartra screamed, and even if he manages to live, that kind of power in a human is devastating. Graces can kill a human, but demonic power? He'd go mad. Elizabeth retracted from her father, a guilty look was written on her face. I understand, but if we didn't dash, then Guinevere would try to get rid of Eveline again. Meliodas finished for his wife. He was equally solemn about what they had done to her. I hate what we've done, especially since that boy was so happy to something for Eveline, but it had to be done. Eveline felt her knees shake. She thought back to what happened in the infirmary. That power within Midoriya was hers, and it had been put there by her parents to protect her from her sister. And worst of all, Midoriya agreed to it. He didn't understand what they were doing to him, Eveline's inner voice cried, and he did it because, when Eveline finds out, Bartra warned, she'll never forgive you. Meliodas' expression darkened. No, she won't. Meliodas turned toward Male, nodding his head. Eveline watched as Male unwillingly approached her body, extending his hand out to the king. At first, neither Eveline nor her grandfather understood what was happening, but it became clear to her that this was why she had no memory of Midoriya. A paper was put into Male's hand, tied in a ribbon. Take this to Gauther, her father ordered. Tell him to be here as soon as he can. It seemed that Male wasn't fully expecting these orders, but he would carry them out regardless. You can't, Bartra's voice trembled, he fell to his knees. It was almost as if he were begging the gods. You can't do this to her. I can, Meliodas said, and I will. From this day onward, I will do everything to protect my daughter. We are leaving for the demon realm. Lioness is yours again. Eveline's eyes grew wide. I thought we left because father. The betrayal that ran through her was too much to bear. They didn't leave the earthy realm because of Meliodas' powers, they left because of her. Her hand clenched at her heart, a desperate urge to rip it out of her chest nearly consumed her. The link between her and Midoriya was due to her power being within him. Though she didn't see it, she could only assume that his memories were erased before hers. After all, he was nowhere to be seen. Thoughts of Midoriya crept into her mind. He had been so kind to her, he supported her and gave her the utmost respect and consideration he could. To know that he had, in essence, a ticking time bomb within because of her. Because her sister hated her for whatever reason. He was going to die if her powers stayed within him. Even if he didn't use them, even if he could go about life never learning that it was there, it would have destroyed him in due time. His world revolved around battles, some of which could be dangerous to the extent of life-threatening. Her powers would have awakened. It was by pure chance that they awakened now. This is why we could communicate telepathically, and how come I could enter his body, Eveline realized with horror. As much as I hate myself for what happened, I have to get my powers back. I can't let him die. The memory around her faded. A growing determination filled her along with unbearable grief. Her parents set this nightmare in motion. They burdened others with their inability to act. They should have dealt with Guinevere when they had the chance, but their mistakes now fell on her and her friends. As much as it pained to know that she was at the core of this suffering, Guinevere too held the reins. It was time Eveline did something for herself and against the sister who didn't want her. Midoriya always wondered what it was like to see himself as a child. In the past, it was because he wondered if he could see any potential in himself through the eyes of another. Now, he wished to not see how innocent and gullible he was. He watched as he, a mere child, pleaded with Mail to not take Eveline away from him. Eveline wasn't too happy about leaving him either. She cowered behind his mother, clinging to her skirt as he tried to push Mail away. "She doesn't want to go back," he cried. Mail seemed to pity them both as his outstretched arms receded. However, he couldn't be deterred. "Eveline has to go back. This isn't her home." "But," Eveline whimpered from behind Mrs. Midoriya, "if I go back, Guinevere will hurt me." Mail reacted to that statement with both surprise and guilt. There was no doubt that Guinevere would harm Eveline. "It'll be okay, Guinevere won't lay a hand on you." Neither Midoriya nor Eveline believed Mail, but the goddess was determined to take Eveline, even if by force. Midoriya waited, expecting Mail to just shove him and his mother aside, but the scene, except for Mail, froze in place. "Merlin!" Mail turned, almost outraged to see the sorceress there. "Forgive me," Merlin sighed. Her own expression was twisted with guilt as she outstretched her arm toward the trio. "But I have orders to fulfill." "As a sin." Merlin's magic washed over young Midoriya, his mother, and Eveline. Midoriya couldn't quite comprehend what she was doing, but he figured that she was erasing their memories. However, he quickly realized that there was more to this than he expected. "What are you doing?" Mail demanded. He wanted to stop her but didn't know how to stop her without hurting the three before him. Interrupted magic could be as harmful as a fatal wound. "We'll be taking that boy with us," Merlin stated with little emotion. "They've made a deal with Guinevere."